All right, all right. ¿Cómo estamos? ¿Cómo andamos? Cheers with the cold brew and the oat milk. Ya saben. A little weird. Things are a little off. Just had a conversation, a phone call. That I can't get too much into. So I was a little bit late, in part because of that. There's this whole thing happening in Los Angeles about Fair Olympics versus no Olympics. And I kind of have to bite my tongue a little bit in terms of my role as I hate saying union organizer, but I mean that's factually what it is. But there was a turn of events that happened with the Epstein files, and we're gonna go over Chomsky in regards to this, where Casey, I'm blanking on their name right now. Is it LA28? Yeah, Casey Wasserman. Yeah. So Casey Wasserman. Again, I had to maneuver this a little bit. Casey Wasserman was associated or in the Epstein files, and so I was just like, hey, this needs to be emphasized. This needs to be pushed forward. So hopefully they do that unapologetically and with no remorse and pushback, no compromise. But it's difficult. It's difficult to be in these conversations and compromise and bite down on your mouthpiece and just push forward. Está difícil. Está difícil. But I think this is something that cannot be ignored or allowed to be swept under the rug. There's no way that Casey Wasserman, regardless of whether no Olympics, Fair Olympics, whatever your position is, I think it should be agreed across the board that Casey Wasserman should have never been heading this. But now with the Epstein leaks, there should be no question about it. With what's going on in the Winter Olympics and ice, what's going on with Puerto Rico and rolled the R a little too hard there, huh? With the baseball team, I do not see the value of participating in these sporting events that are, I mean, if we're being honest and we're being annoying, are there for distraction, right? The US pulled out of the Olympics to not compete with the Soviet Union. So, but hey, anyways, I understand that this is people's livelihoods. I understand that these are people's dreams. I am sympathetic to all that. It's just a little frustrating. It's a little bit annoying to say the least. To be put in a situation where you know what? I try not to. I do my best to compartmentalize my life in general. Definitely, my personal life is something that I struggle with to a point. I'll just leave it at that. Hopefully, a good turn of events and pushing a little bit more of a. I wouldn't even call it radical. I would call it the obvious choice is to oppose the Olympics coming to Los Angeles. The pushback that I've received is that, hey, it's going to happen anyways. Let's try to guarantee the best outcome for the workers as well as Angelinos at large, right? And I just put my head down and try to do the best work that I can when I can. I don't do enough of it, but I just thought I'd share that. With all the disgusting things being revealed with the Epstein files, this can have a legitimate effect on you personally. I mean, this is now going to have an effect on, or should have an effect on, everyone in Los Angeles. It's going to have an effect on the Olympics games and all this. So, all right, let me shake this off. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on with me. Um, well, I kind of do. Got a root canal, y'all. I try to keep things to myself, but got a root canal. So excuse me if I'm a little bit um a less animated. So hopefully by Friday everything will be resolved. I'm trying to get my hands on some antibiotics, but I'm not sure whether I need them or not, or if I'm just being paranoid. But man, it's been a bit of a headache. Interesting way to start the year, no? Car crash, root canal. Let's get it all out of the way. Let's get it all out of the way. All right. So before we get petty, um, let's get petty. I hope you're all doing well. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button. Doesn't cost you a thing. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. That's Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. We have a good time. Subscribe to Deculturation Live. That's where everything stays up. And I really need to start working on edited videos. It's going to be a shorter stream because I realized that anything after 4 hours, I'm burnt out and I don't want to be around the computer. I don't want to associate with any of the online stuff. I just want to go play with my dog, try to find a way where I can finally work out again, clean up because it's been chaotic over here. So I don't think we're going to do 6-7 hours again. My apologies. We'll try to stick to like 3 and 4 moving forward so that I have the capacity to continue working on edited stuff, because that's what drains me the most is coming up with the kind of loose script, but also the editing process of making sure that things flow with as little interruptions as possible or noticeable edits. In terms of the Grand Platinum video, because of the new environment dynamics going on here, I'm thinking about just throwing up what I have completed on the Patreon. I'm not sure what to do about that, and just kind of reshoot it with the new background. Like I said, I was really in no rush in terms of like, I need to get this out, because the longer or the closer it gets to the actual voting date of the race, the more people are going to expose themselves as normalizing, this crypto white supremacist. I mean, if I would have completed the video, I wouldn't have the portion of him going overseas to get a pure white baby put into his partner. So again, I'm not sure where or how I'm going to go about that. I just don't know if I like the contrast. Yeah, so on the second channel, Deculturation Live, we're at 800 subscribers, which I appreciate that support. That's the goal, is just to find time to edit the longer streams to put out daily content on that. It's just time management is my biggest struggle. Again, the environment change, the car accident, the root canal. Like, I can make excuses, and that's what they are. But I'm just trying to get like my feet under me just for a second, and that seems not to be what's going on. I mean, it was, I'm so out of it that I accidentally gave the wrong day up at work, thinking that's when I had the root canal appointment. And so I show up to work and everyone's like, what are you doing here? And I'm like, all right. So I immediately start looking for shifts I could pick up. I'm very lucky that I have a job where not only do we have a union, but it's fairly easy to try and maneuver your schedule last minute. So with a little finessing, I managed to do my 12 hours. So I was very, very happy. And then still managed to be able to make it to that appointment the following day. So that was a little bit of an annoyance, but rush, but also you feel fortunate to be like, all right, cool. Like, financially, like, it's not, missing that day of work for the appointment is not gonna be too heavy. But yeah, no. I'm big on. I remember I used to, or I started saying like excuses, are the distractions you're unwilling to sacrifice. So I always keep that in mind for myself. All right, let's get this started over here. I appreciate y'all. Um, we're gonna read this piece by Vijay Prashad, but before that, let's be a little bit petty and let's look at this. Let's see. Yeah, we'll look at this over here because it's just pathetic. Aaron Mate, and look, you should have known that Aaron Mate was an opportunist with the way that he moved with the whole Jimmy Dore crowd. I think that spoke volumes. Um, it's interesting because I don't think it's difficult to have honest critique of someone, but you can't be a hypocrite about it either, right? So the white supremacists, the liberal white supremacists at the vanguard, Zach and Gavin, called out Aaron Mate for having a like some retired military general on to talk about Ukraine, uh, the war, all these things. And they're like, "Oh, why would you have a war criminal on this and that?" And I'm like, "Well, he's a journalist. Like that's not out of the ordinary, unfortunately, but that's just part of the gig or what have you. Talking to people that politically or career wise, what have you don't agree with or align with has always been part of the job of a journalist." And Aaron Mate offered a little bit of pushback in regards to um, U.S. wars and how the U.S. empire, you know, just carries out bloodshed across the globe. When when this individual tried to downplay the U.S. globally and they're all their bloodshed. So, anyways, that was their criticism of Aaron Mate. And Aaron's like, no, well, I did push back, but that wasn't the topic of the conversation. So after the initial pushback, we refocused the conversation, um, the dialogue back to the conversation that was agreed upon. And I was like, all right, whatever. I think that's nitpicky on the Vanguard's part, but it is what it is. And then the Vanguard has Marianne Williamson on. And it's just like, you guys are fucking hypocrites. It's that simple. You have the Zionists spreading Zionist propaganda. You're not pushing back on it at all. And you're doubling down when I question them on it. So I can't stand that hypocrite shit. Just be direct, be honest. Or if you are being a hypocrite, say, hey, you know what? I'm a hypocrite in this regard. Um, we all have our contradictions and move forward. So I don't think I have this type of lazy criticism for individuals because I understand that está difícil. It's difficult to make a living. I understand that it's difficult to put your own personal beliefs and ideologies to the side in order to either make bread or get along to get along. I just started off this stream talking about my role as a union organizer, where I personally support no Olympics, but my position requires me to organize with Fair Olympics, and I try to make sure to push where I can but prioritize my role as a union member. And it's uncomfortable and it makes me unhappy at times. And I drag my feet a little bit, but I try to do the best that I can. And I want to reiterate, it is not enough. It is not enough. It is not enough. So I can be a little sympathetic to individuals who are in those, tough positions, but this is just inexcusable. The same way that the Vanguard protecting and defending and arguing for Marianne Williamson's ahistorical, revisionist, uh, colonial denying retelling of the Zionist project's origins. this is up there equally as disgusting. But again, it should be no surprise because Aaron Mate, buddy with Jimmy Dores, remained friends with Max Blumenthal after Max Blumenthal was just off the rails during, COVID, the pandemic. And obviously Aaron Mate sided with Max Blumenthal in the whole falling out of Max and what's this white dude's name? The geopolitical, but it used to be called the multipolar fucking shit. What's his name? Oh man. Juanito, skinny as fuck. What is his name? It's not gonna work. Dr. Ball's always talking about him. I want to say his name starts with an E. Ben Norton. Thank you so much. Yeah, Ben Norton. So Aaron Mate stayed and hung out and worked alongside with and remained friendly with Max Blumenthal, who's an Apple baby, has all these connections, and basically said nothing when everyone was attacking Ben Norton, who literally left because like, bro, I can't deal with this fucking the grifting. So Aaron Mate, unprincipled, demonstrates it once again with Chomsky and the Epstein connections. Aaron Mate writes, I will never cancel Noam Chomsky. What year is it, y'all? What year is it? Is it 2026 already? Is it 2026? And we're still talking about canceling people. We're still talking about canceling people. How fucking pathetic is this? This is reactionary shit, like to the T. This is reactionary language. The same way that when white people start talking about woke this and that, which we'll cover shortly with Crockett and Talarico. It's code, it's dog whistle, it's double speak, whatever you want to phrase it at. The moment you start saying, oh, I will never cancel, I can't believe they cancel this. And it's like, all right, you're delusional, you're a reactionary. You don't live in reality. There's no such thing as canceling. There's no consequences to the actions of these fucking creeps, these predators, and these normalizers. These people that align with abusers. There's no consequences. There's no consequences. Chomsky's gonna fucking probably go out in his sleep peacefully, comfortably. He probably doesn't know what's going on around him. Unfortunately, he'll never be able to realize that his career, his anti-communist rhetoric, his normalization of the Democratic Party, his finger wagging to the people to the left of him, all this shit will never be thrown in his fucking face, and he'll never have to confront the reality that he aligned with the most powerful individuals, the most disgusting predators, legit fucking pedophiles the world has known. Nathan J. Robinson, another fucking guy. Nathan J. Robinson, when you look, sometimes you do got to judge a book by its cover. When you look at Hasan with, $1,000 t-shirts, when you look at Nathan Robinson with his fucking disgusting ass, he looks like a goddamn colonizer. Nathan Robinson, I'm not just talking his skin, I'm not just talking his face, I'm talking his style. He looks like he's arriving to survey the land that he just paid a bunch of savages to steal and determine where his fucking study is going to be in his new mansion that's about to be built by either indentured or most likely enslaved labor. That's who Nathan J. Robinson looks like. Look, this is what he looks like. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm fucking wrong, bro. Look at this guy. Tell me this guy wasn't arriving to make sure that the quotas of fucking sugar canes have been met. Like, sometimes it's that shallow. Sometimes it's that shallow. Sometimes it's not required to be that fucking in-depth. You just fucking see, it's like, bro, what attracts you to this? What attracts you to this? Willy Wonka had fucking the Loompa Loompas. I don't know if they were allowed to go out, is all I'm saying. I don't know if they had the freedom. Believe them. Believe them when they fucking tell you who they are. And dress and style, all that shit says a whole fucking lot. It says a whole lot. So fuck this food too. I didn't even know. You know, I did see it, but I didn't follow up on it because I can't stand individuals like this. I really can't. And the fact that it came out that he would have rather destroyed his own publication than to allow it to be unionized or socialized in any regard because he's that fucking power hungry. No different than fucking Cenk Uygur, a union buster, should tell you everything you need to know about Nathan J. Robinson. He does. Looks like Tucker Carlson trying to open a casino in 1940s Cuba. Literally that. Literally that. Remind me that we need to check out what he said. All right, Aramante. I will never cancel Noam Chomsky. He devoted decades of his life to tireless solidarity with oppressed people, especially by his own government, and exposing the propaganda used to subjugate them. His impact on that front is immeasurable. This doesn't mean he's above critique. He took positions I disagreed with, especially in recent years. I think he made an error in judgment befriending Jeffrey Epstein, who, when he met Noam, had been convicted of soliciting prostitution from a minor. If you think Noam Chomsky deserves banishment despite having zero complicity in that or Epstein's other crimes, okay. I'm going to decline to join you, just as I decline to join those in the establishment who've been trying to cancel Noam for a lot longer. Yeah, no, we're just like, us individuals who are disgusted by pedophiles and those who affiliate with them and normalize their presence, and in turn protect their actions through that normalization, because these individuals at the very least should be ostracized. At the very least, pedophiles. I hope, Aramante probably disagrees with that too. Depending on what the pedophiles, done that Aramante likes, maybe they don't deserve to be canceled, ostracized, right? But I believe they should. Imagine typing this shit out. Imagine typing out who had been convicted of soliciting prostitution from a minor. And being like, no. Like, it's cool. What that lets me know is that Aramante himself would probably be cool with being friends with pedos. Because he's like, I think he made an error in judgment befriending the most notorious pedophile in the world. An error in judgment. Exactly. What about Steve Bannon? Like, it starts stacking up. And it's like, bro, like, you're acting like Chomsky didn't know who these individuals were. I mean, Chomsky literally talked about waiting this shit out. I think when he was referring to the Me Too. Let me see if I can find that real quick. How would I find that? Let me see. I'm just going to fucking search Twitter and put Chomsky Epstein. Oh. Is it Epstein or Epstein? Oh, yeah, man. This is bad. Fuck, man. This is what Aramate is defending. Let's see here. I think that is why set from iPhone on 2019. This is fucking fairly recent. I've watched the horrible way you have been treated in the press and public. It's painful to say, but I think the best way to proceed is to ignore it. I've had plenty of experience, though, of course, not on this scale. A Google search will bring up tons of historical accusations of all sorts, even groups devoted to vilifying me. I pay no attention unless I'm approached for a comment or on a specific matter. It's a nuisance, but it's the best way. The same conclusion from experience of others, in some case, close friends. So he has other close friends. I don't know if he was referring to other like academic friends that like him have been ostracized and critiqued. I mean, Noam Chomsky for the longest time was the most prominent American intellectual, academic, what have you. This wasn't like a Pretti type of shit where like just completely thrown into the dustbin or put out in the closet, right? Or completely ignored. Or no one would have actually in mainstream media would platform him. Noam Chomsky was consistently being spoken to, of, platformed, and all that throughout his entire career. Because he was an anti-communist. It's that simple. He was an anti-communist, so people were like, "Oh yeah, he's a little out there, but he's still not a commie." And he would remind you of that time and time again. What the vultures dearly want is a public response, referring to people disgusted by pedophilia as vultures. Noam Chomsky was referring to those who oppose child abuse, pedophilia, sex trafficking as vultures. What does that tell you about the individual? What does that tell you about the person, about the man? Man. What the vultures dearly want is a public response, which then provides a public opening for an onslaught of venomous attacks, many from just publicity seekers or cranks of all sorts, which are impossible to answer. How do you prove that you are not a neo-Nazi who wants to kill, okay, I'm going to skip some of these words here, or a rapist or whatever charge comes along? Or whatever charge comes along. That's particularly true now with the hysteria that has developed about abuse of women, which has reached the point that even questioning a charge is a crime worse than murder. I mean, how many fucking reactionary white men do we not know? Who are like, "Oh, you can't even question things. You can't even ask questions anymore. Can't even ask for evidence." That was always their go-to. Always their fucking go-to. And to know that Noam Chomsky was over his fucking keyboard, just typing away like, "Oh, these vultures." Or he had a more annoying voice. "These vultures." Like, bro, like, I hope he's fucking suffering. I hope he's feeling fucking pain. I hope that it's excruciating. I hope that his family watching him deteriorate in front of him rot away are heartbroken every time they see him fucking drool and leak on himself and just feces running down his fucking diapers. I hope he is going through it all, because this is the shit that he was normalizing. The way that he was speaking out against people that despise Jeffrey Epstein, a prolific sex trafficker and abuser at this time already convicted as a fucking pedophile. And all the people still defending him or downplaying this shit, like Aaron Maté, fuck him too. And I hope you have the same fucking conclusion as Chomsky.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Thank you so much for the super chat. Martin, Gabriel Rockhill's new book on who paid the Pied Pipers of Western Marxism outs Chomsky and other anti-commie leftists. 100%. I mean, look, was it Bragg 4? The author of Bragg 4? I forget what's his name. This guy is shameless or Bragg Fort, right? Or Fort Bragg. That's Seth Harp is absolutely shameless in his pushing of this book. Like every fucking tweet that can even resemble anything related to the US military, drugs in any fucking way, Seth Harp is tweeting that shit away. I'm not hating on it, but fucking make your bread. You did all the work. I think that's an essential fucking text. Do your thing. I look forward to reading it. Push that shit, homie. There's one of my most fond memories, being out in the valley. Man, it gets hot out there, but being out in the valley summer and out in the park and whatnot. And this senor's walking around selling toys for kids and shit. And he wouldn't, walk around being like, hey, I got toys or anything like that. Mind you, all in Spanish. He would walk around saying, lloren niños, lloren, lloren niños, lloren. Which translates to, cry kids, cry. Right? In other words, cry for these toys.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Cry for these toys so your parents are forced to buy them, purchase them from me so you can have them. And I thought, I'm like, this man is a fucking genius. Forget Wolf of Wall Street. Sell me this pen. This man is fucking top tier salesman. Yoden telling the children, you know how you can get this toy? You know how you can convince your parents to buy you this? Cry. Cry. And they will this too can be yours for just a few tears. And oh man, and the thing is too, the way that we are generally speaking, the parents are cracking up. So you're also charming the parents at the same time, right? You're like, fuck, and they're like, oh man, that's good. That's great. Charming. And so it'll make it a little bit easier on both ends for the purchase. Now, mind you, if you grew up with stricter parents, like, cry, homie, I dare you. Oh, ¿quieres llorar? ¿Quieres llorar is iconic, You want to cry? All right, yeah, I got you. Don't worry. Right? So it might not work on a lot, but it seemed effective. Thank you so much, N Walker, for the super chat. We got Epstein's everywhere. Church, school, family. Man. Man. Yep. God damn, bro. Let's just move on. But yeah, that's unfortunately too accurate, and Walker, too accurate. But Rock Hill should be using the same playbook that Seth Harp. Seth Harp, I'm telling you, under every fucking tweet about the U.S. military, criticizing the U.S. military, America and the relationship to the drug cartels, everything, drug smuggling, everything. Seth Harp is right there being like, hey, check out my book. And all I'm saying is, Rock Hill, homie, the time is now. Double down. Do a second fucking lap on the circuit. We disagree about a lot of things. Don't get me wrong, but come on. That's hilarious. All right. Where are we at? Oh, yeah. That's particularly true now with the hysteria that has developed about
who are outside of my race.
Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. The hysteria developed about abuse of women, which has reached the point that even questioning a charge is a crime worse than murder. And my point is, you're talking to somebody who, not even women, bro. And I'm sure, I'm not trying to dismiss whatever abuse he might have done to adult women. But what I'm trying to get at is what he was accused of and found guilty of was abusing children, bro. Girls and boys, not even fucking women. And Chomsky knew this. For virtually everyone who sees any of this, the reaction will be, where there's smoke, there's fire, maybe, raging fire. Whatever the facts, which few will even think of investigating. Oh. Oh, yeah. Not like Chomsky. Unlike us, the unwashed masses, Chomsky does the investigation work. So much so that he looked over at Epstein, he looked over at the island, he looked at the Lolita Express, he looked at all that stuff and said, uh, vultures, 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 vultures. I hope you suffer on a daily fucking basis. That's the one thing that we need to normalize. We need to stop with this bullshit of like being sympathetic to these monsters. If my role here is to help people realize that liberals, that rat libs like Hasan Piker, Sam Cedar, Kyle, KKK Kalinske, Cristobal, the Vanguard, Katie Halper, you fucking name it, Emma Vigeland, all these left reckoning, that they are our fucking enemies and that we shouldn't have any sympathy towards them, that we should realize that they are counterinsurgent propagandists and they should be treated as the enemy of the colonized proletariat. We should be applauding and celebrating on their fucking graves. That's what we should be doing. And I'll stand over your grave to make sure that you're dead. That's what we should be fucking doing. So when they're rotting away and deteriorating and suffering, we should be applauding that shit. Joe Biden, fuck yeah. That's the least. And it's sad too. Like everyone was celebrating with Kissinger died. He made it to 101 or some shit like that. Pinche perro. So it's a sad fucking state of affairs that's what we had to focus on and celebrate instead of actual trials, making sure that they're held accountable and that all their crimes are exposed and they're held accountable. But if this is what we got, then hey, fuck it. Let's be petty, let's be fucking shameless and celebrate their fucking suffering. And may their families bear witness to that shit. Because their family members should be coming out and speaking the truth. I don't know about this Melinda Gates thing. I can't put my finger on it, but she's out here saying like, yep, he's a fucking creep. I left him this and that. And the victims deserve justice. I can't get comfortable with her being genuine. I really can't. I'm so that's just because, you know, I'm a sexist and I'm against white women and all these things. Maybe that's what's holding me back. It's just a bit uncomfortable where I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I could trust what you're doing and what you're saying. I'm trying to find a play here. What is your angle, right? But we'll take it at face value and be like, hey, at least she's out here speaking out against Bill Gates, one of the most powerful men in the world. Why isn't Chomsky's family coming out here and be like, yeah, we didn't know about this. We find this disgusting. He hid this from a what have you. Because they're protecting them. That's what normalizers do. So I extend that shit to their family members. I absolutely do. I absolutely extend that shit to their family members. I hope they're fucking suffering as well. No different than, you know, Sam Cedar is always trying to like use his daughter as, oh, AOC, my daughter had this question about you, or referencing, so confirming that his daughter knows what he does, that he's a fucking liberal Zionist propagandist. Fuck her too. It extends to these family trees. We need to stop seeing white people as individuals. The way that they collectively point the finger at us and accuse us of all these things. What I'm saying is, at a certain point, we need to start seeing them as a collective moving organism, a cancer in the fucking world. So I'm just throwing that out there. Fuck them and their whole fucking family tree. If the branch isn't out here talking shit about them, fucking timber. In general, it's best, I think, not to react unless directly questioned, particularly in the current mood, which I presume will fade away, if not in time, to prevent much torture and distress. Oh. See, Chomsky was concerned about Jeffrey Epstein being tortured and distressed. Oh, my heart. Oh, buddy. Oh, my goodness. Heart of gold, Chomsky. Matt, I'm sorry. Aramate, my apologies. I see why you hesitate to cancel him. Because this man is just pure at heart. He didn't want to see his bestie, his good friend, Jeffrey fucking Epstein, be attacked by these lunatics, these vultures. Because that would cause him stress and torture. And no one deserves stress and torture less than Jeffrey Epstein, right, Aramate? According to you, according to your hero, Chomsky? To type that out about a notorious pedophile.
I'm afraid
2019.
of like, talking to people who are
2019,
outside of my
yo.
race.
To say, oh, I don't want you stressing. Oh, it must be torture. Oh my goodness. It must be torture. Mind you, still rich as fuck. Private island. Private, all that shit. Oh, it must be torture to be called out for what you fucking are. And like I said, like, this is the angle of all these rich white individuals. Just wait it out. Just wait it out. Don't worry. There is no such thing as accountability for rich white men. No accountability for rich white men. None whatsoever. So this whole idea, Aramate, of, oh, I'm not going to cancel Chomsky, is so fucking ridiculous that he clearly didn't believe in canceling either. If he knew, just wait it out. It'll fade away. It'll fade. The sounds and the screams, the yelling of women, girls, boys, men, victims. Yeah, that sound. What did Chomsky think? It'll fade away. It'll fade away. You have to vote for the Democratic Party. It'll just fade away. Because this is a way that predators, and yes, I'm calling Chomsky a predator, operate. They truly believe that the rest of the world will stop listening to the victims. Because that's what they're used to. That they will continue to live their lives peacefully, normally, because there will never be accountability. Because there will never be accountability. And that's on us. I'm all about accountability and responsibility. And I think collectively, the left, again, we have failed because we're not organized to any capacity. But when we think about all the suffering in the world and how we can make the world a better place, we also have to think about, because I'm fueled by hatred, I'm fueled by pettiness. We also have to be fueled by the reality that individuals like Epstein, normalizers, accomplices, friends of theirs like Chomsky, will be able to avoid justice and accountability for their crimes, their actions, their atrocities. So the longer that we take to organize and to take power from these fucking capitalists and these elites, these predators through and through, the more that they can peacefully enjoy their lives, the more likely that they'll be able to take their last breath comfortably. Add that as fuel and motivation for why we need to study and organize and why we need to win. Because these people aren't going away. These people might pass away, but these type of people will not go away. Hard to say, but it's the best advice I can think of. Imagine of thinking of the best advice to give a pedophile. Put yourself in, try your best to put yourself in a state of mind where you are proactively thinking of the best fucking advice to give a pedophile. There's only one advice you give a pedophile. There's only one. I can't say it here, but it's a permanent one. And that is the best advice you can give them. And it doesn't require much thought. It should be reflexive. It should be reactive. It should be in the tip of your tongue when you are forced to interact with these individuals. But to write paragraphs over here, making them come off as the victim, to say, yeah, I was scratching my head and I was really thinking, I was using all my knowledge, my experience. I was calling friends. I was reflecting on their experiences. And well, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeff, if I may, I think this is my best advice. Your victims and those who ally with him, they'll get tired. They'll find something else. People will start ignoring them. So to avoid any discomfort, any unpleasantries, any stress, in order for you not to be tortured, hearing the screams and yells, the potential accountability from your victims, just ignore them. Just ignore them. Because I'm just like you. That's what Chomsky is saying here. That we're very similar, you and I. And Jeffy, you and me are very similar. I too have been attacked by vultures. And so that begs the question, was Chomsky Mossad, right? We know Epstein was, essentially, for all intents and purposes. I think he was a patsy, right? I think he was being told what to do and how to conduct himself, who to reach out to and who to associate with. I mean, remember the Vanguard was bragging about Chomsky's time at the kibbutz. So how compromised was Chomsky? We know that he was anti-communist. We know that he spoke out against communism. How compromised was he? Because you really can't, at this point, you can't believe what they're fucking saying. Publicly. Not when we have emails like this. But this apparently was not enough for Aaron Mate. Cool. Nice to know. Nice to fucking know. Yeah. Yellow Perenni over here. All right. Jesus, bro. And so here he responds to so this individual from the Convo Couch. I was recently, for whatever reason, diving back into like Heartland's Media. If somebody could tell me why they fell off so hard, I would love to know. I lost track of them for a while. I don't know if y'all remember Frank Analysis. They had like a weird kind of, I don't want to cover politics anymore. It's too divisive. I want to cover like spiritual, like empowerment stuff. I don't know. It was weird. They tapped out and I was like, huh. Because I think I don't know if he was Peruvian or something. So I was just looking over, trying to see what happened to these people. Like, tap back in. But not just them, or not just that crowd, like the anti-conquista crowd, the Ramiro stuff. I don't know why I was just bored. And I was like, let me see what happened to these people. And with that in mind, give me 1 second. I totally forgot to do this. Well, it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, that Isabella, she is part of the Convo Couch with Pasta. I know they switched over their names. Sorry, give me 1 sec here. Let me pop out the chat over here. My bad, y'all. Over there at Deculturation Live, I was neglecting y'all. And you know what? Over here, the gray zone is reactionary rag. It's just unfortunate when they do have good reporting, just like anywhere else. It's just like, ah, god damn it. All right, all right. So there's back and forth here. So remember, this individual, I don't really care for either. So let's see here. All right, sure. No, actually, Gnome is a gross product of the arrogantly intellectualized liberal left, a figure who should have been exposed long ago for what he consistently was. Not a revolutionary, but a fence-sitting, controlled opposition intellectual. His role was never to advise revolutionary resistance movements or struggle, but to neutralize them, channeling genuine anti-imperialist resistance back into the safe confines of liberalism. I mean, that's pretty hard to fucking argue. There's a reason. You gotta ask yourself, why are these motherfuckers glorified? Why is the state apparatus not censoring them, not removing them, not eliminating them? I always ask yourself, how did you manage to get this old? If you were really about it, how did you manage to get this old? If you're really the revolutionary that you claim to be. Because black, brown, indigenous people who are really about it did not get to live that long. Not without scars, not without losses, not without drastic sacrifices. Not without at one point or another having to evade the feds. So how do these people get away with it? Linstack, that's hilarious. I wondered how many people actually knew these individuals. A lot of them have faded away. But I mean, opportunists do. Opportunists always switch up. At every turn, he attacked actual revolutionary movements from the USSR to the Cuban Revolution. He was extremely milquetoast when it came to Zionism and surrounded himself with the worst of them. That's the other aspect of it. You could talk about Palestinians, you could rationalize everything you want, intellectualize everything. You give all the correct answers. But if you're sitting down with them, if you're breaking bread with them, this is the reason why I was like, oh, what's her name? Ash from Navarro Media. And they're like, I'm a communist. Aaron Bastani, bro, come on, bro. What is their name? Hold on, give me 1 second.
Made the classic mistake of thinking my world was the world, and I thought that there were more people like me than there were. And I think that it's a really easy mistake for people to make.
Of course, we've all done it.
Right? But I forgot that, in the words of, you know,
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
That's too fucking funny. I'm over here yapping, y'all. My apologies. My apologies. For real. This is when I get too locked in and trying to find something quick, and then I go down that rabbit hole. All right. So I was just saying, real quickly and briefly. Damn it. My apologies. Ash Shakar was having dinner in a group with Zionists. And why would you ever sit down with a Zionist? I mean, that's how you tell that these people, whether they're brown, black, doesn't fucking matter, don't actually value the lives of Palestinians equivalent to those that are European and white. No, I wasn't saying anything important. I don't like dead air, funny enough. And I was vamping in order to try and find this image. But I couldn't find it. What I was saying about Z-Scroll was they are one of Chomsky's biggest supporters. So I'm sure they're suffering right now, but they provide this here with can someone explain to me why Ash Shakar, who is literally a communist, went on BBC Newsnight to help launcher fanatical genocidal Zionist and Islamophobic racist Daniel Finkelstein as some poor old helpless grandpa who is a victim? I'm not sure if this is the individual that they had dinner with. But again, it just stacks up how people normalize Zionists as somehow not being racist, not being white supremacists. But again, Z-Scroll's suffering right now with Chomsky doing a lot of whataboutisms that is just kind of pathetic and despicable. Ace, thank you so much for the super chat and notifying me that I was muted. My apologies, y'all. Ay. All right. Where are we at here? Oh, we'll get to that shortly. Beyond politics, his record is further compromised by his close friendship, BFF, with well-documented Mossad pedophile and sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, an association he continued to defend as recently as 2019. Taken together, this history leaves him not merely controversial, but fundamentally exposed, tainted, discredited. If that isn't a red line for some, so be it. But this is profoundly revealing to us all. Aramate responds, Chomsky spent decades supporting and meeting with liberation movements worldwide. He was probably one of the last Westerners to meet with Hezbollah leader Saeed Hasan Nasrallah, who, by all accounts, respected his insight. Or is Nasrallah now a liberal too? It's for actions like this that Israel banned Chomsky from the West Bank in 2019. He did make it to Gaza in 2012, where, presumably, in your view, he just pushed more of his trademark milquetoast liberalism in real life. Yeah, I mean, look, Aramate and this fucker, this waste of fucking life, space, oxygen, atoms, what have you. Jackson Hinkle. Jackson Hinkle was everywhere. Look at this disgusting, vile person. And this is how he started, by the way. This is how he started. And, he's flying across the world, taking photos, doing fucking photo shoots, doing all this shit. So, I mean, don't come at me with Chomsky did this and that and met so-and-so. You're gonna you're gonna say the same thing about fucking Jackson Hinkle? Understand that Norm Finkelstein was also banned from entering the Zionist entity. And he literally said, I am not an enemy of Israel. understand that Norm Finkelstein was pushing for a peaceful approach, that the Palestinians take a peaceful approach. So he literally has the blood of Palestinians in his hands for advocating for that, for lending legitimacy to a peaceful approach to settler colonial, to objecting, to confronting settler colonialism. So I remind Aramate. Let's see here. What the fuck? Hold on, let me reload this. All right, nice. So I remind Aramete that his father is a fucking Zionist. Let me know how the volume of the video is, y'all.
Well, how about returning the land that's been stolen from the Palestinians? I'm not talking about the state of Israel. I'm not talking about 1948. I'm talking about since 67 and what's going on right now. So there's got to be some stop to what's going on, and that's how I understand it.
No.
Well, how about returning the land that's been stolen from the Palestinians? I'm not talking about the state of Israel.
I'm not talking about the state of Israel. I'm not. He's like, whoa, 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 whoa. You see how liberal Zionists work? I mean, this is a fucking Peter Beinart. This is a Sam Cedar. This is John Stewart. This is the playbook. This is the fucking playbook. They're not anti-colonial. They're not decolonial. They're not calling for land back. They don't do none of that shit. They're finding ways and methods to guarantee the continued existence of the Zionist project. That is their prerogative. Liberal Zionists are more practical, more intellectual, more fucking grimy in trying to secure the continued existence and safety of the Zionist project, because they look around and they're not true believers. They know better. The true believer says, fuck it. We're taking it all, greater Israel, and we'll take down the world with us if we can. Because God promised us. Yahweh told us. That's what they say. That's a true fucking believer, a fanatic. And those people are terrifying in their own right. But at least they have the excuse of saying, no, we believe in this shit through and through. Liberal Zionists, like Gabor Mate, like Sam Cedar, like Peter Beinart, like Norman Finkelstein, they know better. They have all the information. They know right from wrong. They're not pretending to believe in this shit. Much like the founders of the Zionist project themselves, were not practicing Jewish individuals, did not believe that God granted them this. They saw an opportunity and they fucking took it. And they bragged about colonization because they thought that was going to earn them whiteness. If we steal land from these savages, if we conquer them, if we brutalize them, if we ethnically cleanse them, if we mass murder them, then we'll be accepted into whiteness. That was a project, that was a goal. Theodore Herzl literally tried to negotiate his way into whiteness by saying, hey, our next generation of children, they'll be Christian, they'll be fully European and completely white. Please, please. We'll commit cultural genocide on ourselves, please. Compradors through and through. And the Christian Europeans were like, nope. All right. We'll go demonstrate that we could be just as brutal as you. Will that do it? They're like, maybe. Let's see. So far, so good. So far, so good. So Gabor Mate over here, in my opinion, is worse than the rabid Zionist. Because he lures you into a calm. He lures you into believing that you're speaking to someone rational, sensible, a human fucking being that can see the humanity in others that don't look like him. That's not the case, though. He is worse than them because he knows better. He is worse than them because he has all the information, and he's manipulating that and maneuvering it in such a way to mislead you, to fool you, to trick you into believing he is an ally to Palestinians. He says, how about returning the land that's been stolen So already returning. It is theirs. It was stolen from them. And you're like, all right, cool. We're on the same fucking team. Awesome. From Palestinians, not Gazans, not Arabs, not Muslims, from Palestinians. Oh, we're doing fucking great. How about returning the land that's been stolen from the Palestinians? All right, Gabriel Maté, fuck yes. Let's go. We're on the same fucking side. All right, maybe this is a real, true anti-Zionist Jew. Maybe. Let's find out. I'm not talking about the state of Israel. A la madre, then what the fuck are we talking about? Then what the fuck are we talking about? Hold on. There's a mosquito right here. What the fuck? Oh, shit. Did I get it? I don't think I did. God damn it. I want to see the replay on that because I did a double tap. I tried doing a double tap. That's a big boy too. Well, no, the ones that bite are oh no, I got it. Fuck you, motherfucker. So this is where my fucking like Spaniard side comes out, y'all. I hate mosquitoes to a fucking T. I think mosquitoes are the worst thing in the fucking world. Look at this little fucker. I got him. Come on, chat. Come on. Sweet victory. Like, if there's ever a sign that I might be a fucking psychopath, is if I can manage to stun one of these little fuckers and just start fucking letting all my anger out for all the fucking bites that I never got back, you know? I never even the score because they're always up. They're always up. Don't fool yourself into believing that you could even out the fucking scoreboard. They're always up. These little fuckers are always up on us. I'll cover myself in fucking, what do they call that? Like DET? Just to fucking avoid these fools. Fuck it. I'll take the risk. These chemicals might induce cancer. Yeah. Well, guess what? I don't want a fucking mosquito bite. But I can't stand these little fuckers. So the only time where I go full fucking Dexter is with mosquitoes. All right. So if y'all ever want to say, oh yeah, there were signs that this guy had fucking problems, I'm letting you know now. I'm letting you know now. Ah, shit. Oh yeah. That was crazy. I don't even know how I got in here. Woo. And what I hate too is that because I was like, bro, if I ever had a wish, it'd be to eliminate all mosquitoes. It was like, oh, you can eliminate world hunger. I go, yeah, but the mosquitoes, right? And then it's like, they're so fucking vital for the environment. It's like, fuck you. You don't get to be the worst thing and so fucking necessary. Roger, thank you for all your work, for all your hard work, exposing opportunities. You're a saint, sir. No. See, Roger, I am the bottom of the fucking barrel. I am where the minimum bar should be. That's something that I really want to push forward. When I say that I've volunteered working with children in immigration, when I say that I try my best to be engaged with my union work, what I'm saying is that is insufficient. That I have not proactively done that correctly, that I have failed, that I do not stay on task, that I miss fucking deadlines. I'm trying to tell you that I try my best, but it is not sufficient. It's not enough. My discipline, my work ethic, and my output needs to increase across the board. And I don't do enough. And we all need to hold each other to a higher fucking standards because yes, it's easy to burn out. Yes, we're overworked. Yes, we're overexploited. All these fucking things. We got trauma. We've been colonized. All these fucking things. 100%. But the previous generations, our ancestors, they all had that shit. They all had that shit to struggle with and deal with. And guess what? They were better organized than we were. And we can make excuses about the state advancing, the beast being all 100%. But what I try to do is the very least, the bare minimum. And the reason why it looks different or it looks unique or it looks something praiseworthy, which I appreciate, I'm grateful, thank you, is because all these other political commentators The Hasan Pikers, the Sam Cedar. Sam Cedar's been doing the Majority Report for 2 decades. Refuse to engage politically. Refuse to get out their fucking asses if it's not making them more money. Refuse to organize to any true capacity. Align with the Democratic Party through and through. Ask yourself, what was the organizing history of Sam Cedar, of Hasan Piker prior to being successful political commentators? Of Anna Kasparian, of Emma Vigeland? What spaces were they in? Who were they working with? The Vanguard. What have they done? And I'm not saying that to say, oh, look at all the shit I've done. No. I'm embarrassed to talk about what I've done. I don't feel comfortable calling myself a labor organizer, union organizer, even though factually that's what I am. Because the work that I've been doing, I think has been lacking. And I think I need to learn more. And I'm trying to surround myself around people that know the fucking program, know the process. And it feels a little dirty sometimes because it's a very liberal approach. But at the end of the day, I want to understand the practical shit so that I can be a better fucking decolonial Marxist Leninist. I could be a better individual to organize alongside with. That's all. I'm just trying to do the road work. So while I appreciate the sentiment, I should be the fucking bottom of the barrel. I should be the bare fucking minimum. But I appreciate it. Join the Discord if you want to know how much I dislike compliments. Man. But thank you. So Aramate, I'm not talking about 1948. Your own father, your papa. Not dirt flies. Can I pull this up? Hold on. Let's have some nightmares, y'all. No, I don't think these are. Do these bite? Or these are just annoying like fruit flies? I can't get dragged into this. I'm sorry. But thank you so much in the deculturation live chat. Appreciate it. That is interesting. David Barnes, Emma Vigeland dropped out of law school. I didn't know that part. Martin, exactly. Martin knows. Martin Hernandez. He knows how fucking brown people motivate each other and support each other. All right. Here's the thing, though. I think horseflies look fucking cool, though. I think they look fucking dope. I don't know why. I've always thought they look cool. It makes no fucking sense. I think they look badass. But maybe because I haven't dealt with them too much. All right. So we know that Aaron Mate's father is a liberal Zionist. And there's a reason why I can't stand his brother, Daniel Mate, who co-hosts Bad Hasbro with, is it Matt Glebe? Yeah. Shane, I watched your debate with FD. He implied that he wants you as a large creator. Yeah. Which I always appreciate. I'm a little reluctant to put in more time into this because there's so much fucking work to be done. And I don't want to be somebody who just stays online. That's gross to me. That's unsettling. Um, it took me how many, like 2 years to finally put up like a Patreon thing. Um, I don't know, Catholic guilt. I don't know what you want to call it. First generation fucking upbringing of don't ask for assistance. I don't know what it is. Um, oh man, the great Yahweh. I see you. I see you. It's a it's a long conversation to be had. It's a longer conversation that mm. I'm not out as much as I want to be or should be, but I've been out enough to meet certain people. But I'll get back to you. We'll run that one back some other time. I'll get back to you. But I appreciate the question. All right, so is this? Yeah, we'll knock this one out and then. So Vijay Prashad came out, and unlike Aramate, actually gave, hopefully, we're gonna read it together, legit criticism. All right, let's find out. Let's find out. All right. From Counterpunch, this is from the 3rd. On emails between Jeffrey Epstein and Noam Chomsky, Vijay Prashad, who has co-authored books with him. All right. I am heart sick. Which, look, understandable, man. If you find out that your homie is like, a predator, I think the anger and the disgust would overwhelm you. And so that would be easier to fucking deal with. Be like, fuck it, like we're running up on this fool. Let's pretend we don't know, and let's have a conversation with him, right? Privately. That's easier to, I think, to manage emotionally. But when you find out that, and as far as you know, as of right now, your homie didn't actually do any creep weirdo shit, but was cozying up to creeping weirdos, predators, pedophiles, and advising them how to get by, I think that is a different level of disgust, because that I think that says a lot more about how badly you misjudged them. Because it's like, dude, I thought we would be stomping out these fucking predators together. But instead, you're advising them. You're downplaying the abuse of women. You're normalizing pedophilia. I think that's a different, like, I think that's more complicated to struggle with. That and I'm assuming Vijay Prasad viewed him as an elder. I'm sure he admired him, looked up to him, all these things, right? And think about this aspect of it is realizing that your judge of character is off. How do you trust other individuals the same way after that? How do you not question people? How do you not guard yourself and your circle? How do you not become more distant, more defensive after this, right? Okay, let's check it out. As a young boy, I experienced horrific sexual VJ, man, I did not know this. This is something, and one aspect, and one of the reasons why I'm motivated to get into social work, the field, and why I volunteered with children in the immigration system. And I've talked about this before. The most marginalized people are children. The most vulnerable people are children. Man, yeah, you're wrong, Red Sea. Fuck, man. I don't know if I should have read this prior. Look, my apologies. I totally understand if anyone wants to check out while we read this out. Man, I did not know about that. Wow, I cannot just, again, having not read this piece, credit to Vijay Prashad for having the courage. Wow, Aaron Matte, you are a spineless, despicable fucking human being. And it's good to know that the apple does not fall far from the tree, because if your father is this liberal Zionist normalizing the Nakba, I understand why you're over here normalizing pedophiles and their normalizers. As a young boy, I experienced horrific sexual violence, which I have written about before, and which continues to mark me, even decades later, man. And look, let's add the aspect of him being a man and how it is laughed off, how it is minimized, how it is, and I've participated in this, don't get me wrong. Martin, I honestly, I hear you. I suggest reading the link written about Vijay's experience. I hear you. I just can't, man. I can't. Nothing, I don't think anything enrages me as much as that. And yeah, I have definitely acted out in a violent manner towards that, because like that's one of my original reasons for not wanting children is like, dude, if anything happens to them, if you look at somebody like Cain Velasquez, for those of you that don't know, Cain Velasquez had his children at a home daycare. And so the people that ran that home daycare, they had a son who was a convicted sex offender. And they were housing him there without notifying the parents. And sure enough, it came out that he was abusing the children. And one of those that were abused was Cain Velasquez, one of his kids. And Cain Velasquez, rightfully and righteously, lost control and went after this man with a weapon. And of course, the very same parents that were housing and keeping it under wraps that he was at this facility protected him, got into a vehicle, and drove off with him. And Cain Velasquez was in pursuit of them and was firing his weapon at the vehicle. Eventually, the vehicle crashed. I believe Cain, in the melee, shot the predator's father or stepfather. I don't remember the story. This was a while ago. And it resulted in Cain Velasquez being arrested. And even the judge said, I wish I didn't have to give you a sentence, but I just, there's a minimum in California. So, because I believe this is, was it in California? Oh, because I'm thinking San Jose or I don't know. I don't remember where this happened. And then a lot of people started ragging on him about, and I'm sure I was probably participating in this as well, because it was a couple years ago, but damn, why couldn't you complete the job, this and that. But I don't think he was trying to hurt the parents, even though they should have been on the list. But what I'm getting at is, when I hear stories about that, I'm like, dude, how do you not live with that constant fear of your child being taken advantage of? I just can't, that shit just, I don't know how parents, are able to move forward and live not fucking in eyesight of their children, But man, I'm not sure because he's been in and out. I think he was out for a while, and then he had to go back in for a bit. How long was Cain Velasquez sentenced? I'm misspelling everything. So he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. The DA asked for 30 years to life. Fuck it. Disgusting, bro. Yeah, this is in 2022. Wow. Yeah, San Jose, California. Yep. Today results are bittersweet. We hope Mr. Velasquez would remain out of jail. However, the facts remain clear. Cain Velasquez is a good man, a devoted father. Jesus. And a respected member of the community. Damn, man. What he and his family have endured has been nothing short of a living nightmare. One they did not deserve throughout it all. Cain has shown courage and strength of character. He has taken responsibility for his actions and has been held accountable. The sentence handed down today reflects the complexities of the situation and acknowledges the man behind the headlines. When he is released, he will continue to lead by example, protecting and contributing and caring for the people around him. Jesus, man. Yeah. Completely justified. All right. It means that I cannot tolerate anyone who exploits young children in a way that is not merely moral, but physical. I am utterly repulsed by anyone who harms children and shudder when I hear anyone who even disciplines a child. I think he means like physically disciplines, right? 2 of my children are adults and 2 are still children. With each of them, I have felt and feel deeply about their fragilities and their futures. For me, there are no second chances for a person who violates a child. 100%. 100%. I read about Jeffrey Epstein's case because it hurts me greatly to read about the dangerous violence inflicted on children and young people. Can you imagine? There's no possibility, no way that he did not, break down, shed some tears, need to take a break, what have you. And then to find out that Noam Chomsky, somebody who you've worked alongside with, somebody you admire, somebody you consider a friend, was advising him how to get away with it. Because that's what it is. Make no mistake. He's advising him how to get away with it. How to get away with avoiding accountability and responsibility, that it'll die out. That these vultures will fly away. That his distress and torture will end in due time. I read about the Jeffrey Epstein case because it hurts me greatly to read about the dangerous violence inflicted on children and young people. But of course, it was impossible to ignore emails between my friend and collaborator Noam Chomsky and Epstein. I have read what I can, and I have seen what I need to see. Noam has been a great mentor for me. This is so fucking heartbreaking. I'm sorry. I know, and I never want to take the limelight or the attention from the victims, right? But I think it's fair to say that this when we're talking about sexual abuse and the child trafficking and abuse of children, minors, clearly what we're seeing is that it extends beyond, how do I say this, that it extends beyond the individual victims themselves into all those who have been sexually assaulted and who have not seen justice as well. right? There seems to be this bond between them as VJ's like detailing here, illustrating here. Because he's saying that like it's not just a moral thing, it's a physical thing. There's a physical reaction that just prevents him from being able to, and what I think it is, it seems like a safety, or not a safety, excuse me, like survival instinct almost, that he's saying like it's a physical thing. But of course, it was impossible to ignore the emails between my friend and collaborator Noam Chomsky and Epstein. I have read what I can and I have seen what I need to see. Noam has been a great mentor for me, and we have made 2 books together. The last one, his final book. Both books were written around the time he was in correspondence with. Fuck, man. Wow. This, I mean, fuck Aaron Maté, fuck Noam Chomsky. Because it's like, I don't care these people actually, excuse me. I don't want to word it that way. The fact that they themselves, both Aaron Maté and Noam Chomsky, as far as we know, have not engaged in the abuse of minors should not minimize the fact that they're normalizing, in an Aaron Maté sense, defending child abusers. Only Froggy, you're right. A trauma response. You're absolutely correct. Man. But nothing in our many discussions brought up any of the themes in that correspondence, or of the fact that he was meeting Epstein. Noam and I talked about US imperialism and its crimes, and then about Cuba. The only personal other thing we talked about, other than these political matters, was our love of dogs and the Arabic language. Since Noam cannot speak or write and explain his relationship with Epstein, the matter is fraught. There is nothing to say on his behalf when the photos and emails appeared. I was immediately disgusted by Epstein's pedophilia, and so by Noam's friendship with him. There is no defense for this. In my view, no context that can explain this outrage. I asked Jeffrey St. Clair, the editor of Counterpunch, what our common friend Alexander Cockburn would have made of these revelations. Alex would have been troubled, I think, Jeffrey wrote, about Noam having such a close relationship with an ultra-Zionist and probable Israeli agent. Seriously bad judgment from someone who usually makes such considered and thoroughly reasoned decisions. Epstein was a man of the far right and a Zionist, an accumulator of men of power and influence who want to turn the world into their paradise and our hell. He introduced Noam to Ahid Barak, a man who had faced corruption allegations in the early 2000s and who had committed war crimes during his tenure as Israeli prime minister. Fucking A, man. In 2009, Barak conducted man. How do you not take a swing at a motherfucker when you meet him like that? And there's no way this idea here that, well, Noam was usually pretty, such considered and thoroughly reasoned decisions. So if this man is being praised, Noam Chomsky is being praised for his intellect, his awareness of individuals, knowledge of the world, always considerate and thoroughly reasoned actions. And we see these emails that he knew what Epstein had done. That means he was okay with pedophilia. That's essentially what it means. That's literally the only conclusion that you could arrive to, is that Noam Chomsky is okay with pedophilia. There is no other conclusion you could arrive to. And I would say that that is the most charitable position that you can take once you've read this stuff. It is, man. Barak conducted a terrible war against the Palestinians in Gaza, murdering about 1,500 Palestinians in cold blood. The United Nations Investigation Committee, chaired by Richard Goldstone, found in his report that the Israeli government, led by Barak, had committed war crimes. When Barak visited the United Kingdom that year, solicitors took a case to the city of Westminster to ask for a warrant under the 1988 Criminal Justice Act, which provides for universal jurisdiction in war crime cases. No such warrant was materialized. Why would Noam meet a war criminal in 2015, 6 years after these events? When I asked Noam in 2021 for our first book, The Withdrawal, if he would have gone to meet with Henry Kissinger, he laughed and said no. And yet he had earlier, unbeknownst to me, met with a war criminal. I'm so grateful that Vijay Prashad included the part where he laughed. Because then you realize that he wasn't laughing at the question. He was laughing at Vijay Prashad's face. Because presumably his internal monologue was like, boy, if you only knew. If you only knew. He laughed at the fact that he was lying to you. That you were so fucking naive that you believed in this character that he created and the media promoted of Noam Chomsky. That's what he was laughing at. Fucking disgusting. Why consort so freely with a person of that disposition? Why provide comfort and advice to a pedophile for his crimes? From my side, I am horrified and shocked. Vijay Prasad, Santiago, Chile. I mean, the fact that Vijay Prashad had a closer relationship with Noam Chomsky and was willing to write this out. And I would say that even this is very tamed, if I'm being honest. But I can understand and I'm sympathetic to the fact that this must be like so heartbreaking for Vijay Prashad. And as Froggy mentioned earlier, like just the trauma response of it all, generally speaking, I can't imagine what Vijay, of finding out of his feelings going through this. Both because it's his close friend and because of his own personal experience with sexual abuse. And somehow he was able to put this out. But Aramate, son of Zionist, liberal Zionist, not that it fucking matters, Gabor Mate. Aramate's out here being like, nope, I'm not canceling Noam Chomsky. Make that shit make sense. Please, somebody let me know in the chat and in the comments. Let me know how Aramate can somehow be more loyal to Noam Chomsky than someone who was objectively closer to him in Vijay Prashad. Literally co-wrote the last book with Noam Chomsky. He co-wrote Chomsky's last book. And he could say, fuck this. He could call out this normalizer behavior of pedophilia. But somehow, Aramate can't. So we should question. I mean, search Aramate's hard drive, find out what he's been up to. Because only creeps and pedophiles and predators normalize this type of behavior. Defend it, excuse it, downplay it. So yeah, I'm saying it. Aramate, don't have your kids around Aramate. Don't allow children around them. I don't think I'm exaggerating. I don't think I'm being over the top. I don't think I'm being overtly petty. It's just disgusting behavior that normalizes Child abuse. Yeah. Yeah, Rock Hill talk with Brianna Joy Gray about this. Let me see. I'll pull it up. About Chomsky. Let me pull this up here. Again, let me know if there's something wrong with the audio. I always forget how to use YouTube online. I'm not gonna lie. Actually, I don't want that. That's funny. I want the transcript. That's right. I don't know why I was looking for the comments right now. Why would this be the only one? That makes no fucking sense, man. Look, it makes no fucking sense. Wow. That's so fucking stupid. But I think it's like over here, I want to say.
'85, I believe, mid 80s. Socialism outperformed capitalism in terms of physical.
They're offered positions.
They have all the money.
So knowing that that's what we're up against, knowing how the funding structures work, job market, like I want to be
Autocracy.
Promulgate. So I do wonder what you make of the messaging that says colleges are liberal.
Down into this, working directly with quality of life. Put it, one of the reasons that the CIA's central site of recruitment ideas,
Every club, every group would try to entice you. So let's talk about how the fundamental basis of people are rational actors.
Well, dope yourself into things, and you had to pay a poll tax.
It resonates with me. But I mean, I've seen how struggling 2 years later, and she's not, regretful of the is even harder to make, or is maybe even resist.
It's from individual figuring out how
feel the downward pressure to spend limited time with patients
and resources.
Fuck, bro. Why wouldn't I be able to find it? It's so fucking stupid. Anyone has a timestamp? If not, I wanted to find it on Twitter. Let's see. Is Rock Hill one word or two? Jesus, bro. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, but then the issue here is that she only links it to the full video, unfortunately. Who has the clip? That's what I'm asking for. This is in the Patreon. Hold on, yeah.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Thank you so much for the super chat. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Okay, here we go.
Of sort of finding, I have had the experience of sort of finding myself banging my head against a wall in conversations with some of these folks who I sort of had the expectation of having more radical politics. Noam Chomsky, I got to say, is another one of these. And I wonder what your take is on him, you know, not just in the context of the Epstein reporting, but generally speaking as a public intellectual, a public left intellectual. Our butting of heads happened when he came on the show in, I think, our 10th episode. And it was right before the 2020 election. And, you know, I was confronting this question of vote blue no matter who. And I even conceded, let's say that Trump is a unique existential threat, and that we're going to project forward into what the left should do for 2024 and not 2020. You know, what is your thinking about how to get out of this lesser of two evils cycle, which basically guarantees we're going to get pairs of increasingly evil people for time immemorial because of the ratchet, to the end of all time, because of the ratchet effect. And even worse than us just disagreeing, every 4 years I got to stand in the line and the vote. Some of that rigidity to his. Worse than us just disagreeing, I was frustrated by the rigidity with which he pushed back, basically unwilling to engage the question substantively and just repeating that you just got to vote. Every 4 years, I got to stand in the line and the vote. You just got to stand in the line and vote. Now, as I said in a recent episode, I chose to attribute some of that rigidity to his age, and I didn't want to be too hard on him because of what he means to so many people on the left. And, you know, who am I to say that I know better than Noam Chomsky? But over the years, I have been emboldened, and I'm curious to put to you, you know, where do you put him in all of this in terms of someone who is obviously very professionally successful and has done a lot to define what it means to be a socialist publicly in America?
Sometimes I wonder about Brianna Joy Gray, because what do you mean a socialist? He's an anarchist. Again, thank you, Thug of Discipline, for the super chat. And Lana, thank you so much for finding that as well. Man. I do want to say Rock Hill. Good looking old timer. But this is so fucking funny because he does look like like he's about to be like a mean girl. You know what I mean? Like, oh, let me tell you about Noam Chomsky. Like rolling his eyes. That's not what he's doing. But it's a little humorous.
Publicly in America.
I think that in approaching,
He's like, raise your hand if Noam Chomsky ever hurt you.
Chomsky or other figures like this, you need to do it dialectically, and excuse the slightly academic language or Marxist language. What I mean by that is something very simple. You have to look at it from all sides. And in particular, you have to assess both the kind of positives and the negatives. Chomsky obviously was a very smart person who has good research skills and has published a number of books, particularly on US foreign policy, in which he was able to capture essential elements of US foreign policy. And he has made contributions at that level. At the same time, he is an intellectual, had an incredible, incredible platform. Like no other leftist intellectual in the history of contemporary United States. And there are very clear reasons for that. One is that, and he says this in an introduction to a book by Daniel Guérin called Anarchism, he traces his intellectual roots back to liberalism, and there's a very strong liberal thread throughout his work. He self-describes as an anarcho-syndicalist, but that orientation also made him one of the most outspoken anti-communists. And if you read anything that he has to say about actually existing socialism, you'll see that his research skills ended with the diagnosis of US American foreign policy, because what he says about actually existing socialism is, I mean, honestly, it's an embarrassment, because it demonstrates no knowledge whatsoever of these histories. He refers to Lenin as being a counter-revolutionary who was just interested in a power grab. You know, the guy who dedicated his life to the revolution, got shot and died young because of it, was just power hungry. Like,
Norm Finkelstein does this same thing with the Black Panthers, this weird downplaying of revolutionary figures. I don't know why they do it. I don't understand it. Unless, I mean, if you're an anti-communist, we know what side you're on. And we know why you do it. But yeah, check out that entire, video. Yeah, my apologies, yes. Yeah, Brittany. He's a anarcho-syndicalist, fucking weirdo fucking bullshit like that. But still, when you're pushing anti-communism, when you're prioritizing pushing anti-communism, that says everything about me. About you to me. Chitty Matcha with the new PFP. We see you. Dope. Yeah, we do know what they do it for. To maintain the status quo, to maintain their comfort, all that shit. True, libertarian socialist is an older way of saying anarchist. Pancho, believe you're an anarchist, huh? Daria, if you have time, could you give your perspective on forgiveness? When do you choose to critique but not to isolate someone who has made a transgression? It depends on the transgression. It really does. Depends on the transgression. You know what I mean? Like if we're talking about the topic at hand in terms of Chomsky, I wouldn't say that's a transgression. I think you're an alias and accomplice to some of the worst things you could commit. You know, child abuse. Most people you cover have repeatedly, presently done horrible stuff. So I get not forgiving them, like the guys from the Vanguard or Hasan. Yeah, I mean, in that sense, nah, these fools are getting rich off of fucking misleading people. These are fucking white people, colonizers, getting rich off other people's suffering and struggle, who have refused to organize year after year, year after year, while they cash those fucking checks. They refuse to get off their ass if it's not making them more money, if it's not gaining them clout. They don't give a fuck about you or me. They don't give a fuck about the working class. They don't give a fuck about the colonized proletariat. What they care about is being famous. What they care about is being rich. What they care about is their career ambitions. They were born on third fucking base, and they want to act like they worked hard their entire lives. Yes, what Chomsky did is 100% unforgivable. What these individuals have done, I don't think they could be redeemed until they're stripped of every fucking penny that they've made misleading people. I do like that. Yes, it's Spider-Man 3 is probably one of the worst movies, although it has great moments. Want forgiveness, get religion. Yep. Yeah. Pancho says, soy anarquista. I'm a Capricorn, but I'm not bragging. The goat since birth. But I respect that, Pancho. You know that. All right. Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button. Hit the notification bell if you haven't already. If you want to know when I go live. Thank you for all the super chats. Super chats and super stickers are turned on. ¿Qué más? Subscribe to Deculturation Live. Also be aware that the Patreon is up and running. I appreciate all the support. Truly, truly, truly. Let's see what we got here with. Did we double down on this or not? Yeah, we'll do this, I guess. We'll do it. Well, actually, no. I don't think I can do Jubilee stuff. That's unfortunate. Damn, did we go way back? Yeah, we'll go way back. We'll go way back. Go over the as they tell you to, and that when you're speaking to these, he said even more.
It's just honestly just getting super.
I forgot he mentioned. Also go over what I believe is now a 12-year-old interview that Sam Cedar had with. I didn't have my shirt button of the Black Agenda. Nah, my apologies. Yeah, that debunking the lesser to evils approach, and it is now more than ever more relevant because it was about Obama's reelection. And Glenn Ford goes into how Black folks get co-opted into supporting the very same settler colonial empire that depends on their subjugation because there's, blackface in the highest of spaces. And we're seeing the same thing with Kamala Harris. You see this disgusting, just vile anti-Palestinian rhetoric coming from black liberals, not black radicals, but by black liberals. And you see individuals like Ole Army in her channel kind of feeding this, all because black radicals ran her off of Twitter. But that's a whole other can of worms that, quite frankly, at times I feel I'm not qualified to get into. As much as I enjoy seeing it, I enjoy with any liberal gets called out and exposed. But we're going to focus on white liberals for today. All right, let's pull it up. Absolutely. Thank you, Baker. All right. Man. Let's go into it.
Yeah, did an Instagram story over the weekend, and
One's has Manchester, New Hampshire. What's happening up there? My understanding is that the Trump people have all. Are you on a speakerphone?
AirPods, is that better?
And the AirPods stink. But yeah, go ahead, keep talking.
Okay, so AOC did an Instagram story over the weekend and kind of went after Jill Stein. I'm not sure if you all saw that.
I saw part of it.
Okay.
Do we have to go over that? We'll kind of cover it briefly once Sam starts lying. But let's allow this to keep playing.
I think she had some criticisms of Jill Stein that maybe could be invalid. There's a harsh word for her, namely she called Jill Stein predatory, and that the Green Party hasn't really grown any of its base or anything like that. So that being what it is, I'm a Palestinian American. I voted for Democrat, progressives, and non-progressives since I was old enough to vote. My first election was for Barack Obama. So it's just getting super.
I forgot he mentioned that his first election was Barack Obama. I don't think it goes into whether it was Obama's first or second run. But again, it'll make the Glenn Ford dismantling of the lesser two evils from 12 years ago on the Majority Report with Sam Cedar even more valuable, even more relevant to this video.
I hard to stomach this much further. I mean, I don't want to regale you with the trials and tribulations of my family and friends in Palestine, but
he says he doesn't want to bother them, right, with the trials and tribulations of his family in Palestine. Here's please to any Palestinian, understand that when you're speaking to these soulless, spineless liberals, please go into detail as much as you can handle of what your family has gone through. Because they are trying to dismiss and belittle the fact that the Democratic Party is, through the Zionist entity, as a proxy, committing a genocide. This should have been the death of the Democratic Party. This should have been the end, the dismantling of the Democratic Party. If liberals had any morals, if liberals had souls, if liberals had a spine. And it's such a goddamn tired cliche, scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds. What do you call them when they're actively ecstatic to have the VP under Genocide Joe, Holocaust Harris, as president? Again, this should have been the death of the Democratic Party, and yet the I'm not even hungry. I'm not even hungry, but I want to have some of this with the cafecito. I'm not gonna lie. All right. Let's get back to it. Thank y'all for being patient with me. Thank y'all for hitting the like button, subscribing, hanging out. I truly, sincerely appreciate it. Again, my apologies I didn't know that about VJ Prashad, and I know that can get a little bit heavy sometimes. It's always a very, man, just disturbing thing. Like I said, with my even limited experience working with kids in the immigration system, that is always something that is heartbreaking, and so I can't emphasize enough when I say fuck Aaron Mate, fuck Noam Chomsky, and credit to VJ Prashad for speaking out and being principled. Apparently something that Aaron Mate, who has less a relationship with Chomsky, could muster up. All right, let's get to this. Just briefly, just because I think this is so fucking pathetic. Just briefly. Let's see here. Let's see this. Yeah. So our good friend Ryan Grimm. You know, when I say, hold on. Oh, that's weird. When I call Ryan Grimm a white supremacist, essentially, a colonizer, or feeling heartened that Donald Trump was going to go after Greenland because it would mean somehow, in his mind, the safety and security of the people of Ukrainians. How he thought it was better for the US government to massacre the Inuit people of Greenland because there's less of them than to massacre the people of Ukraine through this proxy war. I said he values European lives more than he values indigenous lives. That he is a white supremacist for that mindset. Talking about harm reduction colonialism. Right. So SOC SJP says students engage in free expression assert that Ezra Klein's talk necessitated disruption, given Klein's career as an apologist of white supremacist views and an accessory to genocidal state violence. We consider it our obligation as people of conscience who attend this school to not allow the platforming of racist political pundits to go unchecked. Disruptive as it was, the protest was neither violent, nor did it violate safety standards, college policies, or infringe on the rights of others in any way. Raise your hand if you don't think that Ezra Klein is a white supremacist. Please, get banned. No, I'm kidding. Mind you, Ezra Klein, if you all have forgotten, great thumbnail, by the way. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. Did I misspell his name ridiculously? So yes. Had the conversation with fuck. Why am I blanking on his name right now? Ta-Nehisi Coates. Wow. Where he was essentially telling Ta-Nehisi Coates, please, with the history shit, please stop going all the way back. I don't need to hear about black people and slavery. I don't need to hear how that's contributing to how you move politically. I don't need that. Was it genocide? What is genocide? Who is genocide? Never met genocide. All this dumb shit. All of this. And somehow he isn't a white supremacist, but the reason why Ryan Grimm has to downplay Ezra Klein as a white supremacist is for two reasons. One, they do not view Zionism as a branch of white supremacy. They do not view Zionism as a branch of white supremacy. which is kind of hilarious because in order for that to work out, it means that they're outing themselves as anti-Semitic. Why? Because that means that they do not view European Jews as white. We do around here because we're not anti-Semitic, right? Hell, calling it anti-Semitism is wrong to begin with. These are Europeans that adopted a Semitic religion. That does not make them Semitic in the same way that the fucking Catholic Empire trying to take over the Holy Land. It wasn't indigenous people returning to the land. Nobody would even think of that. We would laugh at such a notion, right? No different. They're just Europeans. We do not distinguish Europeans based on their faith. We don't say, oh, these are Catholic Europeans. Oh, these are Protestant Europeans. Oh, these are Jewish Europeans. They're Europeans. All right? They're Europeans. Actually, we do kind of do that, right? When we distinguish the colonial methods that the Protestants took versus the Catholics, we kind of do that, don't we? But we don't do it to discriminate them or to exclude them into the larger context of whiteness. Trudy Matcha, I'm literally writing about this right now. That's dope. That's dope. Let us know when it's ready. So, how anyone can claim that Israel Klein isn't a white supremacist beyond me, right? Unless you don't view Zionism as a branch of white supremacy, which would entail that you don't view Europeans of the Jewish faith as European as your fellow whites. That says a whole lot more about you. But also, you have to diminish the settler colonial, genocidal, root foundation of Zionism, because Ryan Grimm doesn't want to be associated, doesn't want to associate white supremacy with the actual acts of white supremacies through settler colonialism, because then what does that make him? What does that make him? You think Ryan Grimm is like, yeah, I'm a colonizer, yes, I'm a settler? Of course not. He might not say it the same fucking way. It might take him longer. He might upfront admit it, but then find his way to rationalize his continued exploitation and why we had to normalize the thievery of the land. Whereas the reactionaries would just be like, no, fucking ant culture would be like, we weren't colonizers, we were settlers, right? I was like, well, what do you think that means? Well, no, the land was empty. That type of narrative just overwhelms. So Ryan Grimm says, I refuse to believe this was not written by the CIA. Utterly embarrassing if your activism is indistinguishable from COINTELPRO operation. What are you doing? I refuse to believe this was not written by the CIA. Utterly embarrassing if your activism is indistinguishable from a COINTELPRO operation. What are you doing? Oh, boy. I literally said, you have lied on behalf of the DNC and want to accuse others of being CIA? Why? Because they're against white supremacists? Easily. But somebody more intelligent than myself, Ryan, respectfully, I don't know why anyone would respect Ryan Grimm. I do not understand why anyone would respect Ryan Grimm. Calling a group of Palestinian students who have faced university, media, and state demonization and suppression, in addition to experiencing the loss of their nation, experiencing the loss of their fucking nation, CIA, for rightfully protesting someone who has supported egregious domestic and foreign policies that have been detrimental to countless communities, is putting those students in danger. It is also dismissing legitimate concerns about white liberal punditry that has propelled fascism in this country. Do you see why I don't hype myself up? Because this is the people whose work I admire, who I wish to be as articulate as, literally left no fucking room for this fucking weasel, this fucking worm to try and escape. This is what I compare myself to. Not Ryan Grimm, not Kyle KKK Kalinske, not Sam Cedar, not Hasan Piker. This is a type of fucking intellectual that I compare myself to and hope to achieve their level of intellect, their fucking work that they've been putting in. Sana Saeed has been around for, I think they're relatively young, but I mean, I've always been around. Let's hear the excuse. I just really don't like the deplatforming, censoring approach. So for that, I have to fucking fed jacket Palestinian students. So for that, I have to fed jacket. I don't like their approach. So for that, I'm going to call them a fucking CIA operation. COINTELPRO that did nothing to people like Ryan Grimm. COINTELPRO that was literally used against people just like the Palestinian students. But Ryan Grimm feels that he has the right to weaponize that against the very same people. It might not be called COINTELPRO today, but it's still the same process. It's still the same fucking program. And this is what liberals fucking do. This is what white liberals fucking do. They acquire this knowledge and information, and they find ways to use it against black and brown people, against the global majority. That's the only reason why they learn this shit, is to flip the script, to flip that shit on you. Oh, you're opposing white supremacy? You must be a fucking fed. That's what Ryan Grimm was saying. Instead of addressing how and defending how Ezra Klein isn't a white supremacist based on all his fucking positions, Ryan Grimm cannot afford for Ezra Klein to be publicly acknowledged as a white supremacist, because then it would make it obvious that Ryan Grimm himself is a white supremacist. If he was heartened by the colonization of the Inuit people of Greenland by the US, because it would somehow mean that the European from Ukraine would be saved, how is that not a white supremacist mentality? It is no different than Bad Empanada calling for the colonization of Greenland because somehow that's going to hurt the white man. Colonizing the Inuit people of Greenland is going to hurt the white man. This is your third world this? Again, this goes beyond their political or whatever fucking shit they're flapping with their gums. It goes to a mentality of the European. It goes across the board. What else is connecting Bad Empanada to Ryan Grimm other than the European mindset, right? It's that simple. That's all I'm trying to get across. They flip the shit on you because they're fucking like disgusting hypocrites. Ryan Grimm has more connections with Washington, D.C. than any one of those fucking kids, and I mean that respectfully, sorry. Any one of those college students will probably ever have, if we're being honest. I just don't really like the deplatforming censoring approach. I have argued for many years that I think it's wrong in principle and also wrong strategically, because when deplatforming and censoring becomes an accepted tactic, who do you think is going to get the real boot? Bro, don't oppose white supremacists because you might get oppressed. No, we're opposing them because they do oppress us. Ezra, or these Palestinian students, Norm Finkelstein, remember that. These Palestinians. Ezra, the Palestinian students. What's happening now on platform proves my point. Fighting for free speech and against censorship isn't just a right in principle, it's also wise strategically, in my opinion. So, because you have different tactics, because you have different tactics, according to you, you think it's okay to fed jacket an entire group of Palestinian students who have unquestionably, undeniably been targeted by the state and their campus. While you get access to the fucking Hill. While you get access to all these politicians. I know it's obnoxious to criticize student protesters, and I try not to do it much. Oh, so he has to put in the effort not to talk shit about people with more courage than he's ever had his entire fucking life. All right. But they are adults and can take it. Homie said they're already getting pepper spray, they're already getting tear gas, they're already getting baton, they're already getting assaulted, they're already getting their fucking lives potentially ruined from the start. So they could take my criticism. You weren't criticizing them, motherfucker. You were calling them feds. You were calling them CIA. You were calling them part of COINTELPRO. The very same things that are being inflicted upon them. Infiltration. Blackmail. All that shit. Abuse. Physical and psychological. Being used against them. And you're adding to that shit because they can take it? That's not fucking, oh, toughen up. Oh, toughen up. Oh, don't cry. Walk it off. That's, bro, these aren't your fucking kids. I mean, honestly, Ryan Grimm, if he's ever on a campus, he should be treated no different than Ezra Klein. And remember, folks, he can take it. He's an adult. He can take it. So, don't pull back. Jesus, bro. We shouldn't baby them. Holy fuck. We shouldn't baby them, and that gives you the right to fucking Fed jacket them? To bring national attention to them, even more so? And he's doing this to distance himself from the Palestinian movement. To signal to the Democratic Party, hey, I'm still on your side. I will normalize genocide, just like Sam Cedar, just like Hasan Piker, just like Emma Vigeland, just like Kyle Kikalinski, just like Crystal Ball. Ryan Grimm is saying, I will push back and fight against these Palestinian students that oppose the genocide of their people. I will vilify them. I will smear them. And if anybody complains, hey, they're adults, they're not babies, they could take it. Oh, I've bitten my tongue long enough, he said. Jesus. If we think they're making a tactical error, it's okay to say that. Motherfucker, that's not what you said. You accuse them of being CIA feds. You accuse them of being COINTELPRO operatives. Oh, bro, fuck this guy, bro. Holy shit, God. I'm a bad atheist. God, if you exist, may I never run into Ryan Grimm. Holy shit. And he's a tall motherfucker too, so the ACL is going first. Wow. It's okay. Wow. It's okay to say that, and it doesn't have to be a big deal. Bro, it's a huge deal when you call an entire Palestinian student organization feds. Ryan Grimm wouldn't even call Bernie Sanders a Zionist to his fucking face. Healthy debate over tactic is the only way to improve, to say they're off limits from criticism because their cause is just, which of course it is, does them no favors. Bro, the way that white fucking liberals, proactively manipulate reality in their own fucking words. You could just scroll up and read his own fucking words. I refuse to believe this was not written by the CIA. Utterly embarrassing. If your activism is indistinguishable from COINTELPRO operations, what are you doing? If we think they're making a tactical error, it's okay to say that. It doesn't have to be a big deal. Healthy debate over tactics is the only way to improve. To say they're off limits for criticism because their cause is just, which of course it is, does them no favors. This is why it's equally pointless to debate with fascists and to debate with fucking liberals like this. Equally pointless. Because this is what they do. They're fucking liars. They're liars, they're manipulators. They throw stones and hide their fucking hands. That's what they fucking do. Damn, Brody. Again? God damn. Sure, it's a position, but why call them CIA? At least own and back down from that stupidity. Exactly. Apologize. They can't. I most definitely did not call them CIA. Fucking piece of fucking shit, bro. Holy fuck. May your fucking children, Ryan Grimm, because I know you got kids, motherfucker. We go after the entire family around here. We'll call out the entire fucking family. May your fucking kids go through the worst days of these Palestinian students. May their lives be tormented continuously. May they grow to hate you as much as we hate you, Ryan Grimm. I most definitely did not call them CIA. That is a wild misread. Dude. These fucking white people are shameless. I refuse to believe this was not written by the CIA. I refuse to believe this was not written by the CIA. So if you cannot believe it wasn't written by the CIA, and this was put out by SLC SJP, that means that they're CIA. That is a wild misread and explains a lot of the anger. I said if your action is indistinguishable from what the CIA would do to make you look bad, you have to rethink. Wow, what a filthy fucking liar. Literally, I refuse to believe this was not written by the CIA. Certainly contributed to the confusion as to your meaning. Yes, I agree. I thought in context I was obviously high. Oh, I was just exaggerating about Fed jacketing. No, it's not explained by the next lines. You literally said, I refuse to believe this was not written by the CIA. And then you said this was a COINTEL operation. Indistinguishable from a COINTEL operation, meaning what? That these are compradors. Doing a disservice to their cause. Fuck out of here. What a disgusting fucking piece of shit. And yeah, I said these people don't view Zionists as white supremacists. That's one reason they were willing to support the Democrats despite carrying out a genocide through the Zionist entity of Palestinians. Because of this. On what planet? Let me reload this. Again, I don't know. Grip Van Winkle. I follow you, I read and admire your work. Why? He has proven time and time again to be a Democratic Party hack. And I'm seriously asking you to elaborate a bit because I don't know what else you expect him to say in defense of their disruptions. Am I missing something obvious? Ryan Grimm. On what planet did Ezra Klein, a racist political pundit, so dangerous he needs to be deplatformed? Oh, so dangerous. You see how they fucking do this shit? You see how they manipulate language, these fucking bastards? So he's like, I'll give room and space for him to be a racist. But it's so dangerous that he needs to be deplatformed? Bro, white people view everything as oppression, man. It's fucking ridiculous. Can we get Ryan Grimm out there for one of these anti-ICE protests? Can we make that work? Can we, can we just see some solidarity from him? I said it last time, fucking stack them up if that's what they fucking need. If that's what they need to be motivated by. Perfect transition, am I right? Oh. Can't fucking stand these people. Let's go over here. Yeah, we'll go over here.
Friday, the Justice Department has announced it's conducting a civil rights investigation into Pretti's death. However, the administration has refused to identify the agents involved. But over the weekend, ProPublica identified the men as Border Patrol agent Jesus Jesse Ochoa and Customs and Border Protection Officer Raimundo Gutierrez.
Woo! Mexico, 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 Mexico. Woo! Chicano power, baby. Wave, wave, wave. Nothing like a little Chicano pride, am I right? Sí se puede, sí se puede. Is this what representation feels like? I feel seen, finally. Bro, when this came out, I was like, fuck, I just did a stream saying, hey, fucking good riddance, or this is what you need, this is what you get. Oh, man, I was like, why do I have to fucking share so much? Why do I have to be so fucking detrimentally honest, if that's a thing? Why do I have to be honest to a detrimental level? Bro, when that shit came out, I was like, oh man. I was like, I literally just did a stream talking about like, I don't really feel sorry for the white community. Credit to Renee Good and Alex Pretti, but nah. If this is what took you motherfuckers to march and act up like that, you know, Chirimacha, just further confirmation, that this, I'm going to continue being a bad atheist because I'm like, whoa. No, the reality is, all jokes aside, Border Patrol, ICE, very, very prominent Mexican-American membership application, careerists, heroes, if you will. Man. I'd be saying shit, meto la pata, you know what I mean? Man. All right. Damn it. So look, the good news about this is there's a chance they actually might go to prison. The good thing about this is that there's a possibility now that their brown asses are going to get locked up. One of them is Huerito Beige, but that's literally the only fucking, because if this was just white on white crime, nothing was going to happen. But I don't know. You can go from Jesus to Jesse all you fucking want. Moving forward, I would like to be referred to Charles. All right. It's no longer Carlos, it's Charles. All right. Fuck, man. Look, technically, scoreboard, but not the way we want to get these points. This is not the way we want to get these points, is what I'm saying. All right. Jesus. Call me Chuck. My school friends call me Chucky. The real ones know that it's Carlos Quinto, if we're being honest. That's what it is. Woo. Charles and Nopal. I like that. I like that one. I'm not hating on that one. Yeah, it's not Carlos, foo. You're Chuck now. Yep. What have I done? All right. Jesus, let's wrap this shit up over here.
Both from Texas. ProPublica reporter David McSwain joins us now from Washington, D.C. David, thanks so much for being with us. Can you start off by talking about the decision of ProPublica to name the names? Now, of course, we do know the name of the agent who shot Renee Good, but we haven't known these names, the two CBP agents.
And credit, look, earlier we were talking about Bill Gates, Melinda Gates, former wife, coming out, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm suspicious of white women. I don't know what to tell you. Just I don't know. There's always some trickery going on. It's not because I'm a misogynist, it's because literally history has demonstrated that they're always trying to get equal footing with white men, not bring us up with them, not be allies, but to be equals to white men under white supremacy, to end patriarchy for white women and for white women only, right? So with that in mind, I don't know. I don't really trust Melinda Gates, but what I will say is credit to, and I don't know their background, but I believe the Jesse guy, Primo Jesse over here, Jesus Ochoa, I believe he's the one whose ex-wife or ex-girlfriend exposed him. So that's awesome. Carl's from Culture. You guys are too funny. All right. Holy shit, he does shitty matcha. It's like, look, okay, yes, I'm a sentient doll, but I aged up. I left the violence behind me. I was young and angry. He does look like a adult Chucky. Wow. Shitty matcha, you gotta let people grow. You can't hold them to who they were as kids or as kids' toys.
Right. Well, this is a matter of intense public interest. We've all seen the videos. More than a week had passed, and in the interim, we were asking questions of, who are these officers involved in this shooting that, from various angles. I think we all have questions about who shot and how it escalated so quickly. And, we came to the decision when we were able to identify these officers that this is in the public interest. This country has a tradition and norm of being able to identify law enforcement officers, both for their safety and the safety of the public, and the shielding of agents, both in terms of the administration's secrecy around them and their ability to wear masks as we see these violent encounters in the streets. The first line of accountability would be able for families to find any sort of accountability would be to identify who those officers are. And, for potential prosecutors and so forth, same thing. And we found out from state leaders in Minnesota that, there was an intense frustration around just being able to figure out what happened and who was involved.
All right, listen, you assholes. I'm over here dying laughing because of the chat. Oh, this was describing the murder, assassination, public execution of Alex Pretti. You're not helping me out here, is what I'm saying. This is a victory cinnamon bun, store-bought, not homemade. Just like Abuelita used to make. Am I laughing at Alex Pretti? No, I'm laughing at the larger white community. I'm laughing that these fucking vendidos are probably gonna they're gonna do some time. Even the next Democratic administration is like licking their chops because they're like, all right, cool. We're gonna be able to get them. And look, good fucking riddance. Les vendidos. All right. The world's a better place. What I will say though is, so here's the thing. Have you guys seen the play, the musical Pachuco? Let's see. Damn it, bro. Oh, Zusut. Sorry, why did I say Pachuco? That's funny. I was about to see this live a while ago. But I want the court scene because this shit's fucking hilarious. Let's see if I can find it. I think this might be it right here.
For the verdict now is
Charlie.
Barrios, are you deliberately concealing evidence from this court?
No.
Are you covering for Henry Reyna?
Please stand.
No.
Then who was this guy you saw beating another man on the ground?
It wasn't Henry. He was standing right beside me. We were just defending
Now, look,
ourselves.
I didn't ask for your comment.
Why don't you ask me about the Downey gang?
Just answer my
But they
question.
attacked the party. Maybe Jose Sanchez was already
Can you instruct the witness to be cooperative?
I must caution you, young lady. Answer the question.
Sorry, Pancho. What was the name of the lake for this fucking court thing? Lake. It's out here in LA. Fuck. I don't even think the lake exists anymore. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I'm getting used to this. Let me see here. Oh, Sleepy Lagoon. But I want to hear the court Sleepy Lagoon murder. Like transcript or court. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see here. It's not our topic. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah. Okay. So this is I think this is how this Jesse Ochoa and where is it? This is how Jesse Ochoa and was it Raimundo Gutierrez. This is the approach they need to take. Okay. The courtroom was small and the defendants were not allowed to sit near or communicate with their attorneys during the trial. None of those charged were permitted to change their clothes during the trial by order of Judge Frick. The district attorney requested this order on the grounds that the jury should see the defendants wearing the suits that were obviously worn only by hoodlums. Every time a defendant's name was mentioned by a witness or district attorney, regardless of how damning the statement, the named defendant was required to stand up. Judge Frick also permitted the chief of Foreign Relations Bureau of Los Angeles Sheriff's Office, E. Duran Eris, to testify as an expert witness that Mexicans as a community had a bloodthirst and a biological predisposition to crime and killing, citing the culture of human sacrifice practiced by their Aztec ancestors. So, if I'm just looking out for my camaradas over here. I'm just looking out for Jesse, Jesus Ochoa, and Raimundo Gutierrez. And I'm saying, look, this is just a religious practice that you're participating in. The public sacrifice. Look, this is fucked up. I don't know why I'm doing this. I think I'm just trying. This is just too fucking funny. Look, I don't know what to tell you. This is too fucking funny. We have Border Patrol agents publicly executing a white veteran in the streets of Minneapolis. And they're predominantly protesting for the murder of Renee Good, not necessarily because of the kidnapping of brown and black people. So, yeah. Lindstag, then what of the Europeans and their medical torturing legacy? Well, that was a phase. That wasn't part of their culture. That was just a phase. You have to understand, there was evil afoot. Lindstag, that's something a witch would say. Oh, man. All right, let's get serious. Let's get serious. Let's get serious.
And David, what were you able to learn about Ochoa and Gutierrez? When did they join the federal agency? And have there been any other incidents in their past of excessive use of force?
Of course. The fuck? Of course. Give me 1 second. I gotta blow my nose. I've been scared to like really blow my nose, even though, I mean, the root canal is done. Like, it is what it is. But also, I don't want to apply like extra pressure to the nasal cavity area. All right. Let's go ahead. Let's see the vilification of brown men. Let's see it. Let's continue to witness this smearing and tearing down of proud patriotic Mexican Americans. Let's see it.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Ace. To balance the racial scales, did y'all see the white anti-ICE protesters call the black agent a house N-word? We live in the dumbest timeline. No, apparently, because I think I had already tweeted out or was going to tweet out. Oh, this is like your average Cal Kalinske fan. But no, apparently there was a black protester there that was saying that. He was just not in view of the camera. Carlos will be speaking at the parole hearings. Your Honor, you tell me why Jonathan Ross is a patriot, and yet Jesus Ochoa and Raymundo Gutierrez are criminals. Explain it to me, Your Honor. Fuck them. I hope they all rot in prison. Aye.
Or allegations, at least?
It's pretty hard to pin down details on agents. They are instructed to really scrub themselves from the internet. But we do know that both men hail from South Texas. Jesus Ochoa.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. They're Tejanos. All right. Whew. God damn it. Thank fucking goodness. Look. Texan Mexican and California Mexican, 2 worlds apart, y'all. Look, I'm not disowning them. I'm just saying they disown us. You know? They're Tejanos. they're very different. Look. We wear baseball caps over here. We don't wear sombreros. Called Tejanos, but yes.
But we do know that both men hail from South Texas. Jesus Ochoa, age 43, joined in 2018. I'm told by his ex-wife in an interview that he had really aspired to be an agent for quite some time. And in that region, it's a pretty good job. A lot of folks very well-meaning. It's got great benefits. That's not uncommon. That didn't surprise me. In terms of Raimundo Gutierrez, he is age 35. He joined a little bit earlier, 2014. So we know that they're not part of this most recent recruiting push with all of the money being funneled into Homeland Security. They have had some experience, though certainly, CBP's, mission, before recent months was not to go into American cities and conduct these sort of sweeps.
So, okay, again, jokes aside, the fact that this isn't what all these liberals have been obsessed with. First, the mask, second, the training. This isn't somebody that you could chalk up to Donald Trump. This isn't somebody that you could chalk up to not being trained. This isn't somebody that you could chalk up to, shit, I don't even know if this would apply to, well, maybe it would. What year did he say? Joined a bit earlier in 2014. But what year did the other one join? Okay, so Jesus joined in 2018 and Raimundo joined in 2014. That's interesting. Well, no, it technically would still be Trump for 2014, but it'd be Biden in 2018, right? What? Why am I misremembering? Because 2012 was Obama, and it's 4 years. So no, what the fuck? That's 2016. So one was Obama, one was Trump. Why am I being dumb right now? 2014 for sure, Obama. Yeah. And so, yeah, so that means that it had to be 2018 had to be Trump, right? Yeah, okay. I don't know why the fuck that was. Don't ask when I was a stoner. Don't ask me when the nights were hazy. How was Obama 2012 through 2020? What the fuck? Wait, he did 2 terms. His first term was when I was a senior? The fuck? Yeah, because no, wait, no, it wasn't. I thought 08 Obama was president. Yeah, right? Yeah. Because he saved the fucking housing market. Or the banks from the fucking collapse of the housing market. I mean, bro, man. When wax hit the scene, bro. Jesus, man. It was bad. That was bad. And technically for a while, I mean, maybe still federally, but wax was like a controlled substance or something like that. It was like something more than just weed. Some of the fucking journeys, some of the trips, some of the drives. Anywho. All right, let's get back to it.
Time. And in that region, it's a pretty good job. A lot of folks very well meaning. It's got great benefits. Yet, as his mission, before recent months was not to go into American cities and conduct these sort of sweeps.
And at a White House press briefing last month, Vice President J.D. Vance suggested ICE agents have absolute immunity. I'm wondering your response to this allegation by the Vice President.
Well, I don't know about absolute immunity. There is a concept called qualified immunity, and I wrote a story back in April, towards the beginning of the Trump administration. One of the first things the administration did was wipe out the levers of accountability within Homeland Security, including the Civil Rights and Civil Liberties Office, which really would follow up on these claims, on allegations of wrongdoing internally. Certainly would have looked at something like this and something like Pretti's death and referred that to DOJ for potential criminal investigation. And that headline was a quote from one of the former lawyers in that office who had said, they don't care about civil rights. And that story essentially portended that in that environment, it's really going to come down to whether or not a federal prosecutor is willing to prosecute a federal agent, because they do have qualified immunity. If they are doing, if these allegations transpire in the court.
So the reason I don't think it's going to happen, even though I've been joking around about their spics, just going to just fucking lock them up, isn't. If they were white, it would not even be a question. Nobody would be wondering if. They just know that they would. And Jonathan Ross, he's fine. He's going to be safe. But in the larger picture, I don't think they're also going to sacrifice these fools. And by sacrifice, I mean hold them accountable, because the president, they don't want to set that. They don't want to set a precedent about potentially holding a white ICE agent, Border Patrol agent, accountable for these types of murders, assassinations, executions.
Course of them following orders under the executive branch, doing their jobs, there's an argument that they have immunity and it's going to be a federal matter. So it is a really tricky area in terms of seeking accountability.
I was just struck in your piece, David. A longtime resident of Rio Grande Valley, Jesse Ochoa, had for years dreamed of working for the Border Patrol. According to his ex-wife, they split in 2021. He'd become a gun enthusiast with about 25 rifles, pistols, and shotguns, Angelica Ochoa said. And I was wondering if you can comment on that, and also the previous piece you co-wrote, headlined "Unfettered and Unaccountable: How Trump is Building a Violent, Shadowy Federal Police Force."
Sure, I don't.
That is such a fucking stupid title. That's such a stupid fucking title. Unfettered and Unaccountable: How Trump is Building a Violent, Shadowy Federal Police Force. What American police force isn't unfettered and unaccountable? Please name one. Name one that is consistently held accountable.
Police force.
Sure, I don't know what else I could really add to his ex-wife's statements. They did have an acrimonious divorce. She did say to me that his demeanor really changed when he did become a Border Patrol agent, and they drifted apart for reasons, unknown. In terms of the most recent article you mentioned, I did do, I worked on a story really looking at, beginning in LA and certainly in Chicago and now Minneapolis, we see a rampant use of these, so-called less lethals, pepper balls and rubber bullets and pepper spray and that sort of thing. And their use has really been flagrantly in violation of the agency's own rules and policing norms. For instance, firing at people's heads and crotches, throwing tear gas into cars where there are children, using these launchers in ways that, they're meant to deploy a weapon into a crowd, but they're hitting people and causing serious injury. And that story actually is relevant in what we saw with Alex Pretti's death. That scene really escalates when a Border Patrol officer fires pepper spray at his face, causing disorientation, and several officers pile on. It'd be hard to imagine anyone in that scene really had their bearings of what's going on as those noxious chemicals are floating around.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications.
I hate when you're like a guest on a show and you're like, I really have nothing else to add. The fuck you doing here, bro? I never understood that. I'm just looking at this over here, ProPublica. This is the piece that's being mentioned. Two CBP agents identified in Alex Pretty's shooting. The two federal immigration agents who fired on Minneapolis protester Alex Pretti are identified in government records as Border Patrol agent Jesus Ochoa and Customs and Border Protection Officer Raimundo Gutierrez. The records viewed by ProPublica list Ochoa, 43, and Gutierrez, 35, as the shooters during the deadly encounter last weekend that left Pretti dead and ignited massive protests and calls for criminal investigation. Both men were assigned to Operation Metro Surge, an immigration enforcement dragnet launched in December that sent scores of armed and masked agents across the city. CBP, which employs both men, has so far refused to release their names and has disclosed few other facts about the deadly incident, which came days after a different immigration agent shot and killed another Minneapolis protester, a 37-year-old mother of three named Renee Good. Already, why not include Jonathan Ross's name? I don't know. That's kind of weird. Pretty's killing and subsequent secrecy surrounding the agents involved comes as the country confronts the consequence of President Donald Trump's aggressive immigration crackdown. The sweeps in the cities across the country have been marked by scenes of violence against immigrants and U.S. citizens by agents allowed to hide their identities with masks, an almost unheard of practice in law enforcement. Yeah, that's the fucking problem with law enforcement. The fucking mask. Yep, that's it, bro. All right. It's unheard of. As a result, the public has been kept from one of the chief ways it has to hold officers involved in such altercations accountable, their identity. Both Democrats and Republican lawmakers have called for transparent investigation into the killing of Pretti, a 37-year-old intensive care unit nurse working at the Department of Veterans Affairs Hospital. Again, so I'm still seeing people saying he was a veteran or that he wasn't, that he was just a nurse at the VA. We must have a transparent and independent investigation into the Minnesota shooting and those responsible, no matter their title. Those responsible must be held accountable, Republican Senator John Curtis of Utah wrote on X on Monday. The agency sent a notice to some members of Congress on Tuesday acknowledging that the two agents fired Glock pistols during the altercation that left Pretti dead. That notice does not include the agents' names. A spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees CBP, said the agents had been placed on leave after January 24th shooting. After a week of protests and calls for lawmakers for a review, the Justice Department said Friday that the Civil Rights Division is investigating the shooting. A DOJ spokesperson did not answer questions, including whether DHS has shared materials such as body camera footage with its investigators. Ochoa is a Border Patrol agent who joined CBP in 2018, Gutierrez in 2014, and works for CBP's Office of Field Operations. He is assigned to a special response team which conducts high-risk operations like those of police SWAT units. Records show both men are from South Texas. In the aftermath of the shooting, Gregory Bovino, who has orchestrated high-intensity immigration sweeps and arrests in a string of Democratic-led cities since early 2025, was removed from his role as Border Patrol Commander at large and reassigned to his former post in El Centro, California. The spokesperson for DHS declined to answer questions about the two agents and referred ProPublica to the FBI. The FBI declined to comment. ProPublica made several attempts to call Ochoa and Gutierrez, but neither answered. That's weird. Why wouldn't they? That's strange. I would expect them to. Ochoa, who goes by Jesse, graduated from the University of Texas Pan America with a degree in criminal justice, according to his ex-wife, Angelica Ochoa, and longtime resident of the Rio Grande Valley. Ochoa had 4 years dream of working for the Border Patrol and finally landed a job there, she said. By the time the couple split in 2021, he had become a gun enthusiast with about 25 rifles, pistols, and shotguns, Angelica Ochoa said. So, this whole thing of having a dream to become a Border Patrol officer, you have to understand it just takes first generations. Sometimes it's sooner than that. Sometimes they get their citizenship and boom, pinche vendidos. Right? So, especially, look, respectfully to the Tejanos, it's a different vibe out there from California. It really is. It really is. Mainly because maybe if you want to say because it's red, maybe because the lack of schooling and education there. Yeah. But I think there's also a sense of, well, we've been here, right? We've been here. We've been Tejanos, right? We stopped being Mexicanos and we were Tejanos now. There is that weird kind of vibe out there where you don't really have the same shit here in California where nobody's really saying like, I'm a Californian, you know? You get the Chicano aspect of it, but that kind of requires acknowledging que eres Mexicano or that your family was. That doesn't stop them from being vendidos, but I do think it makes it a little bit more difficult opposed to Texas and saying like, oh no, soy Tejano, right? But I'm more than happy to be corrected. Latino FBA. Look, I've said this before. I was shocked with how long it took the FBA movement to really develop or be so prominent, because the Latino community has always had that. The people that came here the right way have always deemed themselves better than those of us that didn't. What's attractive about becoming a cop? The power, the pay, the status, the respect that you get from people. It's like, look, Latino FBA, sure, we could talk about that, but so with this whole thing with this like country artist, I've seen a lot of people say or like, oh, it's, you know, he's changed the genre, this and that. I don't know. Look, I'm not gonna claim that he didn't. What I'm getting at is I don't like when to say that, oh, he's changed the genre makes sense, but I think it gives too much space for it to be like that country wasn't already black to begin with. Like, I don't know what the progression of the evolution of country music would have been if white people didn't completely co-opt it and essentially kicked out black artists. So yes, exactly. We do got immigrant FBAs. We do 100%. What's this was name? Shabuzi. So Shabuzi gives a speech after winning a Grammy saying like, hey, immigrants built this country. First of all, that's just a lazy fucking thing that Hamilton pushed forward. Immigrants, we build this nation. Oscar Isaac said the same fucking bullshit at some award show for Frankenstein. And like, it was gross. Like, he even said it in the tone of Lin-Manuel pinche basura. So glad that Immortal Technique bullied that fool. Oscar Isaac. Let's see if I can find it. It is this one over here.
I would like to extend our gratitude and say, fuck AI.
I'm so proud to have been your Victor, to have played your Victor Frankenstein. And I am proud to be standing here tonight, a Guatemalan, an Australian, and a Mexican. Immigrants, baby, we get the job done.
Sorry, it's we get the job done. It wasn't we build this nation, but it's we get the job done. Equally as cringe, maybe not as historically as inaccurate. But I always find it weird. I'm like, what is the credit that is being fought over here? What is the credit that is being fought over? bragging rights of a settler colonial project? Look, Wasted Banana, I don't want to fight you, but I don't know if I'd call Isaac white, to be honest with you. Because this motherfucker looks like that all the time. That's as natty as it gets with a tan. Shit, I look whiter right now than he does. That's because I switched over the lighting. Oh God, I'm being exposed. Oh, that was... I'm not good with puns, but that was good. I'm being exposed, and because the lighting's too bright. Hold the applause, please. All right. But I do think it's ahistorical, but it's also kind of ridiculous to expect. And it's not just him, but like just artists to be like historically accurate in their speeches. So I do think that it is definitely like an FBA thing to be upset about, because the thing is, he's second generation. So Shabuzi, is that how you say his name? I haven't really been engaged with country music in a minute, so I didn't really know about him until recently. But I do think it's more of an FBA thing of like, don't say that immigrants built this country, enslaved black people did. But they do it in a way of like kind of like a weird like patriotism that I never quite understood. And then you get into the whole debate of, well, sure, but what about the West Coast? Like, what then? That was split between slave and non-slave. Like, it gets into all that shit. Which to me is the distinction worth recognizing 100%. The problem is, it all feels like, it doesn't feel like, hey, can you please not erase enslaved Africans for their forced labor to build the settler colonial project? It doesn't feel like it's coming from that place. It's coming from a place of like pride, which is a little scary, to be honest with you. It's a little scary to be like, why would you be proud of your ancestors being forced to build this country and then not demanding your own national identity, but demanding like a piece of that pie, like on the table, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense or not. It's just weird to me. Like, I don't get like, what is the larger goal of this? If the larger goal is to correct the erasure, I'm 100% for that. But if it's to align more to the American mythos, then that is concerning. I'm still catching up on Diallo shows, to be honest. And then also I hesitate to stay current with his streams because I never want to like bite his stuff. But I think we have such a different way of thinking to begin with. I think when you've lived so long as he has, and I do mean like he's, when you've just seen the sand of time decade after decade after decade after decade, I'm never going to be able to think the way that he does because he's seen so much of history. But still, like, because I love his approach and his analysis and his bombastic style on the mic, that I never want to like bite that from him. I guess it's kind of good that I started streaming before I really found his stuff. That helps a lot. All right. DHS disclosure to Congress was drawn from an internal review of the agent's body camera footage, which has not been released to the public. My guess here is that Alex Pretti was proactively saying, I have a concealed carry, I'm armed, it's in my back. Because these guys are so fucking incompetent, and it's not like we want competent enforcers, that I don't know if they would have found the weapon on him as quickly as they did if he hadn't announced it. And as a concealed carried citizen, they're trained and taught to reveal that information as soon as and as quickly as possible. So I wonder why that's their hesitation, because they're just gonna lend more credence to like, hey, like this guy did everything that he should have. State investigators, meanwhile, have accused their federal counterparts of blocking them from investigating the shooting. Quote, we don't have any information on the shooters, a Minneapolis city spokesperson said. A spokesperson for Minnesota Governor Tim Walz said Tuesday that his office had not been given the names, and we do not have any new information on the investigation. Democrats on the House Judiciary Committee, in a letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi Monday, accused the Justice Department of covering up evidence in both Pretty's and Good's killings. DOJ has also blocked prosecutors and agents from cooperating with the state law enforcement officials and prevented state officials from assessing evidence. Maryland Representative Jamie Raskin, the top Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee, told CNN on Sunday that immigration agents should not be masked. They should not be anonymous. They should be identifiable, and they have to have rules of engagement that don't allow them to terrorize and intimidate, harass, and assault U.S. citizens and other people, he said. I mean, you figure that would be already part of it. You would figure that would already be on the books. The notice to Congress said that the shooting happened when Pretti resisted arrest after officers were unable to get him and a female protester out of the street. The CBP officer attempted to move the woman and Pretti out of the roadway. The woman and Pretti did not move. The report reads, CBP personnel attempted to take Pretti into custody. Pretti resisted CBP personnel's efforts and a struggle ensued. According to the report, one agent then yelled, "He's got a gun," multiple times, and two others discharged their Glock pistols. In videos widely shared online, Pretti can be seen. All right, well, we know that. The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted, Bovino said on January 25th news conference. Fearing for their lives and the lives and safety of fellow officers, the Border Patrol agents fired defensive shots. I think we saw that as well. I'm trying to get more information on Jesus and Raimundo. No, I'm not seeing anything further from them. The Department of Justice said it's investigating the incident, but the names of the two agents have been withheld from Congress and from state and local law enforcement. Yeah, they mentioned that. The police shielding officers' identities, particularly after a public shooting, is a stark departure from standard law enforcement protocols, according to lawmakers, state attorneys general, and former federal officials. Such secrecy, in our view, deprives the public of the most fundamental tool for accountability. Oh, that was all included.
I'm afraid of like talking to people
I'm pretty old.
who are outside of my race.
but I'll never be as old as the I don't know why I keep going to that. I do not know why. Especially, I think you know what it is. He looks so fucking great for his age that I don't feel bad like poking fun at that. I gotta go check in on something right now, but I appreciate y'all. Do me a favor. Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. I appreciate all the support. Thank you so much. I'll be right back and we'll get back to the pettiness. Selling support. Joking about coconut memes. And promising, despite all the facts, despite everything that Kamala Harris says and her campaign has put out, that somehow this will be better. So go out of your way if you can. I know it's painful and it might be a lot to ask, but make these people uncomfortable. Remind them of the cost that you and your family have gone through so that they could struggle and you could see their lack of humanity as they tell you to vote for Kamala Harris.
I'm sure, you know, this is the majority report can only imagine. So I just, on the Jill Stein bit, like if you want to claim she's predatory and doesn't do enough to build the Green Party, that's fine. That's fair criticism, totally worthy of debate. But when AOC is being asked the question with the context, and the context of the question I think she was posting on her Instagram story was like, what would you tell friends who want to vote for Jill Stein? Something of that nature. And then she answers like she's a predator. Like how do you expect voters like me, or Arab, or Muslim, or Palestinian voters to like take you seriously? Because AOC has been like the chief surrogate of Joe Biden the last few months. Throughout a time where, like, in a just, in a fair world, like Biden would be on trial for, you know, genocide enablement in a world court.
And to be clear, he's absolutely right. You could hear the pain in his voice. You could hear the pain in his voice. Often you hear people nervous. He sounds like he's in pain. And make no mistake, Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland, Matt Leck, we're all telling you to vote to re-elect for Genocide Joe. They were telling you to re-elect him and that somehow we were going to push him left once we re-elected him. Despite people in his administration finally quitting, unable to sleep at night, knowing that if they had souls, they were damning them to hell, being part of that genocidal regime. So they never explain how they're going to push Joe Biden to the left once reelected. And they're never going to have to. They're never going to. So let's make sure to hold them accountable and explain detailed, not assumptions, but in detail, how they plan to push his VP, Joe Biden's VP, to the left, to stop funding and aiding and committing a genocide through the Zionist entity.
Then, you know, she's getting here telling us to get behind him and then Kamala Harris is his successor. I just don't get the rhetoric from the progressive left. And, you know, this equivocation that we're making on the matter of genocide in terms of, you know, what's good for us here in America. And
well, okay. All right. Let me address what you're saying.
He interrupts in there. What's good for us here in America? When you have these leftists, I know Emma Vigeland calls herself, you know, democratic socialist or a social democrat, right? A sock dem. They're not socialists because they're not internationalists. What they are is national socialists. They're national socialists. Man, this was obsessed with Sam and Emma. I don't know what his problem is. All right. So, more petty shit. Where are we at? Oh, yeah. We're going to go backwards. We're going to go this way. Okay. We have to start off with this. For context, we have to start off with this. All right.
Who is the Democrat that you see who can carry the flag into 2028? Kamala Harris?
No.
AOC?
No.
Who is the Democrat that you see who can carry the flag into 2028? Kamala Harris?
No.
AOC?
No.
Rahm Emanuel?
To win the Democratic nomination, you have to ask yourself two really important questions.
Chat, please guess. Please, in the comments also. Pause it. Please guess what the two important questions are. Chat, what are the two important questions? If you've seen this, it doesn't count. Does not count. What do you think this old fucking dinosaur? Two important questions. Only two. Only two. Don't complicate things. When you're this smart, you could round it down to two things. Let's see. You're not ready for this, but all right. Lensack says, can they win and are they capitalists? Let's see. Daira says, who can defeat the Republican nominee? And maybe what will they do for the economy? Ah. So sweet. So sweet of you. So sweet to think that you like that this guy would have this sense of intelligence, that an old white man makes it in politics by being intelligent. Let's find out.
One, can you raise a lot of early money? Second,
can you raise a lot of early money? Who had that? Who had that? It was. Can they win? Are they capitalists? Nope. And okay, so nobody had. Can they raise money? I don't think. It's fine. It's fine. All right, so that's one though.
second question you have to ask yourself. Who can walk into a black fish fry in South Carolina, a black church? Now, they can be nice. They're very polite people.
Yeah.
But who is going to get them to hum and sway?
You see, none of you in this chat is going to make it in politics.
I'm afraid of like talking to people who are outside of my race.
Thank you for subscribing. That timing was perfect. Bro, like I don't even know where to start with this. They're very nice people. Here it is. Who can?
You can walk into a black fish fry in South.
A black fish fry. Uh-huh.
South Carolina, a black church. Now, they can be nice.
They can be nice. Look, say what you want about them, but they can be nice. No hesitation. No hesitation whatsoever.
A black church. Now, they can be nice. They're very polite people.
They're very polite people. They can be nice. They're very polite. But can you make them hum? Can you make them hum? That's the real question.
Yeah.
But who is going to get them to hum and sway?
How sway? How? That's what he says. Like, hum and sway. Can you just imagine for a moment how, in his mind, his third eye, he views black people? Do you know how fucking racist you have to be like, well, they can be nice, they can be polite. Well, can you make them hum and sway? Like, just the way that you have to, your view of black people, their intellect, to say all you have to do is make them hum and sway and you're locked in. That's all you gotta do. Not appeal to their needs, economic, not addressing racial discrimination. None of that. Nope, none of that. Can you make them hum and sway? Hum and sway, bro. This is one of the Democratic Party's top, like, political strategists. On Bill Maher all the time. Hum and sway. To say that with a smile on your face, unabashed, no fucking hesitation. What are you saying behind closed doors? That's what I want you to think for a second. What do you think this fucking human gobbling ghoul of a man is saying behind closed doors if this is what he's saying about black people publicly? That essentially all you got to do is make him sing and dance. That's literally what he's saying. Hum and sway. And you got it made. Just entertain them. Just entertain them. And you're set. Make them feel jolly and you're set. Because you know what he's thinking when he's saying hum and sway. Like, whatever you're thinking, it's fucking worse. Stop. Whatever you're thinking, it's fucking worse than what he's imagining. What's the name of that famous painting? That is, it sucks because it's visually very appealing, but it was meant to ridicule the black community. That was not the first take. I know he kept saying, oh, jeez, Cinnabon. Spicing the Twitch chat. Yeah. And Cinnabon says, well, wait. Cinnabon, just to verify before this. All right, we'll keep it in the Twitch chat. We'll keep it in the Twitch chat for now. Jesus, bro. All right. Man. Ron, if it's just funny, the reason why Earn Your Liberation was so good is because Diallo and Dr. Ball approach things so differently that if you're trying to pit them against each other, you're doing a disservice to both. So I don't pick favorites over here. They both make me hum and sway, so. Oh, man. When the fuck did that happen, Linstack? What? How did I miss that? How the fuck did I miss that? Andrew Yang. Choir? Or I wouldn't put like... you're not getting me. You're not getting me. Oh, he's confident. Look, he's confident because he went from a like 1-2-1-2 clap, right? Then he had the little shimmy, watch. He starts adding a little shimmy to it, watch. Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, he's calm. He's like, oh, I'm here. Even like the stiffness in his hands relaxes. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, god damn. How the fuck did he lose? Oh, okay. Here's the thing. So he got it mixed up. He didn't make them hum and sway. They made him hum and sway. Oh, so he almost had it, just wrong direction. Huh. There's Andrew Yang, our would-be president. That Wasted Bananas, is this worse than when they wore dashiki, took a knee, and raised a fist? No, nothing tops that. That was a fucking hate crime, if we're being honest. As somebody mentioned in the chat, at least he's on beat. Yeah, like, at least he's on beat. Like, you know what? That is wild, man. That is wild. Oh, man. I don't know how I missed this. Ah, bro, man. He just, sometimes, and it's happened to me with my dyslexia. Sometimes I put the wrong letter in the wrong order. But he could have won. He was just, he needed to be in the podium. They needed to be in the crowd. He almost had it though. I didn't realize he was this close to becoming the president, y'all. Wow. Oh man. Thank you for that, Linstack. That was great. I had never seen this before. I don't even know if I could show the one thing that I know Andrew Yang for was the whipped cream stuff. I don't know if y'all remember that. I'll be honest with you, he does look like he's having a good time. He does look like he's having a good time. Oh, he does shit. Look at that. Oh, he went from clapping. He's like, I'm done clapping. He's like, that's played out. Oh man, I feel bad for not voting for him now. Damn, I feel bad. Am I racist for not voting for him? Man. I really need to reevaluate a lot. Linstack, come on. We like Dr. Ball, we had to abandon the pause. Unless you got the pause pass. I don't know how that works. I wouldn't know. Let's see, Andrew Yang. Hopefully I don't get banned for this shit.
That's a full service presidential candidate. Yeah. Yeah.
Why do I have to be the one to show y'all this? Why do you make me the villain? I don't understand it. I don't want to be this person. I had dreams and aspirations of joining CPP. Ah, man. Yo, I think that's all allowed. But yeah. That is this is America, bro. And like this isn't even the Gabino stuff. This is yeah, this is yeah. And don't think this is a one-off, bro. Homie, I can't do this. Stop. I can't. Hold on. I'm not at work. I gotta lock in. Eye contact. Eye contact. Bro, his man's like, all right, bro. His man's like, who knows what he was seeing to have to pull the plug on this? But this was like open wide. I don't know. This guy might be my favorite of the whole thing. I'm hoping this is a security guard, not an actual pig, but he's just like, fuck, it's a fucking Tuesday. I still got 4 hours to go on my shift. Man. You know, okay, all right, let's fucking overthink it. Let me justify me pulling this up. Let me intellectualize my way out of this. I think this only flies because he's Asian. All jokes aside, Pancho, I think this only flies because he's Asian. Because Asian men have been so demasculated, have been so deemed as a non-threat by white men that they can find this funny and be cool with it and not have their fragile male ego bruised in any way. I don't think this happens with another white man, and I definitely don't think this happens with a black man. Tell me if I'm wrong. And there's no such thing as brown politicians. We know this. The Hispanic caucus is a conspiracy. It is a lie. It does not exist. Prove me wrong. No, Claudia, I cannot imagine that. Jesus. Blame Lindstack for that one. How do we go from Hummin's Way to fucking open wide and whipped cream? Make it make sense. Well, Alexander, we're on the same fucking boat. I always try my best to keep tabs and watch other people's contents that I criticize. I mentioned it before, being born and raised in Southern California, this is how I sound. So when people want to like, yeah, bro, like, this is crazy. Like when I can't, bro, like, I don't even know white people that talk like that here. But I don't know a lot of white people to begin with. But I hear you, Alexander. All right.
Yourself. Who can walk into a black fish fry in South Carolina, a black church? Now, they can be nice. They're very polite people.
Yeah.
But who is going to get them to hum and sway? If I had to say one guy, if I were like betting the Kentucky Derby and I saw this 12-1 horse. And
bro, we get it. We understand. You would have been fighting for the Confederacy. Stop, bro. Just layering it on too fucking thick, dog. If I was a betting man in the Kentucky Derby and my cousin was next to me and as we were getting married, they promised and a shotgun to my head. It's like, bro, oh my God, man. I don't know how anybody stayed in the South. I really don't. Around these fucking creatures. Man. Fucking A. Not the Kentucky Derby.
And I said, yeah, I want to get a price. I'd take J.B. Pritzker.
Really?
Really? What does J.B. Pritzker look like? Huh? What is oh. Would you look at that? To the shock and surprise of no one. Is it bad that I immediately want to make a fucking Taft joke? At least I didn't go for the easy Chris Christie stuff. Oh, this motherfucker looks like a straight fucking mobster right here. What do you mean Batman got her inventory? This is the worst. All right. Wait, holy shit. Hold on. Oh, fuck. Where would I find it? That is fucking too funny. Hold on. Hold on. I got this. Come on. Guess who he was just on with? That's crazy. Sorry, that's wild. He was just on with, let me see if I can find it over here. The room's getting hot, so I gotta hurry. Or maybe it hasn't dropped yet. Yep. Look at this. 8 days ago. Our favorites. Caucasian approved. What was it? What was CA for? No, cookout approved white. Cookout approved white. Get the merch ready, y'all. We're gonna sue them. I'm gonna claim that we came up with it first. Let's see. Oh, okay, here it is. Oh, here we go. So remember, these are the women who've been radicalized according to Gavin and Zach from the Vanguard. The Zionist guard over there.
Kamala ignored a lot of people in the base, particularly younger people, very upset about the war between Israel and Palestine. And at the DNC, she did not have any Palestinian voices, just kind of like went right over it. You were there. We were there. You couldn't walk in. It was in your state. You did such a great job organizing those protesters too. We walked in.
I had not heard this part. I didn't hear the setup. You did such a great job organizing those protesters where, you know, they couldn't be where they needed to be. They weren't heard or seen or disturbing to peace. You did such a great job. I don't know why he gave her a Southern accent. I think she is from the South too, though.
And every day there was peaceful pro-Palestine protesters on your way in and on your way out. You never felt unsafe around them. You allowed them to assemble, all of those things.
You never felt unsafe around them? Do you think that the protesters at a fucking DNC are just fucking foaming at the mouth? Like, oh, thank God he put them in the right section. They would have started fucking biting. Wow. And Rad Libs glorify her. Downplay her homophobia. Holy shit, man. What the fuck was that?
Every day there was peaceful pro-Palestine protesters on your way in and on your way out. You never felt unsafe around them.
You never felt unsafe around them because they were peaceful or because where Pritzker placed them?
You allowed them to assemble, all of those things. What is your position as the facts start coming in on this, on the situation? Because I lived in Oklahoma. I'm an ethnocentric American. I wasn't like, okay, whatever's going on in the Middle East, whatevs. Now finding out that hundreds of thousands of kids under the age of 5 have been killed really pisses me off that we're a part of that and funding that. What is your take on that? And to the base of the party and people that care about humanity and human rights?
Well, let me start by saying these are particularly challenging, hard questions when you're asking somebody who's Jewish, like me.
Let me make myself the victim and the center of attention really quickly. You know, I really can't give an opinion on the shooting of Alex Pretti because as a Mexican American, this is particularly difficult for me. No, motherfucker. Those pinches vendidos. I'm not an abolitionist. We're not going to get into that again. Lock them up. Lock them up, brothers. Those are some bad hombres. 100%. Get the fuck out of here. ACAB is ACAB. We don't fucking pick and choose. The National Guard is good now. The local cops are good. It's only the state and federal police. State police good, federal police bad. No, fuck them all. All right? If you get one off the street and in the fucking pinta, yes, tú. No argument there. Man. All right, to be fair, because we always try to be fair, Ashley, ethnocentric that she was, her argument is that she used to be this person. And their big selling point is that they were liberals, only concerned about liberal things. And they were radicalized by the genocide of Palestinians. Completely you're gonna see it's bullshit. It's bullshit. This is nothing more than liberal Zionist normalization that the Vanguard has more than participated in.
Let me start by saying these are particularly challenging, hard questions when you're asking somebody who's Jewish, like me. Because remember that Israel in many ways was created as a safe haven for people who were escaping anti-Semitism and indeed the Holocaust. And
Indeed, that's why it was created. Sure. Indeed.
So just so I'm just expressing to you, and it's, as somebody who grew up in a home where being Jewish meant fighting for social justice and economic justice, and believing in the fundamental values of, I guess I'll say Niemöller's First They Came poem, when
What? Wait. Wouldn't that mean that is he coming out as a socialist? First they came for the communists. Excuse me. Is he coming out as a communist? Is he coming out as a communist? Maybe he's coming out as a socialist. Maybe he's coming out as a trade unionist. Huh. No, I don't think so. I don't think it's any of that.
values of, I guess I'll say Niemöller's First They Came poem, when
You do realize that by him not being a communist, not being a socialist, not being a trade unionist, he's literally saying, I'm not going to do shit until they start coming for the Jews. That's what he's saying. Like, how does that make any fucking sense? Unless you don't know the order. I said socialist. I forgot that they straight up said communist. But I'm also not invoking this fucking poem.
And you have somebody like Benjamin Netanyahu, who gets elected in Israel and leads that country to.
Who elected him? Who elected him? And that's not. Why are Europeans having elections in Palestine?
To commit atrocities, starving children, starving innocent people as a matter of warfare. As an example, these are all things that are, I mean, I have to step back and wonder what has happened. What has happened fundamentally?
Do you feel betrayed?
Benjamin Netanyahu, honestly, it's like he moved. I'm not suggesting I was ever a big fan, but I mean, way back, Benjamin Netanyahu was just sort of like a regular, I guess I'd say was like a never Trumper type of, conservative. And then he just slowly but surely, because he thought it would get him elected, and it did over and over again, he became this right-wing zealot about what to do with Gaza and the West Bank.
Can't even say, still has to compliment him by saying, oh, he was better than what he is today. But we're going to play this back. It's getting a little warm in here. Getting a little warm in here. What time is it? I was not going to stream this long. Oh, it's a mess. That's a mess. Oh, we're about to hit 4 hours. Fuck. All right. Too much fun. So look, first off, what she adds in is fucking hilarious. Do you feel betrayed? Do you feel betrayed? Did it not live up to the dream?
Somebody who's Jewish, like me. Because
weren't we talking about ICE? No. We're talking about this here. We'll play this next. He mentions,
I take J.B. Pritzker.
J.B. Pritzker as somebody that can make black people hum and sway. What? All right.
Remember that Israel in many ways was created as a safe haven for people who were escaping anti-Semitism and indeed the Holocaust. And so just so I'm just expressing to you, and it's, as somebody who grew up in a home, I guess I'll say Niemöller's first, when you have somebody like Benjamin Netanyahu, who gets elected in Israel and leads that country to commit atrocities. These are all.
The Zionist entity had never committed atrocities prior to that. Prior to that, no, it was Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu just so disgusting. Never seen anything like him before. There was no signs of the Zionist leadership, of the Zionist proxy, ever acting in this way. Any pushback from these radicalized individuals, radicalized by the genocide of Palestinians, by the way.
All things that are, I mean, I have to step back and wonder what has happened. What has happened fundamentally?
Do you feel betrayed?
What has happened fundamentally to the settler colonial project I so loved and adored? What has happened? I don't even recognize you anymore. Who are you? What have you done? Golda Meir, according to Bernie Sanders, wouldn't have done this so publicly. I wouldn't have to have known or acknowledged this or justify this publicly. Who are we? What has happened to us? We used to be so slick. We were smooth operators. What happened? ¿Por qué? Hush, hush. Their screams, their cries are too fucking loud. That's not how we do things. We exterminate the savage quietly.
Right.
Benjamin Netanyahu, honestly, it's like he moved. I'm not suggesting I was ever a big fan, but I mean, way back, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Big fan.
Netanyahu was just sort of like a regular, I guess I'd say was like a never Trumper type of, conservative. And then he just slowly but surely, because he thought it would get him elected, and it did over and over again, he became this right-wing zealot about what to do with Gaza and the West Bank. And so the betrayal, I think, is that the leadership of the country, because there are a lot of really great people who live in Israel, and you cannot hold against the people of Israel what the leadership decided to do.
Despite the fact that the Zionist population is all in agreement, has actually wanted things to get worse for Palestinians, we're just going to ignore all that shit. Can't hold the settlers accountable for what the settler project does. No, I'm pretty sure you can and you should. They're just following orders. Well, first of all, how the fuck did those politicians get elected? Come on now.
Let's also recognize, I don't want to overlook the fact, and again, I remember when Hamas attacked and killed and raped innocent people on October 7th. I mean, that's also an atrocity.
Right.
And so I don't want to forget that or forgive that. But to your point, we as a party, and I know I want to say we have to recognize when atrocities have occurred, and then we, as a important carrier of values in the world, need to do what we need to do in order to squash the atrocities and stand up for those who are innocent and being killed as they were in Gaza. Now
I didn't like that shit. Lies after lies after lie, justifying atrocities and war crimes being committed against Palestinians. Oh, but the innocent ones. Those are different. Again, please remember, Gavin said from the Vanguard, the Zionist Guard, that these people had been radicalized by the genocide of Palestinians.
the question is, with Donald Trump as leader of the United States, inviting somebody like Vladimir Putin, as he did, as I understand, last night, to serve on a kind of peace board to decide what's going to happen in Gaza, right? He's putting together where he's going to have Benjamin Netanyahu and an enemy of ours, Putin, making decisions about what's good for the innocent people who live in the Gaza territory. What kind of a country we live in? So we have to make sure that we're speaking truth to power.
I hate these fucking people. And you better vote for him. If he gets a nomination, you better vote for him. Because if you don't, it's your fault. If you don't, it's your fault. You are guilty if you don't vote for him. Fucking A, bro. People don't understand how voting works. And it's so fucking frustrating to hear liberals be like, if you didn't vote for Harris, this is your fault. No, you voted for who you voted for, and I voted for who I voted for. It's as simple as that. That's if you're even engaging with electoral politics. But they think that there's a magical thing where, like, not only is the Democratic Party, while they carry out a genocide, owed your vote, but somehow you're the reason the genocide occurred retroactively to the future vote you didn't give them. Yeah.
And also, just as a Jew, I have to, in my commitment to my faith, understand that these values of mine, right, of fighting for social justice and people's freedom, that I have to apply that equally to the state of Israel as I do to other countries that have committed atrocities.
I appreciate your answer, and I certainly understand the sensitivity surrounding your being Jewish and having to answer, questions like this. But I feel like,
Oh, pushback. All right. I feel like you're a Zionist. A little pushback. All right, let's hear it.
there is an atonement, a national atonement that we need to have for funding this. And Benjamin Netanyahu and the blank check that he has, and the Democratic duplicity from a lot of our politicians that take money from AIPAC.
Yeah.
And AIPAC donated like the same amount that Elon Musk did to Donald Trump. And so then I think there's a condescension with Democratic leaders if they say, oh, it wasn't that much. There's a condescension to the electorate when you're not saying, okay, look, and I understand the thing. I can tell you want to jump in. I'll let you jump in.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I want you to go.
That was a pushback. Oh, you want to interrupt me? Okay, good. Oh, thank God. Oh my God. I didn't know where I was going to go with that bullshit. Oh, I can only say AIPAC so many fucking times before people realize it's fucking meaningless. Oh my gosh, thank you. Please go ahead. Please spew more fucking liberal Zionist propaganda. Please. Oh my goodness, thank God. Whew. At least my audience is going to think I pushed back.
It made me think of something really important. I mentioned Niemöller's poem. I think it's really important for us to remind everybody, first they came for the trade unionists. I wasn't a trade unionist. And so I did nothing.
Oh, he did that shit on purpose then. Oh, he does know it. And he knows at first it was communist and was socialist, but he'd be calling for the rounding up of communists and socialists. So this motherfucker skips to trade unionists. And please remember, it was the trade unions in the Zionist early beginnings of the Zionist entity that helped to establish it, to help financially secure it, as they harassed, beat, and murdered Palestinian people.
And, when they goes through that list, I mean, innocent Palestinians are just the same, just the same as innocent Jews, innocent Israelis. And that's why so much of what I've been fighting for anyway is founded on that idea, that they're coming for me. They're coming for you. I think I heard you say, Jennifer, that, you're a white woman who's, mostly immune from the, and don't have to do anything. But they're coming for you and they're coming for me. So if they're coming for, they're also coming for the Palestinians. And so that's why I think that the support that we should be talking about right now is support for rebuilding Gaza, for creating a zone that is literally lifting up human rights and protecting the innocent people of the Gaza Strip. I'm shocked that we have a government in the United States which always, has tried to play a bit of a broker role, right? Is now gone completely anti-Palestinian. That's what our government.
Oh shit, my bad. Now the government under Donald Trump has gone completely anti-Palestinian. Yep, just fucking started. For sure. Yeah. It wasn't like the Democratic Party wasn't like, nope, we're going to continue funding and arming and excusing and protecting this genocide.
Government is currently doing. And it's like you can't hold the innocent people of a country or a territory, you can't hold them responsible for what leaders, whether we're talking about Benjamin Netanyahu or Hamas, have done. We have to now stand up for the people who are most innocent and most put upon. So I think that's what it is to be a Democrat too, FYI. And so it's a challenging. This is a really challenging moment.
Tough stuff.
You're
but
right.
I think
You're
we
right
have to
about
have
being
the
honest.
conversation because we during the 2024 election, and I like Kamala. I voted for Kamala, but she stuck her head in the sand about it or did doublespeak, which here's a big issue.
Or is it? I should have this saved, but I also don't want it saved. I think you have to remove podcast. Just what it is. Close. Or maybe Jennifer Welch. Getting closer. No, I'm not gonna find it. There we go. There we go. I like this one the best. It looks so happy. So she knows that Kamala Harris is a genocidal monster. Good to know.
That I think we need to talk about right now that really links with this. You say you cannot hold innocent people for what their government does. So put us in that situation right now. Americans, look what our government's doing. Yeah. Shooting people in the face, ICE. There's been conversations about maybe they need more training. Maybe they need.
Okay, so that's it. That's the conversation on Palestinians. That's it. That's the radical fucking pushback that they gave. Fucking awesome. Fucking amazing. Couldn't be fucking prouder to be on the same team, right?
Really? Why?
Well,
not Kamala Harris? She's black.
She has no chance.
Why not?
Because no Democrat wants anything to do with anybody that had anything to do with 2024.
So Kamala Harris can't get the black community to sway and hum?
No, they're not. No. And the other thing is, and this is the best news for Democrats that the party can possibly have.
Yeah.
Just win. They don't. If we nominate 2 white males, no one's going to give a shit.
So keep that in mind, all right? Moving forward.
Hi, yes, happy to give some receipts in regards to me saying that James Talarico called Colin Allred a mediocre black man in a one-on-one conversation that we had.
So the issue, the drama, the accusations is that James Talarico called fucking, was it Albright?
Hi, yes, happy to give some receipts in regards to me saying that James Talarico called Colin Allred a mediocre.
Allred. Kept saying Allred. A mediocre black man. Look, I'm not here to defend Jasmine Crockett. You know, CJ would be in my DMs fucking yelling at me if I were to do that. That's not the case. That's not what I'm doing. I'm not here to defend Allred either. I'm here, as I always am, to highlight how it is whiteness over everything. Woe is them at all times. Whiteness over everything. They're circling the wagons again. They did it with Graham Plattner. They're doing it now again. I don't think this is some type of strategic fucking double agent move that this woman is pulling off on behalf of Jasmine Crockett. The evidence of her kind of closeness to the James Talarico campaign kind of demonstrates that. His affiliation with that fucking Skeletor ghoul, I think further adds legitimacy to this. And the way that rad libs and liberals are reacting to this, for me, confirms that this happened. And also the response by James highlights, he doesn't deny it. He says it's a mischaracterization. Not that he did not call him a mediocre black man. This is identity politics, this is this and that. For me, it just further confirms that somebody could say some racist shit, add race into it unnecessarily. And white liberals are going to downplay it and excuse it and move the goalposts, cause a distraction. Maybe I care too much about this. But again, it's not like I'm supporting Crockett or Talarico. What I'm saying is, look how these white allies protect other white people, prioritize them. Oh, they're both Jasmine and fucking James are trash fucking human beings.
Black man in a one-on-one conversation that we had. So I'm going to walk you through kind of what this looked like and what led to this conversation so you all know what actually happened. So this is the photo I took with him at the town hall. It was on January 12th in Plano. And just to establish that we actually like know each other and like he knows who I am. He follows me on here on his account. We're like mutuals. So probably not for very long, but it's there. I also talk about going to his rally here in Dallas. It was in September, on September 18th. In this video, and this is a video I posted interviewing him at that same town hall in September. So, okay, so as far as like the actual conversation is concerned, this is the...
So for the white people that are just gonna be like, oh, this TikToker, which is fucking hilarious because they're all fucking YouTubers, they're all streamers. Oh, I have a show on YouTube. I'm not like this black TikToker. Who the fuck are you, bro? Like, what are you doing? You're bragging about being like in your 50s on YouTube. And somehow that makes you better than somebody who is a fucking journalist, a reporter. I mean, yeah, I think a little too close for company with some of these campaigns, but at least has a legitimate job. All right, let's go.
Staff person. This is the text thread I have with them. They have a creator program. The person that I'm speaking with runs that program. They send us stuff. They'll send us like press releases. They'll send us updates when he like has certain interviews or there's new numbers coming out as far as like, you know, fundraising and stuff like that. And that's what this was. She sent me this update on his fundraising. And this was my response back, because a lot of times when they're sending you things, they're wanting you to actually cover it. So just to add some additional context from the previous video, the response that I'm about to show you, I sent it to her because I was already upset about the James Carville email and text message, because I was already upset at the fact that this man that has said that we need to drop woke politics is now sending emails for donations on Talarico's behalf.
So here's the larger picture that all these white liberals are ignoring. Is that fucking Skeletor is out here being like, we need to drop the woke stuff, dog whistling. We know that whether it's Hasan Piker or fucking Skeletor talking about, oh, this woke stuff, this woke school stuff, they're just mad that they don't get to be fucking white and racist publicly anymore. That they don't get away with it. That's all it is. They're embracing reactionary dog whistles because they also don't want to be held accountable. They look at the right. And they're like, fuck, they're having so much fun. They can do their shit publicly. They don't have to wait until the camera's off like we do. We don't have to worry about, you know, our group chat being leaked. So they're jealous. And so they also want to embrace this anti-woke shit. No different than Chomsky talking about, Aramate talking about being canceled. Noam Chomsky talking about vultures. It's the same fucking mentality through and through.
So wasn't comfortable with it. I decided to take a step back from covering it on my page, and this is what I sent in response to her. Feel free to pause and look at it. This is her response to me saying, hey, didn't like this, not comfortable.
Hold on.
Talk.
Let's read it. Hey, thanks for flagging. I did want to ask you a quick question. Do you all plan to address the endorsement/communication from James Carville? Because receiving communications from someone pushing Democrats to drop woke politics is deeply concerning to me at best. I don't plan on talking about him publicly/supporting him anymore if it isn't addressed beyond the video I posted last week. Of course, if he wins the general election, I'll be behind him 100%, but that put an extremely bad taste in my mouth and seems to speak to a broader issue. That is so fucking reasonable. Again, kind of weird that you're this, I don't know, are you a journalist? Are you just an influencer? Or are you in the Democratic Party pocket? You're getting paid by them? What's going on with that? I would like some clarification there. But again, if you read this and take this as face value, this is as reasonable and rational as it gets. Hey, James Carville is dog whistling. The woke politics stuff is very evidently, reactionary takes. Out of nowhere, this is your communications director or the one communicating with us. I don't feel comfortable with that. Are you going to address it? If you choose not to, depending how you address it, I'm just not going to fuck with y'all anymore until and if you win the primary. And it's the blue no matter who. It is literally blue no matter who. The shit that all these fucking liberals and rad-libs have been essentially crying for. Rad-libs pretend to be against it, but they all fucking... Hasan Piker voted for Kamala Harris in California. Hasan Piker voted for Holocaust Harris in California. They are all blue no matter who. That's what she's saying right now. Of course, if he wins the general election, I'll be behind him 100%. Fuck my feelings. Fuck my ideology. Fuck his fucking racist Skeletor spokesperson. I'm with you. That is blue no matter who. And they're trying to smear this woman. I'd be smearing her for that second fucking text. I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? And you're still going to be in their corner even if they tell you to fuck off or keeping racist Skeletor? But again, that's not what the liberals are there to do. They say, hey, let's hop on a call. I'm free for the rest of the day.
And look at it. This is her response to me saying, hey, didn't like this, not comfortable talking about this anymore because of it. She said, hey, let's hop on a call. I'm free for the rest of the day. So we get on the call. She tells me or tries to explain away the article basically. And it was like, oh, people are getting caught up in the headline and that kind of thing. And I'm like, I've read the article. This is not a headline thing. I don't like what I read. So
hold on. I didn't know there was an article. I thought this was an email that was sent. Is it James Carville also? Oh, they're both James. That's crazy. No, this is November 2020. So wait, this goes back to November? Yeah, he's fucking horrific. It was November, so that's not too long ago, I guess. Let's see what he has to say. Grayskull will be mine. We are not even 2 weeks from the government shutdown, and the public conversation on the matter has fled the building. This shows, no matter what you believe, there's a simple truth. The shutdown will have zero lasting consequence for next year's midterms. The only thing that will preserve is economic pain, and that's exactly why Democrats won on November 4th. Zohran Mamdani, Abigail Spanberg, Mike Sherrill, even down ballot Georgia Democrats all won with soaring margins because the people are pissed, and the people always point their anger at the party in charge. Rent is out of control. Young people can't afford homes or pay student debt. We're living through the greatest economic inequality since the Roaring 20s. President Trump has done nothing to curb the cost of what is required to take even a breath in America today. The centerpiece promise of his 2024 campaign. The people are revolting, and they have been for some time. I'm 81 years old. I'm a human walking corpse. It is time for Democrats to embrace a sweeping, aggressive, unvarnished, unapologetic, and altogether unmistakable platform of pure economic rage. This is our only way out of the abyss. Midterms. Let's see here. Crazy Mamdani. Let's see. Grocery prices. Okay. For this to work, we can't get sidetracked on our message. The Republican Party's greatest weapon has always been its uncanny ability to turn us against one another. It cannot be said enough. The era of performative woke politics from 2020 to 2024 has left a lasting stain on our brand, particularly with rural vote. Jesus fucking Christ. What have I been saying? Rural. It's just forget dog whistle. It's a fucking dog barking. For we need to appease the white voter. Jesus fucking Christ. Particularly with rural voters and male voters. The term Latinx was despised even by many Latino people. Calling folks BIPOC should have never been a thing. Defund the police was a terrible idea. Again, the watered down abolish the police, but okay. Polling shows that nearly 70% of Americans think the Democratic Party is out of touch and that it is more interested in social issues than economic ones. The Latinx thing is funny because it sounds fucking cool. But also, I always thought that it's just Latin. But then in South America, it's Latin with an E. It's just, there is a lot of fucking disconnect. And since we're fucking socialized here in the fucking States and understand, like, America is more reactionary than Mexico and a lot of Central and South American schooling systems. So we're socialized in conditions to think like Europeans and be reactionaries. Let's see, where are we here? We can no longer be a party with a whiff of moral absolutism. We can correct this only by looking towards the future, always in every situation possible, and pivoting to a form of economic rage as a response. Let's see here. Brings up the French Revolution. Okay, so that was the article. Where's she at?
And I'm like, also don't like people co-opting woke the way they have from black people. It really bothers me. And she tried to explain what was happening with them working with Carville, or whatever, however you say his name. And I was just kind of like, it doesn't.
That is a microaggression. Please show Skeletor some respect.
It's not really changing anything for me. So and I think she could kind of pick up on that. So she offered for me to have a one-on-one conversation with James directly, because she was like, I know I can say all this stuff, but it probably would mean more if it came from him. I was like, yeah, actually, yeah. So she was like, you can have the conversation on the record, you can have it off the record. And as far as just to explain my thought.
Exactly. It's like rural dog, just say white. But then how does it look? How does it look when he's like, yeah, white voters and male voters? Then you're being a little too loud about it, a little too obvious about it. That's the fucking problem. Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button. I keep forgetting to say that. Hit the like button. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. That's Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. The Patreon is up and running. $2 gets you into a door to Discord. We talk shit. We laugh at fucking rat libs. We call out these reactionaries. I always forget to mention membership is on for the YouTube channel. That's easier for you as well. I appreciate all the support. Subscribe to Deculturation Live. We're at 800 subscribers. We're trying to hit 1,000 over there. That's where everything stays up. And I think that's it. Get busy in the chat. Don't be scared, homies. We have a good time. I appreciate Doc and Dune, Simon Bun over there keeping the Twitch chat alive. Claudia and Dyra keeping the Deculturation Live chat alive as well as Dre. Appreciate y'all. All right, let's get to it. And the usual suspects on the main chat. Appreciate it.
Process while I was having this conversation with her. I didn't want to have the conversation on the record because this wasn't something I was trying to put out on my page. This was me less so coming as a content creator and more so coming as a voter and a advocate for my people and a potential constituent, because I'm like, he still has the ability to win this primary race. And if that's the case, then
Okay, so she's just a content creator. She's not a journalist. My bad. To be very clear, though, all political commentators on YouTube, on social media are this. Content creators. They can fucking spruce it up, add a fucking set, do all their thing, have a fucking producer, all that dumb shit to waste money and to ask for more money. It's still the same. Content creators. That's all it is. Most of these people are just fucking reactors to actual content, right? I may be guilty. Who knows? You tell me. So she's not a journalist. She's just, and here's the thing. So she was actually siding with and pushing out what they wanted. And the moment that she spoke out saying, hey, this was a racist, I'm not going to support you if you keep him around. They're like, oh, okay, have a one-on-one. She's like, all right, cool. This was somebody that was on your team, on your side, until you fucked up by hiring this open fucking racist. And we're going to see how Crystal Ball, Emma Vigeland, Sam Cedar, Matt Leck, and the fucking war criminal that they have back there at the Majority Report are all going to be mocking her, dismissing her. Why the fuck would she lie? That's what I don't get. I mean, I kind of want this to be like a hit job by Jasmine Crockett. I don't think she has the political savviness to pull that off. I hope she does, because that's fucking hilarious. She's gonna fucking cause some chaos. Cool. Let's see. But I don't think she's got that in her. I could be wrong. This could be like a... I just don't understand. I read this text message. This is all fucking legitimate. Am I off? We're not on her position. We're not on her team. We don't agree with her politics. But am I wrong to say that her response to James fucking Carville, the racist ass, was coherent, was direct, was reasonable?
I want to know that he's going to be keeping black people in mind and not subscribing to this thought process that James Carville keeps pushing, right? So I was like, I'd much rather do it off the record. So that's the reason why there's not a video.
Even saying I'll do it off the record. That's why I got confused. I thought she was a journalist, but like off the record in terms of, hey, I'm not going to put it on my content. Even then, she's doing you a favor. In case you fuck up, in case you don't give a great answer, I don't think she's expecting it to be like, yeah, this is a mediocre black man. Because clearly, if she thought that he was also racist, she would not have been writing for him like this.
From this conversation I had with James. And I wanted the conversation to be candid. So that's why I was like, I'm not really trying to like get talking points or anything like that. I want to hear straight up what he's going to tell me. So she offers this. I say, let me think about it. And, you know, I'll follow up. And she's like, okay, cool. So she offers times where maybe we could have this conversation. It was like Plano, Austin, whatever. I couldn't do Austin, so I was like, Plano, that would be preferred. And this is what the message I sent. I was like, would it still be possible to have an off-the-record conversation with him? She says, yes, of course. And this is where we set up the actual conversation before the town hall.
Also, do you think that his team would be down to do this? Be willing to do this? If they didn't know that, like, oh yeah, she's a trustworthy person. She's been on our side this entire time. This clearly shows that they had a healthy relationship prior to this. Or else this would not have been happening.
This is where she's like, I'm thinking before the town hall. We have 5 to 7 minutes during the creator, blah, 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 blah. And this is where she confirms it. Okay, so you see that timing, January 9th. If you need more receipts, this is me running late to meet with him.
All right, I might be biased because I like her. I might be biased. I'm always running late. I like that. This dude is potentially like going to win this office and she's still fucking late to meet him. I'm biased. I can admit it now. I didn't know this. This is fucking hilarious. That's fucking funny as shit. You know? Está difícil.
She's like, you know, checking in. I was like, sorry, things were crazy. Getting back to you, you know, one moment, because she called me. So, walking in, sorry, we're moving. Who do you think we are? This person. All the people questioning what I'm saying. And even below here, I don't know if you can see it, but she's like, you know, is there still a seat next to you? Because I'm sitting in the town hall. I didn't actually expect to do that, but I was there. So this is where the conversation actually happens, right? So this is where we had me, James and the staff person in this room having this conversation. The conversation ended up being longer than that 5 to 7 minutes she ended up saying earlier. But the conversation started out as normal. Like, it's like pleasantries. We're giving the normal, like, you know, how things are going, the campaign.
I hate that type of shit. I can't do it. Would have been like, why is James Carville immediately? They're like, hey, good afternoon. I'd be like, James Carville, where is he? Where is he buried? What time does he get out of his casket? Am I in danger? What spells or relics do I need to carry to not catch or not to be under his spell? Please. What holy book and text can I chuck his direction to scare him off? And are there any loopholes? I don't want, like, is he like one of those fast zombies? That's not fair. That's cheating. Is that actually a zombie? What is he? Nosferatu, related, unrelated? I think just safety precautions. I would want to know these things immediately. I don't give a fuck how your day is. Is James Carville allowed to enter the building? Has somebody given permission? Has somebody invited him? If that's the case, can we meet somewhere else where he hasn't been invited and has access to? What are we doing here? That's what I would ask. Am I safe? Are we safe? Where are the children? Is he going to absorb their life force? Can we please have, like, I don't know, a Constantine, a Blade kind of figure around? Maybe even a Van Helsing? Is there a local one here? Any experience at all fighting the paranormal, the demon, the undead, what have you? I don't know, Forsaken Angels, perhaps? I don't know what he is. But I would want some type of confirmation that I'm going to be safe in the building. Has he contaminated you? Should we be this close to each other? Or is it kind of like a touch thing? He touches you and then you touch the other person. We're all in this fucking spell for him. I don't know. I've never dealt with the undead before. Like, what is happening? I want to know. I don't give a fuck about how was your lunch? Oh, wasn't this town hall hectic? No, I don't care. What words do I need to recite in order to break the fucking spell? It's that simple.
Like how people are feeling, like that kind of stuff. Jasmine entering the race, like that kind of stuff. And then I get into the reason why I wanted to meet with him, which again, with me coming from a perspective of a voter, as a black person that has concerns about the affiliation I'm seeing from James Carville. I won't get into the like nitty gritty of the details because this video would be way too long, but I tell him what I've said. I'm like, I'm concerned about this. Woke politics cannot be separated from black people because it's something that directly impacts our access to resources and all this other kind of stuff. And I told him, I'm like, I'm concerned about you potentially trying to get black people's vote in order to get in office and then subscribing to this thought process that's going to put us to the side, even though you're advocating for things like affordability, healthcare, all that kind of stuff, right? And he was like, oh, you don't want me to be a sellout. And I was like, pretty much, yeah. So that's where he goes into the like conversation of like, you know, I care about black constituents. If I didn't care, I wouldn't be trying to like actively talk to them as voters right now, because the polls do not show that that's something like it would be easy to pivot from that, because the polls are not great when it comes to Jasmine and James now that she's in the race. So the black vote is very much more heavy towards Jasmine. Is not a surprise to many people. So he was acknowledging, like, you know, I could turn away from trying to speak to this audience, but I'm choosing not to do that because it matters. So I'm like, cool, I hear you. A lot of other campaigns would have done that. So I'm like, okay, you know, I hear what you're saying.
I'm sorry. I know this shit's maybe a waste of time in the larger picture. She seems fairly fucking rational. She seems like she's operating in good faith, right? Like, maybe that's the approach. I don't know. Maybe I'm falling for it. But nothing so far has been like she has an axe to grind. She's upset. None of that. And I don't think that, like, if this was Jasmine Crockett trying to pull some strings, wouldn't you go like a little bigger? I mean, there's no evidence of anything of the actual conversation, so you could really say anything you want. He backhanded me and fucking spit on my shoes, and then ran away fucking singing old Confederate songs. My word against his. She's not doing that whatsoever. Like everything, it's actually kind of boring if I'm being honest with you. Like everything's pretty fucking rational.
So then we start talking about like him and Jasmine specifically. So I'm like, talking about how tense things have gotten. There was conversations we had last fall where I told him like, hey, if Jasmine enters the race, I think it's a really good idea if you all put out a statement after she joins, because people are already saying racist and microaggressive things online, and I don't think it's going to help the race, and I don't think it's going to help you or her if people lean into this thinking you're condoning it.
Bro, what the bro. She was putting him on game, bro. Like she was telling him like, hey, just so you know, you're going to have some supporters that are racist as fuck. And if you want to avoid that and avoid that pitfall, put out a statement to say you denounce that off the rip. Like, just what the fuck are we doing? Am I what the fuck? Am I falling for this? I hadn't seen this before. Especially if she has evidence of that, of telling him like, hey, heads up, like this is going to be an issue. Ifus are hilarious. Like, yes, Claudia, exactly my point. She gave far too much grace. That would be my fucking argument. That would be my complaint about this. But all the white people are like, this TikToker influencer? We'll see. We'll see. We need to wrap up, but we'll see.
So I recommend that you all like put out something so that, people can see that you are welcoming her into the race. Like this is not something that, is racism is not welcome here, basically. And that was conversations I had.
For free. What are you doing giving advice like this for free? Now I hope this is a fucking Jasmine Crockett op and just fucking is getting paid. Because why are you giving this white man free? What? Okay. Again, Democratic consultants are getting paid thousands of fucking dollars. Tens of thousands sometimes. James Carville is able to pay for his fucking security guard to guard his casket while he sleeps during the day. They're better off than any one of us because he's a Democratic Party consultant. You could be, you're just, her head's not in the game. I'm going to be honest, her head's not in the game. She's not thinking about everlasting life and immortality. That's her problem.
With his staff last fall. That is what he ended up doing. When she entered the race, he posted this video welcoming her into the race and trying to, set the tone, basically. So, we talk about that a little bit. He's like, asking what the conversation's looking like publicly. We're talking about it. And that's when we start talking about the conversations about what races that they should have been in. Because there's this conversation consistently of like, James should have ran for governor, Jasmine for Senate, or, all that kind of stuff. And I tell him that. And he was like, that is when he made the comment. He said, look, I signed up to run against a mediocre black man, not a formidable, intelligent black woman. Now, I'm going to say this.
The thing is, that is such a believable statement from a progressive. Like, this is such a believable statement from like a liberal, white liberal. They do this shit all the time to us. When we allow them to get too comfortable around us, they'll say shit and think it's like, it's okay because like, oh no, but I'm praising a black woman. It's fine, right? Like I could diminish the other guy. Like, yeah, but why bring up the race stuff? Like, why is that the fucking, tip of your fucking head, tip of your tongue, the front of your head, or whatever the fuck? And so they get comfortable and they say more than they're supposed to because of their comfortability. And that's why, sometimes people are too gracious with white people, but sometimes they're playing the long game. Sometimes they're playing the long game or end up playing the long game unknowingly and get the best fucking chisme, the best fucking scoop of how fucking racist they truly are. I've seen it. I've heard it. I've had conversations with people be like, yeah, that dude you don't fuck with? I'm like, uh-huh. Yeah, they did this and that. I'm like, I wasn't stupid enough to wait around to find that out. I just fucking one strike rule and you're out. But you got the fucking home run hit. Congrats. I didn't think they were that fucking wild. Thank you for telling me. I win both ways. They're not in my life, and I was right, and I have a great fucking story to share. You know, like it's just a win-win all around. So this does happen quite often, honestly, to where you know, white people get too comfortable around you and they don't realize what they're fucking saying. And then you're left with one or two choices. I got to check you on the spot, or I got to start fucking distancing myself. Right? Because it's not worth the hassle. You've revealed yourself to me, and I'm not here to reform you. You know better, and here we are.
And this is something I actually factored into me not saying something at first, because when he said it, I kind of laughed it off, because I was like, it really threw me off. Like, considering the conversation we just had, I was like, oh, okay. Like, you know how like when you get thrown off and which is very much not like me. I'm very much somebody that, like, I don't care the setting. Like, if somebody's saying something funky about black people, I'm gonna say something. But it really threw me off considering the conversation that we had just had, the reason I was there, that kind of thing. So in that moment, I did not say anything.
Look, I have not seen this, but it is jarring sometimes to be like, wait, I thought we were on the same team. I thought we were cool. I thought you got it. I thought you're kind of stuck in this disappointment, like kind of like, oh shit, man, another one. Like I fell for it again. Technology is wild.
But coming out of that conversation is when I started to be like, okay. So that is
especially and similar to the VJ Prashad Noam Chomsky thing, but not to that extent, obviously. From the text messages and the conversations they were having, I think she liked them, right? Like, politically speaking, I'm not trying to be weird. Like, I think she liked them. I think she was a supporter of his. She reached out, said, hey, I have this issue. Otherwise, we're good to go. Just know in general, I will support you. All this stuff. I think she actually did, like, support him politically, believe in him as a candidate. Again, we don't agree with her politics, but we're not here for that. We're here to say, is she lying? Is she lying or not? You know, like that's the show here today, is that. Because the white rat libs immediately diminish her, dismiss her, ridicule her, and stand by their white fucking ally, their white hero, excuse me.
That is kind of how that conversation went. I quite literally have everything but like an actual like recording of him saying this. I even have a video of me asking this question of him, of like how he feels about race and how that factors into his policy at the town hall. So that is what happened. I did not come forward with this lightly. I knew people were going to question me because I don't have a literal recording of the conversation, but I really hope his team is not the reason why my IG account was deleted very shortly after posting this previous video.
So now I understand why the majority report was making fun of this. So they made it seem as if getting somebody's, was it Instagram deleted was a huge deal, or like just impossible. Like you had to have like clearance by the CIA to do that. And that's not necessary. You just bot fucking mass report an account to get that shit done. It doesn't require much. Plain sight, we're just getting started with this, unfortunately. I said we're not doing 6-7 hours anymore. It's about to hit 5 hours. Claudia, Nosferatu is legitimately a gorgeous fucking movie. It is great. And I didn't know that I was just watching Spider-Man yesterday. I was watching at the dentist, funny enough. Willem Dafoe. I didn't know Willem Dafoe was in Nosferatu. So when he came out, and I love when he plays these like over the top characters. Like it's just so much fun to see his range. He was amazing in Northman or Norseman. I always forget what it's called. Just amazing in that as essentially like the shaman, if you will. I don't know. The spiritual guide. But he was so much fun in Nosferatu. Funny as fuck, man. His comedic timing is underrated. All right. Let's. Of course, Zipper. Let me guess. Yipper found it boring because there wasn't big explosions every 30 minutes. Yeah. If it's not fucking the MCU, Yipper can't co-sign it. We know, we know. Oh, he has one of the funniest scenes in the Boondock Saints. The Boondock Saints, of course, Yipper. Oh, the Boondock Saints, yeah, of course, yeah. I'm on to you. But he has one of the funniest scenes that I can't repeat. Y'all know when they're in bed cuddling. Fucking hilarious. The Northman, yes. So I didn't watch The Northman in theaters, which I will forever regret. Imagine that in fucking IMAX. Because I thought it was during that time where the show Vikings and all this weird ass fucking neo-Nazi glorification of Nordic myths was occurring. So I didn't watch it. And I had like one of my close friends like tell me about it. But this was a fucking meathead. And I'm like, bro, stop. Like, stop. And I love him to that. I'm like, stop. It's just, I mean, his favorite movie is Interstellar. It has grown on me, but I don't know. I feel like Interstellar cheats by getting at parents. Like if you're a parent, you're gonna love Interstellar. But if you're not, like it's kind of a weak movie. But I think Nolan's one of the most overrated directors. I'm sorry, he ruined literally every fucking fight scene in the Batman trilogy. I don't know what to tell you. Anywho, so bad. So he recommends this movie. I'm like, I'm not gonna watch it, bro. This weirdo stuff, whatever. Never told me that Willem Dafoe's in it. Never told me that was it Ayanna Taylor is in it. He never told me that I believe what's her name? The South African Charlize Theron. What's her name from fucking Mad Max? Furiosa. Never tells me she's in it. Never tells me that Ethan Hawke is in it. It's just he doesn't. This amazing cast would have convinced me to go watch it because I don't watch trailers. And so I finally ended up watching. I don't even know how I ended up watching it. And as soon as I see Ethan Hawke, I'm like, oh, I would have watched this immediately. And then I see Willem Dafoe as a fucking spiritual guide. I'm like, yeah, they're doing mushrooms. Oh, bro, I was so pissed at myself. So pissed at myself. Tenet is a masterpiece, though. I have not seen Tenet. But I do really enjoy Robert Pattinson. So maybe I'll check it out. That's hilarious, Ace. The Northman and the climax in the Northman is the closest I've gotten to understanding why people like metal. Ace was like sitting there and be like, huh. It's like, and then slowly looks and you see like the whiteness. The white starts spreading. You're like, no. That's hilarious. Nicole Kidman, is that who it was? Yeah, I always get her confused with. Was it Nicole Kidman? I thought it was. It's one of the few times where I'm like, damn, I really should have seen the trailer. It was Nicole Kidman. Oh yeah. Who was I thinking about? I can never say her name. Charlize Theron. Yeah. Dude, I fucking love. I think I will argue with anybody that this is the best action movie. This is just, and it's so fucking gorgeous. If you check out the Chrome Edition too. Chrome Edition is amazing as well. I don't think it's better than the colored version, but the Chrome Edition one is fucking badass as well. All right, let's get it back together. Let's get it back together. Now let's see this coverage. It's fucking hilarious. Do we have time for this? We kind of have to. We'll start off with this, and then we'll go. Yeah, we'll go in this order. Hold on. Damn, I forgot about that. All right, we'll go like this. Okay.
It's cold out here, and it's cold out here, and I got some steam coming off my head because I'm, just finished my workout. Got some steam coming out of my ears too. I understand that James Talarico had the temerity and the audacity to say to a black woman that he had signed up to run against a mediocre black man, meaning me, not a formidable, intelligent black woman, meaning Jasmine Crockett. Let me just break this down into a few segments here. First of all, let me just give you some free advice, James. If you want to compliment black women, just do it. Just do it. Don't do it while also tearing down a black man, okay? We've seen that play before. We're sick and tired of it. We're tired of folks using praise for black women to mask criticism for black men. That's not good for our community. It's not good. It doesn't work, and we know what you're doing. Okay, so if next time you want to praise a black woman, just do that. Leave black men out of it. Just leave a lot of things out of it. Second of all, did you ever have
This guy, I mean, I don't really know anything about him, to be honest with you, but he's working out with the American flag in the background. I'm just like, I already know what your whole deal is. I already know what your whole deal is. Yeah. And look, I'm not anti-bald. I know it comes off that way. I'm not. I've said it time and time again. I don't know what's going to happen. I got my contingency plan. LA. Now imagine. Los Angeles. Nuestra Madre de Los Angeles or what? Anyways. But he's got a look. He's got a certain look. You know what I mean? Also, right now, I don't know why I feel like he's telling Cusco. Right now, I feel like saying Krag, Pota Lava, like whatever. But he's right in the sense that, hey, like, too often we've seen this to where in order to feel comfortable praising black women, they're like, I gotta even out somewhere, like I'm racist, so I gotta do something to make me feel all right about this, a chaser, right? In terms of a shot. I don't know what you're all about in the chat right now, but I'll give you a compliment, I'll give a black woman a compliment, and I'll talk shit on a black man. And it's like, whew, all right, evens out. My father's not gonna be too upset at me about that. Kind of weirdo shit like that. I fundamentally think that James fucking Talarico, where's that last name from? That's interesting. Just let that shit slip. I don't think he thought anything of it. Which is more revealing, right? So in that sense, by him calling him a mediocre black man, there is this constant need to be exceptional. Countless mediocre white men and women. Men and women. I can't stand when liberal white women are like, oh yeah, these mediocre white men. And what do you think you are in regards to women? You think you're the fucking exception? You think you're exceptional? You think you're unique? No. Mediocre white men, mediocre white women are the fucking standard. What we all had to fucking deal with, right? They continue to try and separate themselves from each other. Don't allow that shit. Don't let that shit slide. So, because when it matters, they're always side by side. So I don't think he thought much of it. I really don't think. Because he's like, yeah, this guy is in comparison to what? To Obama, right? You have to be Obama level of fucking cunning, of doublespeak, of two-face, of all that shit. This is why all these white people, Shapiro's trying to copy his fucking speech pattern. We've seen countless of white people try and do it. You have to be that good, that much of a fucking slime, sleazy, fucking sellout comprador in order to make it. And that's what they expect. That is their standard. That if you're a black man, to be that good. Anything less than that is trash, right? Meanwhile, they're all fucking garbage. Again, I don't want this coming off like I'm defending this fool, like I'm lifting them up or anything like that. I'm calling out fucking white people doing white people shit. These are all from Jasmine Crockett to him to Obama Compradors. All right. Yes. Look at how ghetto Trump is, and look how much white people, we said what people, like it. When a homegirl took off her shoes and put it on the fucking couch. Now, mind you, I don't think that they're even worthy of using, like, the ghetto stuff is a little classist, but I get the message you're trying to get across. I get it. I would say, well, I don't even, white trash, is white trash technically trailer trash? No, right? White trash is like anyone and any, who the fuck was having this debate? And I hate myself for having a debate that I think, forget who was having that debate. Funny enough, I think it was iDubbbz. I'll own up to it. I was watching somebody roast that food. Oh, Turkey. I just got that reference. That's hilarious. All right.
Have a coach or somebody, a leader in your life tell you that when you make an accusation, you often have a bit of confession in it?
That he's not wrong there. He's not wrong there. I am a hater because I hate myself. He's not wrong there. I'm petty with others because I'm petty with myself.
Maybe you use the word mediocre because there was something creeping into your mind about yourself. Because I know you're not talking about somebody who's been better at 3 things than you've ever been at 1.
Bro, you dropped out. I don't look, for me, all this was good until this point, and then you should just been like, good luck defeating Jasmine Crockett. I endorse her completely or fully, or something like that. But the rest of this gets weird and a little sad, to be honest. It's like you're talking shit from the sidelines. Defend yourself, that's fine. But then when you start talking shit, it's like, it's a little weird. You're not in the race anymore, homie. I'm sorry. You should have had this type of energy at the minimum when you were in the race.
You are not saving religion for the Democratic Party or the left. We already had Senator Reverend Dr. Raphael Warnock for that. We don't need you. You're not saying anything unique. You're just saying it looking like you do.
No.
Okay? And third of all, let me just say to all the young black men out there, all the young men who come from tough background, struggle growing up, who maybe think that someday you want to put yourself forward as a leader in your community. It's going to have haters like this are going to show up, okay? And you're going to feel like you have to be twice as good and jump twice as high and talk twice as well, but you don't have to. You can walk out there with your shoulders back and your head held up high, knowing who you are and the value that you bring, and understanding that this comes with the territory and that there's going to be folks like this. And when we see them,
this is an interesting approach. I guess I must have seen a shorter clip of this. I don't know how I feel about this approach. I'm gonna be honest with you, because it's unique, isn't it? Right? And then in a way, he's right. He's like, hey, like, if they get to be mediocre, why don't we? I'm not mad at that, because very quickly, I want to say middle school. In middle school, I found out that like, oh, like you don't need to have good grades. You just need to pass. And because I knew I wasn't going to go to like a 4-year or a university, I was like, well, I'm going to go to community college anyway, so I don't need to take SATs. I don't need to do any of this shit. So I'm like, cool. If C's get degrees, I'm going to get B's and C's. I'm not doing the extra work to get an A. I'm just not going to do it. And the one thing that I've always been is very stubborn. So very quickly, I demonstrated that I was not going to try getting A's. Like you can say, oh, you couldn't. I'm sure in some classes I couldn't, especially in math. Just wasn't going to happen. I was struggling for my life for a C in there. But for the most part, if I applied myself, I could have gotten A's. I normally didn't. Because that was stupid. That was a waste of time and effort. So I thought, not realizing that, hey, education, for education purpose, is its own benefit, right? For education's sake. So I kind of always was, in a sense, embracing this mentality of like, fuck it, be mediocre. But in terms of politics, that's fucking hilarious. That's kind of fucking funny because that's, I mean, you don't want to be mediocre in any profession. No, see, no, I was not a nerd. I was not a nerd. I tried being cool. No, I just didn't care. I sincerely did not care. I thought it was a waste of time. And I kind of always struggle with that. You know, being so close to death at a young age, there's a weird sense of like, none of them matters that lingers on with you that maybe could creep into depression at times, but not really. But it was a lot of like, we're going to die. Like, who gives a fuck? Who cares? Not a good thing for a fucking like preteen and teenager to be saying out loud, but you know, thankfully nobody ever flagged it. Poser nerd. I'm not a nerd. I'll take poser geek. Let's make a distinction between nerd and geek. A nerd has valuable information, obnoxious as it may be. A geek has useless information and is always obnoxious. All right, we need to wrap this shit up. Let's go.
We should say thank you. Thank you for taking off the mask. Thank you for telling us who you really are and what you really think. And goodbye, okay? Because we're on our way, and we don't need you to come with us, and we don't need your help to get there. So with that being said, go vote for Jasmine Crockett. This man should not be our nominee for the United States Senate. I wasn't going to get involved in this race, but listen, don't come for me unless I send for you. Okay, James?
It's fine. It's fine. I kind of, if he would have ran on like, let's be mediocre, I kind of would have bought some merch. I'm going to be honest with you. I kind of would have bought some merch. I'm not going to lie. So this is out of character for him. Fourth generation Texan. I don't know what that means. Or why that would matter. Whatever. He's running in Texas. He's not a carpetbagger, I guess. NFL linebacker. What's his record? Was he good? I don't watch that sport anyways. A civil rights lawyer. Okay, so he's a fucking smarty pants. That's cool. So, okay, this is the statement that we want to look over here. This is from Talarico on Monday. So, 2 days ago. Official statement, James Talarico on Alred video. This is a mischaracterization of a private conversation. Already. This is a mischaracterization. This is a lie. This didn't happen. This is fabricated. Never occurred. You fucking name it. Wasn't me, fucking Shaggy over here. None of that shit. None of that shit. He's saying this is a mischaracterization. Here's the issue. I believe that he thinks it was a mischaracterization. I believe that this white fucking liberal said some racist ass shit and was like, that's not how I meant it. But that's what you fucking said. But that is what you fucking said. I don't care what your intention was. I'm sure you didn't think you were being racist. That's part of the fucking problem, bro. That's part of the fucking problem, bro. Exactly, yes. I would never say such a thing. None of that. None of that. This is a mischaracterization of a private conversation. In my praise of Congresswoman Crockett, I describe Congressman Alred's method of campaigning as mediocre, but his life and service are not. I would never attack him on the basis of race. So I would never attack him on the basis of race. On the basis of race. He's not saying I did not say a mediocre black man. He's saying it was mischaracterized what the mediocre was referring to, but he still said black man. That's what I'm getting from this. Tell me if I'm reaching. Tell me if I'm reaching, chat. Let me know in the comments. Let me know if I'm reaching. It's fine. But the thing is, he's not outright denying certain shit. He's saying on the basis of race. Not that I didn't bring race into it. As a black man in America, Congressman Allred has had to work twice as hard to get where he is. I understand how my critique of the congressman's campaign could be interpreted given this country's painful legacy of racism, and I care deeply about the impact my words have on others. Even then, he's saying that he understands how his critique could have been interpreted wrong, according to him. I don't know how, like, does he need to spell out saying, like, yes, I said that, but that's not how I meant it? Is that what he needed to put in his fucking statement? Yes, I said that, but my bad. That's not what I meant. That's what this fucking sounds like. I don't get it. This is what it sounds like. He's even saying, like, yeah, I could see where I kind of fucked up and, you know, it came out the wrong way. In no way is he denying that he said this. He's saying it was mischaracterized and that it could be misinterpreted. What the fuck? Am I tripping out? The reason why I think he critiqued Albert to begin with is because he's like, bro, like, I thought I had an easy dub. I thought I was gonna fucking, you know, whoop this fool easy. I'm a better politician than him. I'm sure he thought all this stuff. And then Jasmine Crockett, we talked about her before. Shout out to CJ, kind of broke it down better than I could. But we talked about, you know, how strange it was that this is such a, I think, kind of a bit of a powerhouse if applied appropriately or pointed in the right direction. That I was kind of amazed that the Democratic Party hadn't really invested more in her. And then we had a good conversation back and forth, and you all educated me on why, you know, I might have been blind to certain things, and I guess I wasn't racist enough in my mentality of the Democratic Party. My apologies there. Won't happen again. But I do think that Jasmine Crockett is, I think she has star potential. That's weird to say, right? Again, not glorifying her record, not praising her in any way. I'm saying she's got it. Whatever it is, she brought it. She has it. And just, whether it was a politician, whether it was an actress, whether it was a musician, whether it was, I don't know, like even like a lawyer, like this, all these things, like she would have been somebody that could not be ignored and would have been prominent in her field. She just has that type of energy, that type of personality, that aura, vibe, whatever the fuck you want to call it, to where she attracts attention. It's just certain people have that. It seems a little bit, from what I've seen of her, less effort than like AOC. Or maybe AOC is just works more at it. I don't know. But like AOC kind of adjusts to the room she's in, whereas Crockett seems like to bend the room around her, if that makes sense. But yeah. Ace, 100%. That's the reason why I'm kind of taking this story a little serious, and I'm kind of embarrassed or a little kind of, I don't know. I didn't think I would. Ace says, really think there is also a point to be made here about denigration of black men amongst liberals / the left in terms of intellect and viability, etc. And the guys like Jeffries and Booker allow non-black libs and leftists to be racist towards black men. Oh, Obama was literally, during the Harris campaign, admonishing black men. For no fucking reason, too. Other than, like, anti-black misandry. Okay. I have always said that despite our disagreements, I deeply respect Congressman Allred. We're all on the same team. All right. So let's hear this shit. It's 18 minutes. We're not doing 18 minutes of this. Is it 7 something? Let me find the timestamp for this. My apologies, y'all. I know I have it up here. Oh no, that was funny as fuck too. 8:26. Fuck. It's like half the video. I'm less
believing about, say, the
hold on.
lot better on Gaza and more human.
Bro, who's better in Gaza, you fucking idiot?
Leveling criticism at your capacity to be a candidate, which I think he must concede.
No, I hate myself. We gotta watch a lot of this. Yeah, we have to watch a lot of this. Fuck. All right. I hate the intro. Let's go.
About it, but it's so dumb.
Well, Colin Allred, I interviewed back in my days at TYT when he was running as a Justice Democrat, and he won that race, and he wasn't taking corporate PAC money, and he was a lot more progressive than he ended up being. He ended up leaving Congress and running for Senate and losing really, really badly. And I'm doing David Griscom's, I'm really excited about this, his The Myth of Red Texas. I've been reading his book because I'm going to be doing his talk, and his opening introduction is literally about all of the failures of Allred's campaign, and it's on display in this story.
He's a former football player.
Yeah,
Right.
he'll remind you of that all the time.
Well, in fact, he's actually recorded.
Which is kind of hilarious because The Myth of Red Texas, god damn it, bro. These fucking settlers is fucking hilarious. And Emma Vigeland, it's funny as fuck. She's so like smug about shit. He'll remind you all the time that he was a football player. Bro, you literally have a sports show because you don't give a fuck about politics. You don't fucking actually care. It's a sporting event for you. It's a show for you. Emma Vigeland literally has a sports show. And is over here being smug about somebody mentioning their sport, like, resume, their sporting resume. Why, as you as a political commentator, have a sports show when you barely show up 4 days out of the week to your political commentary job? That's like only barely 3 hours. We're about to hit 6, homie, which I'm ashamed of.
This story.
He's a former football player.
Right. He'll remind
And-
you of that all the time.
Well, in fact, he's actually recorded something from his home gym. It appears like.
Player. He'll remind you of that all the time.
Well, in fact, he's actually recorded something from his home gym. It appears like. He can lift what appears to be a lot of weight, but this is a little bit too heavy for him, and that is
Well done, Sam.
attempting to take offense. And let's. I don't know if we should present this before or after. I think we should present it before. He is responding to a claim made by a TikTok influencer who was on Instagram, who is claiming, who said that Talarico, running for against Crockett for the Senate nomination in the Democratic Party, had said something disparaging about Colin Allred,
I
who
have
is
it
not
here.
in the race.
Yes, apparently on January 12th. This is what the
So mind you, don't even bother to play the actual original like complaint. I didn't post it because I prefer the second one. I thought the second one was more thorough, provided like the receipts and the context to add legitimacy to her first claim. So I'm like, let's just skip to the second one. Boom. They don't bother to show either. That shows so much fucking bias.
Who said that Talarico, running for against Crockett for the Senate nomination in the Democratic Party, had said something disparaging about Colin Allred,
I
who
have
is
it
not
here.
in the race.
Yes, apparently on January 12th. This is what this TikTok creator said. She was in a private conversation,
You see how they continue to like to diminish, like, oh shit, a TikTok creator. Bro, you're a YouTube streamer. Where is your high horse? Where are you at? Like, what reality do you live in? Your parents paid for some of the best schooling in the country, and you wound up being a YouTube streamer. Mind you, if it wasn't for the Majority Report, if it wasn't for TYT, if it wasn't for her parents' DNC connections, who the fuck do you think would subscribe to Emma Vigeland's show? if she started just like me, from zero, from scratch, who the fuck would choose to subscribe and watch the most bland piece of bread in the Wonder Bread Tube catalog? Who? It is fucking pathetic that she thinks so highly of herself.
One-on-one with James Talarico, who seems like kind of a Boy Scout, but okay. And he apparently, according to her, said that he signed up to run.
Seems like kind of a Boy Scout. Yeah, white Boy Scouts have never been racist. You see how they paint the narrative? He seems like a Boy Scout.
James Talarico, who seems like kind of a Boy Scout, but okay. And he apparently, according to her, said that he signed up to run against, quote, a mediocre black man, not a, quote, formidable, intelligent black woman, referring to Jasmine Crockett, and then being disparaging about the all red. But, I mean, the black man part seems okay. That wouldn't be great. But his campaign was objectively mediocre, and that might be putting it kindly.
Yeah, which part is the objective?
The way these fuckers normalize racism is hilarious. Because they have to. The same thing with Ryan Grimm and normalizing Ezra Klein. The same fucking thing with Ryan Grimm normalizing Ezra Klein as a white supremacist. These people have to normalize these types of slips. They have to. Because they do this shit all the time. Sam Cedar literally said that Brianna Joy Gray was yelling at him. Yelling at him. When they had a debate. Has never said this about any other fucking debate opponent before. Gets called out for being a fucking racist. What does he do? Oh, I should have said admonish. AKA my whistle was a little too loud. Go fuck yourself is what he said. Because nobody's going to hold these fucking rad libs accountable for their white supremacist, anti-black ways. They're just not.
Well, let's just take it at face value that she claims he said this in that way. And then she also claims, according to this exchange, here, put this up, that Talarico's team deleted her Instagram as retribution. Now,
reliable narrator here.
I will say, if this dude as one of
reliable narrator, and look at her little, what, bro? She's such a fucking racist, bro. She's such a smug little racist. Reliable narrator.
Retribution. Now,
reliable narrator here.
I will say,
you've accomplished nothing in your life. You are a fucking failure with all the opportunities you were given. I can't stand this person, bro. So, reliable narrator. Well, you're not playing her video. You're not playing neither of her videos. So, who the fuck is manipulating the narrative here? What are you presenting to your audience? A smear about her. Look at this shit, bro. Oh, bro. Call me a sexist, call me a misogynist, she call me anti-Semitic, so it is what it is. This is how white women act, dog. This is how racist white women act. They take these little small victories like, and it's like, are you sick? Are you sick? Like, what's happening with you? How does a YouTube streamer think they're better than a fucking TikToker? Is that how you say it? How does that work? Where does this ego come from?
Her Instagram as retribution. Now,
reliable narrator here.
I will say, if this dude as one of the contenders for the Democratic nomination in Texas has the ability to get individual Instagram accounts deleted, this guy's got a very high power level. What's he going to be able to do when he gets into Senate? But
again, all that would require is mass fucking reporting an account. I think it's stupid of a content creator to delete their own account. Again, I'm hoping that this is all a work. That Jasmine Crockett set her up for this. I said, hey, delete your account. Don't worry. Well, you'll get more popular over this. Anyways, TikTok's your main thing. Don't worry about it. I'm hoping that she's that fucking conniving. I mean, like, fuck, I underrated you. Go for the fucking juggler. Let's see some chaos. Fuck it. I'm not buying it. All you have to do is mass report a fucking account, and I've seen it happen. I know people it's happened to that were never even that big to begin with. Why are they making it seem like you need a warrant to get a fucking Instagram account removed? What fuck, bro? I mean, he's old as fuck, so who knows? Who knows what he thinks?
Regardless of all that. So you have to believe that Talarico said that Allred was a mediocre black man as opposed to a really talented,
formidable, intelligent
black woman. You have to believe that's exactly what he said, as opposed to a mediocre candidate or whatever. Yeah. And Allred,
he didn't deny it. James Talarico did not deny saying that. He claimed he was mischaracterized and that it could have been misinterpreted. But he never denied saying that.
apparently has taken offense to it, and he's trying to make it like it's not just he feels personally insulted.
This is civil rights too.
This is a civil rights issue.
Morning, everybody.
I don't know if they're going to play a different video than what we just saw. They're not. How the fuck do they go, this is a civil rights issue? Is it because he's a civil rights lawyer? He's literally talking shit. He's literally talking shit. He never once brings up civil rights. He brings up, you know, hey, for any young black people coming up, you're going to have to deal with this. Young black man, you're going to have to deal with this. He doesn't bring up civil rights issue. Did we miss that part? We watched the whole fucking thing. Dude, why? Why do they have to fucking lie like this? Yeah, literally everything we saw. This is the same fucking video.
I am completely open to the idea that people use praise of black women to denigrate, to tear down black men. But
he's open to it. He's open to it. But he's like, I don't have black friends. I don't have black people around me. I'll take your word for it. I don't have you people around me. I don't hire you people in Brooklyn. That's what he's fucking saying. Brandon's not allowed on set. No, I don't know if he is. But
criticism for black men. That's not good for our community. It's not
pause
good.
it for 1 second.
It doesn't work. We know what you're doing.
Listen, I am completely open to the idea that people use praise of black women to denigrate, to tear down black men. But is that a thing?
That's happening here?
I mean, I'm saying, like, he's saying, like, this seems to be like an ongoing.
Within the Democratic Party, I think there's people who say, like, black women are our base, they're really great, and then cast a side eye at black men for not turning out for the Democrats as much as
I guess
black women.
The last person who made that argument was Barack Obama.
Exactly. That's what.
What, like, bro, these people keep such a white circle. I've been saying this since day one. These people proactively, Matt Leck, Emil Vigeland, Sam Cedar, proactively keep this online political space white. They don't hire black people. They don't hire brown people. They get fucking rid of them. They kick them to the curb when they don't play their role. They literally have the answers, and they're acting fucking stupid. Oh, have you ever heard? I'm open to it, but have you ever heard of this? Yeah. That's happened before. Well, yeah, I guess Obama, and just one of the biggest fucking moments of the campaign. And who does Obama represent? Was I going to say Osama? Maybe. Who does Obama represent? Who does he speak for? Who does he speak to and towards, and who does he make comfortable?
I'm saying this is like when, like, Bernie, ahead of 2 Iowa primaries in 2016 and 2020, all of a sudden news stories come out saying he's sexist, and then Hillary loses in 2016, and people are saying, well, actually maybe she lost because America's not ready to elect a woman. And then in 2020, I'm not going to say who said he was saying things about a woman can't win, but then flash.
Why aren't you going to say who made that accusation? It was Elizabeth Warren. And you know who was an Elizabeth Warren supporter? Can you take a wild guess who was an Elizabeth Warren supporter? Anyone can take a wild guess who was an Elizabeth Warren supporter. And why he hesitates to say who.
Iowa primaries in 2016 and 2020, all of a sudden news stories come out saying he's sexist. And then Hillary loses in 2016, and people are saying, well, actually maybe she lost because America's not ready to elect a woman. And then in 2020, I'm not going to say who said he was saying things about a woman can't win. But then flash forward to 2024, and Kamala Harris was, and all of a sudden the standard complaint about other people is that, well, America's not ready to elect a woman once again. Like, these things are...
Mind you, when they called in to be like, hey, some majority report fan, poor fucking soul, called in to be like, hey, I don't think that Kamala Harris is going to win because a lot of my coworkers, I'm a blue collar worker, I work in a warehouse. A lot of my coworkers are straight up saying, I'm not. Oh, this is too fucking funny. 5 hours ago, Aaron Mate apologized. I want to acknowledge I made a mistake. Oh, go fuck yourself, you pedo normalizer. Holy shit. We'll pull that up shortly. That's fucking funny. Oh, man. Levi, Elizabeth Warren was even her idol, which is a pretty low standard for your idol. Yeah. Yeah, straight up a racist too. To claim that she was indigenous, she was racist as fuck. Let's see. Emma Vigeland crying. Let me just send this out. I don't want to pull it up. Favorites. I'll just tweet this. Oh no, it's not this one. Fuck, it's not this one. That's the Bernie Sanders one. Where she refused to call Bernie Sanders a sign. Is it this one? No. Damn, I don't have that one loaded. But Emma Vigeland crying. Emma Vigeland was crying the day after Harris lost because, like, this country doesn't respect women. Bro, do I have that? Did I not? I need to hurry up. I'm lagging hard today. Just find the majority report. Damn, I hate that error. My apologies, y'all. But this shit's too funny. Let me see if I can find. I don't know why I didn't favorite that. I get annoyed at myself sometimes because I have so much recordings of these fucking people just embarrassing themselves, humiliating themselves, but I don't have them all in order like I should, like a folder. I should have a majority report folder. I don't think I do, because these motherfuckers are a gold mine when it comes to showing their asses. But yeah, Emma Vigeland was somebody pushing this whole line about, like, if you're not voting for Harris, you're a sexist. Like, she was pushing that shit. She had to apologize. She had to eat crow over it. Actually, let me see if I could. Hold on. Let me see if I could favorite this. Bro, what the fuck, man? I never update my phone, and then recently got updated, and it just ruins everything, man. Oh well, I don't think I'm gonna find it in time, but it's quite fucking hilarious. Why? Because you like seeing women cry? No, because she's a fucking fraud. Okay, yeah, I found it. Okay, let me see if I could pull up my Twitter and show y'all real quick. Thank y'all for sticking around. Let me see. I don't know if y'all like these long streams or not. It was a post, it was a reply. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Come on, yeah. Yes, here we go. I think it's this one. I've been muted again, huh? My bad. I'm sort of an idiot. It's alright. I was literally just looking for this. I appreciate y'all for being patient. Or was I not muted? Oh.
My one thing I'll just get a little emotional about is it does, as a woman, feel pretty shitty. I feel like the humanity of women and their rights, no one cares. And even in the face of Trump and everything that he represented, that's a tough pill to swallow. So, with that, let's read some ads. Bro, Kamala Harris was right next to Biden, mass murdering Palestinian women and girls. Mass murdering, committing a genocide against Palestinians, which included Palestinian women and girls.
And this is white feminism through and through. White feminism through and through. But what about my rights?
Shitty. I feel like the humanity of women and their rights, no one cares. And even in the face of Trump and everything that he represented, that's a tough pill to swallow. So.
Yep. Because apparently Biden was a fucking pillar of women's rights. Man. What did I tweet? I just put ha. Man. All right, you know what? We're going to be lingering for a little bit. I'm going to take a bathroom break. I'll be right back. You fucking man. How do y'all do this to me? How did I become this? You know? All right, I'll be right back. Oh, but here's the thing. They're libs. They're absolutely liberals. But they switch up the verbiage every once in a while. Right? It's all about PR for them. From progressives to liberal to being on the left, all these things. You see TYT is no longer the home of progressive. Now it's, Cenk Uygur says now they're the home of mainstream progressives. It's always about rebranding for them because they have no principles. They have no principles. They're fucking survivors. They're cockroaches in that sense that they'll always maneuver to be slightly to the left or to the center of fascists to seem like they're leftists. But what they are, and by focusing on national interest over the international genocide, Jesus, what's going on is they're making themselves nationalists. They're nationalists, socialists, nationalists, whatever they want to call themselves. But the moment you start advocating for electing a regime that is committing genocide, how are you no different than a fascist? Oh, within our borders, everything's going to be hunky-dory. But if you allow the Democratic Party to commit one genocide, how many more can they commit? How many more will you allow?
Because I think this is, and I've over the years, and certainly within the context of this, let's separate a few things, okay? And we'll address each one of them. One, the question of Jill Stein. Two, the question of AOC as to whether you should listen to AOC. And three, the question of what is the relationship between one's vote and changing policy, if that's what they want, if that's what you do want to, or what does one use one vote for? As far as Jill Stein, okay, distinct from who says it, I don't know if I would use the word predatory. I understand why one would use that, more from the perspective of like she went and fundraised.
First of all, if we're talking about predators, about predatory behavior, what is more predatory than to say, I am a leftist, I am a progressive, I don't care if I'm only elected for one term, but I'm going to bring the ruckus and I'm going to fight for you. All right, y'all. All right. Appreciate y'all sticking around. Let's keep this going. We still got to cover that, man. Come on.
I'm not going to say who said he was saying things about a woman can't win. But then flash forward to 2024 and Kamala Harris was, and all of a sudden the standard complaint about other people is that, well, America's not ready to elect a woman once again. Like, these sorts of things, even if we take at face value that Talarico said exactly that, which I don't, but let's just, for the sake of argument, say it. Like, the idea.
Why are they doubting it? Why are they all doubting it? They're all downplaying it. Why are they all doubting it? I don't understand that. Why What evidence do they have to show that? I mean, they refuse to show the TikTok content creator. Ooh, so beneath them. They refuse to show her work. Coincidentally, a black woman. Interesting. I'm sure it has nothing to do with why they won't show her work. Okay. Seems like fair, unbiased. Fine, perfect. Wonderful. Remember, Sam Cedar's afraid of them, so maybe it's that. So they all don't believe it. Bad enough, right? Bad enough to say, nah, this didn't happen. Bad enough they don't show the evidence provided for why this woman is a legitimate or a reliable individual. Bad enough they didn't do that. Don't worry. White feminism to the rescue, y'all. It'll get worse.
The idea that we're going to get scandalized by this sort of talk about politics like this, I think is just a little bit childish.
And it's as if like he wanted to sort of say like, I'm also going to help Talarico out by doing my mediocre best on this video. Because it really is just like, it feels like his heart really is not in it. Maybe he should have done it before he worked out. I don't know. But let's keep.
Mind you, they're focused on the mediocre part. Nobody would have had an issue. Nobody would have a complaint of people like, oh, he's mediocre. That's it. He chose to bring race into it. And we know that he did because he said, I would not have attacked him about his race. I could understand how it was misinterpreted or if it was mischaracterized. He never said he didn't say it. He never said I didn't bring race into it. Are they going to read his statement? Of course they're not.
Go on here.
While also tearing down a black man. Okay, we've seen that, but not good.
And he was
good. It doesn't work, and we know what you're doing.
It hurts your feelings, Colin.
Well,
That's the problem.
First off, he said it to supposedly to one individual. He has already come out and apologized, and he was really just.
Oh, it's even worse. It's even worse. They know he came out and apologized, and they're refusing to read the apology because they fucking know that he never denied saying it. He literally just says, I didn't mean it that way. It was misinterpreted and it was mischaracterized. He never says I never brought race into it. That is fucking pathetic.
It's like leveling criticism at your capacity to be a candidate, which I think he must concede. That's why he dropped out.
But he didn't even really apologize. I mean, he apologized, but he admits that he described Congressman Allred's method of campaigning as mediocre, but his life in service or not, I would never attack him on the basis of race. I have no problem believing that he would say that his campaign was mediocre because that's.
He never said he didn't call him black. He never said he never brought up race. He said he did not attack him based on race. From his perspective. But he could understand how it was misinterpreted. Why is that so fucking hard to understand? Of course, they're not going to read out this entire thing. I understand how my critique of the congressman's campaign could be interpreted given this country's painful legacy of racism. This is a mischaracterization of a private conversation. I would never attack him on the basis of race. Where does he say I did not call him a mediocre black candidate or black man? He doesn't say that anywhere. There's a reason why they're not showing it. There's a reason why they're not reading out the whole thing. There's a reason why they didn't bring up the accusations and the evidence to support that she is a reliable narrator, contrary to what Emma Vigeland is over here saying, who is a YouTube streamer. Somehow better than a TikToker. Okay.
That's honestly a nice thing to say, and Talarico seems like a pretty nice guy, regardless of, never attack him on the basis of race. I have no problem believing that he would say that his campaign was mediocre because that's honestly a nice thing to say, and Talarico seems like a pretty nice guy.
They do this shit in real time. He's being nice. What? Him calling him mediocre was nice. Again, the issue is not being called mediocre. The issue is bringing race into it. The issue is this godly expectation of black men to be somehow better than everyone else by multitudes. by multitudes.
Regardless of, like, well, all things equal, so we don't necessarily, I think you can make a case about, say, the issue of Israel, like Jasmine Crockett versus Talarico. Talarico has taken some Adelson money for gambling. Crockett had support from Israel-aligned groups in the past, but she's shifted and been better on this front. Say, I still think Talarico's statements are a lot better on Gaza and more human.
I think they're both, yeah.
You see how they play this lesser to evil game? You see how I've refused to engage with that? But let's humor them. So they're saying that Jasmine Crockett materially has been better on the issue, but Talarico has talked about it better? Okay.
They're both not that great, but okay, we're deciding between these two. My point is just like, all things equal, Talarico has a better shot in the general election, because if this is the kind of politics that she's pursuing and the kind of strategy she's pursuing, enlisting Allred to do this thing for her, it is not a winning strategy in what could be the more winnable, one of the more winnable races in Texas in a long time. And you go.
Skeletor's fucking daughter, bro. Skeletor's fucking daughter. She basically said, if you're going to engage in this woke politicking, you're going to lose. She's claiming that Jasmine Crockett recruited Allred to do this? Is that what she claimed? With no fucking evidence?
Kind of politics that she's just like, all things equal, Talarico has a better shot in the general election, because if this is the kind of politics that she's pursuing and the kind of strategy she's pursuing, enlisting Allred to do this thing for her.
She's not claiming that Jasmine Crockett enlisted Allred to do this for her with no fucking evidence. No fucking evidence whatsoever, but somehow they want you to dismiss the black TikToker that they refuse to even show their side of the story and all their evidence that obtains some legitimacy to her statements. But now they're making baseless false accusations with no evidence that Jasmine Crockett recruited, enlisted Allred to do this shit. I hope she fucking did. That'd be fucking hilarious. That'd be fucking funny. It's wild, bro. It's the hypocrisy, right? No, the racism is the worst part. But they're in real time hypocrites. In real fucking time, hypocrites. Yes, Sissy. Yes, Jasmine Crockett is a Zionist. But so is Talarico. That's the problem. But even Emma was forced to acknowledge and address that Crockett has materially moved in a better direction than Talarico. But Talarico speaks better, so he lies to me the way I like it, she said. Daria, he told Jewish Texans he'd support Israel. Unsurprising. But I don't expect anything different from Crockett either. Ron, it's naive and ignorant if you think America is not only racist, but it's also misogynist. Never said it wasn't misogynist. That's part of white supremacy. Having a Trump presidency is no joke. Never said it was a joke. In the case of Emma's post-election tears, were legitimate in this case. How are her tears legitimate about Donald Trump winning when they're based on the rights and safety of women and girls, when on the other side was Kamala Harris, who was committing a genocide against Palestinians, which include women and girls? If your concern is women and girls, why would you be crying that the person carrying out a genocide lost? Now, if you're prioritizing white women and girls, if you're prioritizing American women and girls, fine, but acknowledge that you're a nationalist. Acknowledge that you value the lives of white women and girls or American women and girls more than you do Palestinians. That's what it's crying for. Have your fucking tear fest.
it is not a winning strategy in what could be the more winnable, one of the more winnable races in Texas in a long time. And you go to Jasmine Crockett's website, does she still not have an issues page?
She's asking, by the way. She's asking. This is someone who refused to criticize Kamala Harris for not having a platform because she entered the race so late. Jasmine Crockett entered this race pretty late as well. Who gives a fuck about the numbers? It's bullshit. You should have a platform from the moment you say I'm in. But she was excusing Kamala Harris time and time again for not having a platform when Kamala Harris was basically the Biden campaign. There was no reason for her not to have one. The 100 whatever amount of days for her weak ass book making that built-in excuse that Emma Vigeland was pushing to excuse why she didn't have a platform, why the VP who had already run for the presidency did not have a fucking platform, who was taking over the president's campaign did not have a fucking platform. But suddenly for Crockett, now it's an issue. Mind you, she's asking the question because despite being a political commentator as her fucking job, her career, she doesn't know. This is why they have a producer, because they don't actually study this shit. They don't actually look over this shit. They depend on the producers. Spoiler alert, yes, Crockett now has a campaign, a platform, whatever the fuck.
I'm pretty sure she still doesn't have an issues page. And Edinger Menta made this great point on Twitter last night, like about how her brand was attacking Republicans prior to this race, and that was what was successful about her. She could have done what Graham Plattner's doing, which is just like running against Susan Collins and acting like you're the presumptive nominee essentially, and going after Republicans. That would have been a pretty strong strategy for her specific skill set. But what she has decided to do is lean into dividing the Democratic electorate in the state of Texas along like racial lines, and it's compounded by her previous comments about Latino Trump voters having a slave mentality. Do I think that is a good strategy and the best candidate to take on Cornyn in Texas? Absolutely not.
No soy tejano. I ain't a Texan. But is she wrong? Is she wrong? Jacob, what's her Nazi tattoo? Emma Vigeland's, who knows, man. She probably doesn't know that it's a Nazi tattoo, though. Now, if Jasmine Crockett had a Nazi tattoo, Emma Vigeland would defend her and vote for her. Current day Emma Vigeland is a 100% hater of all things Kamala Harris. Does it really fucking matter when she was defending her and trying to wash the blood of Palestinians from her hands? When it matters most, Emma Vigeland shows you who she is. When it matters most, Emma Vigeland shows you who she is. When the TYT employees were trying to unionize, Emma Vigeland sided with Cenk Uygur. Emma Vigeland sided with Cenk Uygur. When individuals, and we covered this, called out the majority report for not calling out Anna Kasparian being a TERF, Emma Vigeland downplayed it and protected Anna Kasparian. It wasn't until the whole fucking internet said, fuck Anna Kasparian, she's a TERF, that the majority report jump on it. We've covered this. We've covered this. Also, Claudia makes a great point. How many white women voted for Trump? Yep.
All right, so she has issues up now.
She had an issue. Just another point on
but it wasn't for a while.
The Israel thing. Like she did the exact same thing Allred just did when people pressed her about the Israel stuff.
I love this shit because white people, white liberals can never be wrong. But what's up now? But it wasn't for a while. Bro, you made this excuse for Kamala Harris for the fucking presidency when she was VP, had just run for the presidency and was taking over Joe Biden's campaign. And you still excused her lack of platform. Not to mention her complicity in the genocide of Palestinians.
And it's compounded by her previous comments about Latino Trump voters having a slave mentality. Do I think that is a good strategy and the best candidate to take on Cornyn in Texas? Absolutely not.
Do you think Latino Trump supporters were going to vote for a black woman? Do you think Latino Trump supporters in Texas were going to vote for a black Democratic nominee, a woman? What do you think she would have to say? What do you think Jasmine Crockett would have to say to win over the vote of a Tejano Latino Trump supporter? Chat, what do you guys think? I'm brown. Don't be scared. Say what you gotta say. What do you think she would have to have fucking done to win over the primos over here in Texas? Their votes. To win Jesse Ochoa's vote. To win Raymundo. Was it Munoz? To win over his vote. No, it wasn't Munoz. Let's see. I want to make sure I get these fuckers' name right. Gutierrez? Is that who it was? Yeah, Gutierrez. It's wild, bro. Thank you. Mikey Mezcal. Ha 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 with the J, showing that they're legit. Conservative Latinos voting for a black woman. Do pigs fly or something? It's just, bro, like, I don't know what fucking world she lives in. I mean, I do know. It's a very affluent white world that she lives in. You know, Crockett was criticized because she said, if we're going to lose, what does it matter that I'm running or something like that? Which isn't a great soundbite, but it's essentially saying, hey, if we have no chance of winning, if you believe we don't have a chance of winning the state, why are you criticizing me jumping into this race? I think that's what they meant. Yeah. I don't want to steal from the FBA community, because our Latinos have always been fucking very proud and patriotic. Sometimes it only takes one generation, you know? And also I guess the Tejanos are technically would be foundational, right? If they got grandfathered in with the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Was it Guadalupe? I guess, yeah, it's tricky. But please let me know in the comments if you're watching this after. What would Jasmine Crockett need to do to win the Latino Trump Tejano vote? Because Emma Vinland's not going to answer that. Look at her fucking face when she realizes she fucked up. FLA? That's, man. How do y'all expect me now to make merch? That is great. That is great. And lo voy a llenar con polvo pica pica. So when they purchase it, you're like, ah. All right. Foundational Tejano American. Yeah. All right. Look at her reaction.
All right, so she has issues up now.
She added issues. Just another point on
But it wasn't for a while.
the Israel thing. Like she did the exact same thing.
Not. All right, so she has issues up now.
She added issues. Just another point on
But it wasn't for a while.
the Israel.
I'm not stupid. Please believe me. I'm not stupid. I don't just talk out of my ass. I don't take 3 days off. I swear. I studied this. Please. Fucking pathetic, bro. Please understand, she's the loser of her fucking family. Her sister's a fucking lawyer, like working alongside her parents who are fucking lawyers. She was too stupid to get into the family business. I don't want to offend any Italians over here. Because I've done this before. But she is the Fredo of her family. She is the Fredo Viglin. It's that simple. She's the Fredo of her family. That's why she's got that fucking face on right now. Oh, fuck, I was wrong. Jesus.
Israel thing, like she did the exact same thing Allred just did when people pressed her about the Israel stuff. And she said, "How dare you criticize me? I'm sorry, you're a politician. Remove that from your vocabulary. This, how dare you?" Because the truth is, Jasmine Crockett, she says this, "I didn't take any money from AIPAC." She's lying by omission. Because when you look at the disclosure form for that trip she took to Israel, to Tel Aviv, it was paid for by the American Israeli Education Foundation. It was signed by a guy named Arne Christensen, who works for fucking AIPAC. So yeah, man, and you can find Arne Christensen all over C-SPAN saying the most gross shit next to Republican politicians with AIPAC behind him on the thing. So like this whole thing where our intelligence is insulted, that we can't say Jasmine Crockett has suspicions on Israel, or Colin Allred ran a mediocre campaign, these self-evident truths, that you can't say that because how dare you criticize a black woman or a black man? This is, I'm sorry, this is garbage. This is embarrassing.
They're so fucking racist. I don't even know if they're stupid or this is malicious. No one is upset that they're criticizing a black man and a black woman for running a mediocre campaign. That's not the fucking issue at all. Mind you, if they would have actually presented the criticism by the original TikTok content creator, these fucking streamers are suddenly so much better than them. I'm sure it has nothing to do with her race and how that might sway the audience. No, of course not. The criticism wasn't that they ran a mediocre campaign. The criticism was that they connected race to it. Because think about it. The joke was what? Mediocre white men. Mediocre white men. The race was intrinsic in that criticism of mediocrity. Right? You were mediocre and you still won and you still got rewarded because you were white. Or normally, being mediocre would only leave you at a certain level. You continue to rise because your whiteness carried you there. So by saying mediocre black man, that's also intrinsically connecting race to it. Because for black men to succeed, they have to be exceptional. Whereas white men can continue to be mediocre. And that's why he was saying, I wasn't ready for an exceptional black woman. I can handle a mediocre black man. Because he knows that it would be more competitive than dealing with a mediocre white man. Because they're held to different standards. He could be a mediocre white man because he is a mediocre white man. But because he was a mediocre black man, that was unacceptable. I don't like these fucking people. Whoa. Democrats. Let me finish. I don't like Democrats. So it's not like I'm rooting for somebody or I'm going to vote for them. No, I'm not trying to defend anyone here. But going out of your way to criticize Jasmine Crockett's Zionism and her lies and not depicting James fucking that he promised. Let's find out. Let's find out. Let's see a video on it. 1 week ago. But remember, he does a good job. Left Reckoning would be fucking hilarious. They dedicated a fucking hour to this asshole. He's good at that dog whistling shit. Who's got the clip, y'all? Who mentioned the clip? No. I had to speed it up at 1.5 or else Sam Cedar lags too much. Who's got the clip of James Talarico? Because I know he does a lot of fucking lip service. This is too fucking funny. Mind you, this is the co-host. This fucker got me blocked. It's fucking hilarious. Compa. Andas con güeros, cabrón. Oh, yeah, you're surrounded by them. Now I'm questioning whether you are one or not. Trying to peek on his library over here. October. That's the only thing I can make out. Gaza. All right, well, he's not a Chicano fucking... I wanted a speech of him. It's getting hot in here. I gotta fucking dip. What's that fucking 6 hours, bro? That's hilarious. 4 weeks ago? That's hilarious. Jewish insider Talarico, who now disavows AIPAC, attended group's event in 2019. That's too fucking good. This is from the Jewish insider. Who mentioned that he spoke to Jewish Texans? I keep forgetting I'm missing a tooth and it's freaking me out. Oh, Daria, what was it? Do you have a link or a reference that I could search up? Because all this is going to be pro Talarico slob. Oh, bro, come on. Yeah, this is, I don't know why this is lagging so hard. This is October 17th. That's a while ago. Ask AI. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. Oh, I missed. They say the Holy Land right there. Hold on. The Texas Ethics Commission campaign finance records from February and December 2024 show Talarico was a recipient of 3 contributions totaling $95,000 from a political action committee funded by Marianne Adelson, a resort casino owner, majority owner of the Dallas Mavericks, and a leading advocate for Israel's annexation of the West Bank. According to the August article from Politico, the bipartisan funding that included Texas 21 Representative Dade Feline and Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick amongst its recipients was part of a push by one of the Republican Party's largest individual donors to legalize gambling and allow destination casino resorts in Texas. Prior to receiving funds from the Texas Sands PAC, Talarico voted in support of legislation aimed at legalizing casino gambling in Texas through a proposed constitutional amendment put to voters in 2023, citing its potential to bring jobs and supplemental tax revenue. Did I completely make up the promise? Oh, the Holy Land right here. When asked what would be some of his priorities if he were elected, Talarico said he would make talking about workers' rights and voting on a nationwide ban on gerrymandering some of his prime concerns. He also spoke about his position on Israel's military impact in Palestine. I'm so thankful that there's finally a ceasefire in Gaza so that this unacceptable human suffering can finally end. Talarico told the Enterprise, I said that what's happening in Gaza should outrage all of us, especially in this country, and that's why I'm not taking any money from AIPAC in this race. Means fucking nothing. It's also why I've called for a ban on offensive weapons to Israel. Offensive? We, as the United States, have to use all of our financial, diplomatic leverage to end the atrocities that are happening in Gaza as we speak. Has he called it a genocide yet? I'll check the date on this. The ceasefire is welcome good news. The release of hostages is welcome good news, but the work is not done. We have to search humanitarian aid to Gaza and pray for Palestinian families and Israeli families. The equating of Zionist and indigenous Palestinians. No, the link isn't going to go through, Daria. If you could just send me the title of the piece to look up and the outlet, that would be amazing. But yeah, YouTube's not going to let you drop links. Where are we at? Okay. As they try to heal from this moral disaster in the Holy Land. Wow. Moral disaster. I've not heard that one. Huh. No, it didn't go through. So it was iffy on it, to say the least. There was this one more. This is more recent, 4 weeks ago. Senate hopeful Talarico says he'll call for a ban on sale of offensive military weapons to Israel. Again, you can be a friend to Israel, but being a friend means holding your friend accountable. Jesus fucking Christ. Well, this is January 9th, a little bit sooner. Here we go. Israel has a right to exist and it has a right to defend itself, said Talarico, who's running to replace four-term Republican U.S. Senator John Cornyn. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu does not have the right to wage war against civilians. He does not have the right to use famine or collective punishment as tactics of war. Talarico acknowledged that the October 7th Hamas terror attack on Israel was the deadliest day of Jews since the Holocaust. However, he said the U.S. and Israel have the responsibility to lead with moral clarity and uphold his democratic ideals. He mentions the friends bullshit.
Probably no foreign policy issue that weighs more on my heart, on my soul, than what's happening in Gaza. October 7th was the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. I believe every single human life in this conflict, but across the world, is sacred. Israel has a right to exist, it has a right to defend itself, but Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu does not have the right to wage war against civilians. He does not have the right to use famine or collective punishment as tactics in that war. And so I will, as U.S. Senator, use every bit of this country's financial and diplomatic leverage to end the death and the destruction in Gaza, including banning offensive weapon sales to Israel. The United States has to lead with moral clarity on this issue. The United States and Israel both have to live up to our democratic ideals. And so you can be a friend to Israel, but being a friend means holding your friend accountable. And given the unimaginable human suffering in Gaza, we as a country have a moral responsibility to act. And that's what I plan to do if I'm elected to the U.S. Senate.
Yeah, the Bernie playbook through and through. The Bernie playbook through and through. I'm sure they'll bring that up.
It's toxic. And in the same way, you know, the stuff about Plattner's Reddit post or whatever. I mean, I think people are really sick of these personalized attacks. I mean,
completely, totally forgot she mentioned this. I got distracted and I forgot that she's this fucking stupid. Oh, I forgot that she's disaligned to white supremacy. Sometimes I forget this shit. I really do. Oh, man. Let me find a way in to sneak in the crypto fucking white supremacists.
This is garbage. This is embarrassing.
it's toxic. And in the same way, you know,
It's toxic, bro. This isn't your fucking fiance, homie. It's toxic. How is she any different from fucking James Carville? How is she any fucking different from James Carville? They fucking look alike. I don't even know why I'm still fucking playing nice. They fucking look, I mean, she called me anti-Semitic. Her boss had to check her. Bro, they look alike. It's just that the hair is covering the ears. Hold on. I'm not exaggerating. He's a little skinnier here, but we want him chubby. I can see it. I see the vision. I see the vision. Almost virtually identical. Yeah, this, you know, when he was a little chubbier, it works out. I think he had cancer or something like that, unfortunately. That's at least her dad. That's her uncle for sure right there. That's her fucking Theo. If Bernie Sanders AOC's fucking Theo, then I think this one evens out too. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Both fucking airheads. Both obviously fucking racist. Jesus.
I'm sorry, this is garbage. This is embarrassing.
It's toxic. And in the same way, you know, the stuff about Plattner's Reddit post or whatever. I mean, I think people are really sick of
or whatever. Oh, you know, his excusing of rape and sexual assault, glorifying war. Oh, you know, small wars are good wars, that fun shit. Lying about being a communist and a socialist, you know, that type of stuff. Don't worry, we'll get to another liar shortly.
these personalized attacks. I mean, Plattner, of course, like responded to it and apologized, but the point, like, it didn't hit him in the same way because people are actually interested in what do you stand for. Yeah. And Talarico, Crockett has gone in the opposite direction of what her brand is, as I just elucidated. Like attacking Republicans, she could have been consistent on that and actually been a bit more formidable in this race. I don't know. We'll see how it shakes out. But Talarico has been running for quite a while at this point, and he has an established brand as the antidote to MAGA, as somebody who's going to be like a more kind form of Christianity. And it's not my politics. I don't fully share it. But in Texas, I think it's a really good strategy. And she and the focus on the individual all the time with her. When we are seeing in Minneapolis and across the country, mutual aid, neighborliness, community, people showing up for one another, the like clapback crap and me. I mean, even her campaign ad, which was just about herself. I think she's talented, but
the details matter. The clapback crap. The clapback crap. Does she not sound like a suburban Karen saying that? Doesn't she sound like she's driving a minivan and yelling at her daughter, I don't want you doing that clapback crap? And you're not wrong, David Barnes. You're not wrong. They love the fucking hanger. They love the aggression over there. Is that not a dog whistle? Am I tripping out? Am I being too hypersensitive? Chat, let me know. Put in the comments. I mean, who would she say this to? Any politician, any other politician? Would she refer to it as the clapback crap? I don't think so.
neighborliness, community, people showing up for one another, the like clapback crap and me. I mean, even her campaign ad, which was just about herself. I think she's talented, but I think that her politics are as anathema to the national mood as humanly possible right now.
I just want to skip a little bit forward. This is another part of this where he talks about Talarico, and apparently there can only be like one. Like, it's not my thing either. I'm pretty anti-religion at this point in 2026. But this is what he says about Talarico.
This is so strange.
This is so bizarre.
Because I know you're not talking about somebody who's been better at three things than you've ever been at one. You are not saving religion for the Democratic Party or the left. We already had Senator Reverend Dr. Raphael Warnock for that.
I said that was a weird thing, but I did like this additive to it.
We don't need you.
What?
You're not saying anything unique. You're just saying it looking like you do.
Yeah, this is nasty.
That's really just. Can we play this? I just find this fascinating.
but Talarico,
it's just like this is like such. Yeah. I mean, he is bad at this. Yep. He's just bad at this.
Mediocre's actually kind.
My gosh. Honestly, like.
Again, they're trying to portray it as, oh, him calling him mediocre is actually a compliment. Nobody's arguing about whether or not he's mediocre or not. That's not the issue at hand. They can't even register the fucking argument. That's how fucking white they are. They cannot register the fucking argument.
I don't really feel terribly strongly about Talarico or Crockett, whichever one's going to win. And I don't know, maybe that's it's up to Texas to figure out in my mind on some level. I don't think it's not obvious to me anyways. Let's put it that way. But this guy's bad. And if this is part of, and there's no way he's freelancing this, right? They're saying like, here's what we want you to say.
This is the closing like month, right?
We need to go after this thing about religion. And so can you like make it like, I mean, obviously this is an attempt to appeal to the black voter in the Democratic nomination fight for Senate in Texas. I have no sense of how that's going to play, but if Talarico, this just feels so like
it's
inauthentic. And like when you push these things, you need to have like a narrative that you can hang this stuff on. And the idea that Talarico is religious because he wants to take over from Raphael Warnock to be the vision of Democrats who are religious is just one of the most, and again, I'm a little bit allergic to the religious stuff, but I can appreciate that it may.
I'm sorry. Am I tripping out, or did Emma Villian not just say, hey, he's pushing this Christian stuff, the antidote to Donald Trump's Christian nationalism. He's preaching community. You don't think his whiteness has anything to do with that, Emma? You don't think his whiteness makes it more comfortable for people to be like, oh yeah, that's the Christianity I want? All I'm saying is well, I mentioned it was a weird line of attack, but I understood it to be like, hey, we have Christian leaders in the Democratic Party, but because they happen to be black and not white, you're getting this extra fucking credit for it, this extra fucking glorification because you're white. You're the type of Christianity that most Americans want to see. Why is that so fucking hard to understand? I don't even necessarily agree. I mean, like I said, they're all fucking Democrats. They're all charlatans using religion and pretending to be part of the working class and advocating for the working class to gain power. We all understand that here. What we're focusing on is just fucking these racist assholes. That's what it is. How do they not understand the argument being made? How do I understand it? How do we understand it? And they don't. What is the fucking difference here? But this is why they don't hire black people at the majority report. This is why they don't hire black people. Understandably so. It's Brooklyn. It's Brooklyn. Where would you find one?
They have more salience in other states, but this is just so ham-fisted. My God, keep going.
But I just like they would have needed to establish Talarico as some sort of bully or bad guy before this. Like what? It seems like it's coming out of nowhere. I think Talarico comes out looking better. And anyway, go.
To the extent that anybody watches this, except for us.
Talarico never said, Raphael Warnock, you are not the leader. You're not the leader of Christianity in the Democratic Party. It's me now.
Oh, dude.
It's not the argument being made at all. Oh my gosh. But of course, Emma Vigeland would think that this makes Talarico looks better. It makes him look better. That's what she's saying. It makes him look better.
But this is just so ham-fisted. My God, keep going.
But I just want like they would have needed to establish Talarico as some sort of bully or bad guy before this. Like,
I mean, if you would have listened to the original, not the original, but the follow-up with the receipts, the TikTok video, that was kind of the thing that upset her. That she thought that he understood. She thought he was an ally. And that's why she was so upset. Mind you, they never mentioned James Carville in this. They never mentioned James Carville's role in this whole fucking thing. Emma Vigeland does not mention her older twin at all. And he had every chance they get. Bro, these people are fucking racist. I don't know why I'm overthinking this. My apologies, y'all. Watch the majority report. James Carville. Look at this shit. From 5 years ago, 7 months ago, 9 years ago, 4 years ago, 9 months, 5 years, 4 years, 5 years. They cover this fool. It's not like they don't know who he is. I don't think they make a lot of videos about him, but they have conversations about him and they talk shit. They don't like this guy. But suddenly, when it happens to be a black woman saying, hey, why do you have this racist fuck saying that we need to abandon woke politics? We need to talk about this. Because if they were to address that James Carville is involved in this, that would give some credence to Talarico being comfortable with anti-blackness. Do you see why they didn't demonstrate at least the receipts or the first video that also talks about James Carville? I'm not trying to preach to the choir here. That's not the goal is not that. The goal is to document and demonstrate how these fucking white rat libs are racist, aligned with whiteness and white supremacy when it fucking matters most. And it's woe every single time. Whiteness over everything. They're circling the wagons like they did for Grant Plattner, this time for Talarico. Talarico admits essentially that he lent himself to be misinterpreted, that he's being mischaracterized, but not that he didn't say that shit. He's not denying saying it.
It seems like it's coming out of nowhere. I think Talarico comes out looking better. And anyway, go.
let's move on from this. If you want to see some fucking watch, I'm not gonna play most of it, but check this out.
My words have on others. I have always said that despite our disagreements, I deeply respect Congressman Allred. We're all on the same team. And Sarah, you know what this reminds me of so much is the whole Elizabeth Warren Bernie thing, where she accused him, she like planted this in the press that he had said she couldn't win because she's a woman and framed him as like a secret sexist. And the only people who were really in that conversation were Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders. So it becomes a he said, she said. Bernie's put in an impossible position of like, again, if he says, I didn't say that, then you're, calling a woman a liar. The media totally backed up her side of the story and just went with it must be that. And I sort of feel like this is the same, like Colin Allred got completely played. The woman who posted this TikTok, she is in, she supports Jasmine Crockett, said this all worked out very well for Jasmine Crockett in the end.
Again, fucking lying. Lying. She had been in a good rapport with Talarico's campaign and was upset at Carville. Mind you, are they going to mention Carville at all either? Let's look at the transcript. I can't put James because it's going to be Talarico. Okay. They mentioned at 144. That's a whole lot fucking better. We'll get there. We'll jump over there, but give me a second. Oh, okay, is this because they play the... Okay, they play the video here. So they don't necessarily bring up Carville. Unless it happens later. I think we were at 6. I'll pull back right now. This is the original video here.
Carville on Talarico's behalf for donations. James Carville, especially as he told me,
I think Colin is going
against a mediocre black man, not a formidable and intelligent black woman. And I want to explain why this is problematic, especially as he shifted his current approach in the Texas Senate race. So getting into the conversation that led to the comment from James, I was angry and concerned after receiving an email and a text message from James Carville on Talarico's behalf for donations. James Carville is a Democratic strategist that has made comments recently about the need for Democrats to drop woke politics and even wrote an article in November for the New York Times saying exactly that. And I'm always going to advocate for black people because I don't care about how much you talk about affordability, housing, healthcare, whatever. If woke politics is not included in that, which directly impacts black people, then we're left out of that conversation and policy. So I made that known to the campaign as someone that has a possibility of sitting in that seat. Now, up until this comment, the conversation was going well. That's why it threw me off so much to have a white man say this to a black woman who was coming to him with concerns in relation to him for black people.
Okay, so this is...
I had only seen the receipts one. Because that's all I care about. I love my receipts. You always got to double check them. I keep them, Take a photo of them sometimes because I don't want to carry them around, but I keep them. Now I completely understand, and there is no fucking denying that the Majority Report refused to play either one of her videos because it was very clear cut that she had a legitimate concern. And they were going to be exposed as being anti-black per usual.
This is her allegation that Talarico says, I signed up to run against a mediocre black man, not this, I can't remember the words, like exciting black woman or impressive black woman, whatever. Okay, so this thing blows up, takes off. I think she posted.
And of course, Crystal Ball, who's married to Kyle KKK Kalinske, is laughing this off. Says, I don't even remember what she said. I don't even remember the words. The fuck, bro? You just heard the video. You have the paper in front of you. You have the fucking laptop in front of you. What do you mean you don't remember? They maliciously do this shit.
This in the press that he had said she couldn't win because she's a woman and framed him as like a secret sexist. And the only people who were really in that conversation were Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders. So it becomes a he said, she said. Bernie's put in an impossible position of like, again, if he says I didn't say that, then you're, calling a woman a liar. The media totally backed up her side of the story and just went with it must be that. And I sort of feel like this is the same, like Colin Allred got completely played. The woman who posted this TikTok, she is in, she supports Jasmine Crockett. So this all worked out very well for Jasmine Crockett in the end. And it's just a kind of a wild situation. The last thing I'll say is that it is also a good reminder because none of these people are really like on the left, right? None of them are. It's a good reminder that the most egregious wielders of identity politics and the originators of this direction of politics was always the centrists. It was always the liberals, not the leftists.
They're
Look, Sagar is going to be racist as fuck as always, unabashedly. But Crystal Ball immediately. They're class reductionists at best, white supremacists, generally speaking. No nuance, much like Norfolk was saying about identity politics, as if... What does Dr. Horn say? Oh, when it's white people, suddenly it's not identity politics, huh? When it's white people, suddenly it's not identity politics. Yes, I've seen Zeitgeist. I actually went to they had like a little convention. It was like a decade ago. When I was still a stoner. When I was still cool. Alright. I guess this is in the fucking thumbnail. I'm over this, but whatever. Actually, hold on. There's something interesting that I found funny. I appreciate y'all sticking around. I saw the like ratio. I really appreciate it. Jesus, man. Let me pull this up real quick. Let's see if I can find it. This shit had me dying. Let me see here. Because I've been telling y'all, this fraud picks and chooses what he identifies as to his convenience. To his fucking convenience. Here we go. But before we do that, let me pull up one more. And I've had my criticism. I've spoken about the techno fucking feudalism bullshit. It's just a marketing scheme. It's fucking gross. Let me find this here. And then we'll move forward. What was it that... Oh, yeah. When he spoke to those liberals. And they asked him whether or not he was... And I'm speaking about Hasan Piker here. Whether or not he was a communist. And he denied being one. So we'll see the switch up per usual from Hasan Piker. I don't think I have this one queued up, unfortunately, or readily available in comparison to the other fucking hate I'd be spreading. I'm petty and I just like, wow, what the fuck? Let's see here. Okay, found it. That's funny. All right, let's watch this fucking waste of fucking time. My apologies. I mean, he is a waste of time. I hope I'm not wasting your time. Yeah, exactly. Sissy, techno-feudalism is just capitalism. No point in trying to make a distinction. It's just weird ass fucking marketing, bro. I can't take you fucking serious the moment you do that. Look, I'm over here coining settler realism, a play on capitalist realism from Mark Fisher, a lame ass, weak ass book. Sorry. Weak book. But I think there's something there with settler realism and the way they see the world. But if somebody would tell me, hey, this is X thing already, it's already called this, I'd be like, oh shit, my bad. Yeah, okay, cool. Let me build on it. Let me learn from it and see if I have anything to contribute. If not, let me do my thing. But techno-feudalism is just capitalism. It just sounds fucking cool. I'm not here to deny that it sounds fucking cool. Wholesome, I already answered that. If you start spamming, you're gonna get blocked.
These guys are super well organized.
I hope that they go beyond organizing defensively.
Yeah.
And they become a movement for progressive change.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm thinking as well, which is that like...
Have you thought of running in elections?
No.
Well, why not?
Because...
Look, it's a horrible thing to do. I've done it. I can confirm that it sucks.
Yeah.
Big time. But it's a dirty job. Someone's got to do it.
I know, but
these people have to vote for someone. What are you going to say to them when the midterms come?
Well,
don't vote.
No, of course not.
Well,
but I have.
Who are they going for the Democrat who wants to?
Well, I have my people. That's why.
I have my people. Yeah, the fucking Democrats, bro. And don't give me that DSA shit. DSA is an organization, a political organization, not a political party. DSA is meant to give the Democratic Party friendly faces, fresh, friendly faces. We've seen it with Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez. We've seen it with Mom Donnie. They pull up the ladder behind them when it's convenient. I have my people. What party are they running? What party is your people running? Look at his pathetic excuse. This is how you know he's never been through a hard day in his fucking life.
What are you going to say to them when the midterms come?
Well,
don't vote.
No, of course not.
Well,
but I have.
Who are they going for the Democrat who wants to?
Well, I have my people. That's why I'm.
Yeah, okay, you have your people, but not everywhere.
That's true. but my goal is to try to
And why should these people have their life destroyed by being elected and not yours?
Well, it's not even about like my life being destroyed necessarily, but because my life gets destroyed all the time doing what I'm doing anyway.
My life gets destroyed all the time. This multimillionaire gets not even banned. I hate they call it banned. Suspended from Twitch. Supposed to be for a week. We said we were against that. That was stupid, but he refuses to organize. Twitch, even though he claims to be democratic socialist, a socialist, a populist, and a communist, depending on the day and time, progressive sometimes, super liberal sometimes, depending on who he's speaking to, because he believes in nothing and stands for nothing. Supposed to be a week, suspended for a week, only suspended for like 3 or 4 days. And he considers that his life being ruined. He hasn't been through a single hard day his entire fucking life. He was born rich and became richer because of nepotism. Jane Gilger and the Creep Destiny both handed him his success. And even then, he had to fucking stream fucking Hell's Kitchen reruns. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Refuses to organize at any capacity. You think this motherfucker is going to run for political office if the Democratic Party doesn't hand it to him? Everything's been handed to him. He's not going to do anything that requires work if it's not guaranteed that he's going to get it, that he's going to win.
I mean,
come on.
No, I'm able to.
You're having fun here.
No, I know, but I'm able to
Exactly.
overcome it regardless because I have like built this this resilient base of support, and I have ways of working around it. You know, I get banned on Twitch, I go to YouTube, but
His life being ruined is considered. He literally says it. I get banned on Twitch, I go to YouTube, they ruined my life. Oh, I have this support system. Yeah, you have this weird ass cult that you don't fucking like disavow. There's a whole ass like Hasan Twitter shit. If ever there's a deculturation Twitter shit, I'm blocking all you motherfuckers. I'm calling you all creeps, and I'm getting restraining orders on every single one of you. If I start getting fucking like weird ass sexualized shit, unsolicited, like he called for on Snapchat, I'm reporting you all to the fucking authorities. What the fuck? You don't send unsolicited shit to people that you don't know. But that's what he was asking for. That's what he asked for. He wants that shit. This motherfucker contributes to Orientalism and exoticization of non-fucking Western men like nobody's business. He's a fucking degenerate pervert, bro.
my point is there's a finite amount of time and energy and effort that I can spend on this. And I feel like this is how I can maximize my output.
Sure.
There's a finite amount of time. I don't know if you understand time, but there's a finite amount of it. And sitting on my ass, and I'm over here, I'd hit 7 hours and I hate myself. Sitting on my ass collecting millions of dollars, refusing to organize at any capacity, ever, that seems like my thing. All reward, no loss. All reward, no sacrifice. All reward, no hard work. Jesus.
Doing agitated propaganda, I think, and also
Agitated propaganda. Agitated propaganda. Shout out to Socialism for All. Shout out to them.
And, you know,
Going over how Hasan Piker is talking about. Is this the one where he goes over, or am I forgetting the Lenin one? Let's see here. No, I don't think it's this one. COINTELPRO. Yeah, it's this one.
Hey, welcome to
Hasan Piker's Vosh moment. Because Vosh did this shit for Biden. Agitated propaganda is reading Lenin's work and claiming that it justifies supporting and running in the Democratic Party. I don't even know. I mean, it's all just so fucking stupid. Check it out. The socialist run and capitalist political parties, Hasan Piker's Vosh moment for Grant Plattner. For Grant fucking Plattner. For Grant Plattner with the fucking Totenkopf Nazi death skull tattoo. And we have verified that he knew exactly what it was.
Creating a community that is then going out and participating in their own local elections as many.
Creating a community that does the shit I refuse to do. All right, bro. They're too busy on Twitter fucking defending you for calling the cops on your ex-girlfriend.
Many people in my community have already to success.
At some point, you have to go to graduate to the level where you take their voice and you put it into some kind of assembly, some kind of Congress, maybe a state one, maybe a federal one.
I don't know. I know a guy.
Get some kind of voice and you put it into some kind of.
He does not give a fuck. He's like, yeah, I'm not fucking doing that. That sounds like fucking hard work. I'm not doing that shit. You have to understand, it's pretty pathetic that Charlie Kirk was more politically involved than Hasan Piker ever has been. Let that shit sink in. And he brags and brags and brags and brags about working with the Democratic Party, talking to Democratic consultants. Look at his face. Look at his face.
And I have ways of working around it. You know, I get banned on Twitch. I go to YouTube. But my point is, there's a finite amount of time.
He's in exile from fucking Twitch.
And energy and effort that I can spend on this. And I feel like this is how I can maximize my output.
Sure.
Doing agitative propaganda, I think, and also creating a community that is then going out and participating in their own local elections, as many people in my community have already, to success.
At some point, you have to go to graduate to the level where you take their voice and you put it into some kind of assembly, some kind of Congress, maybe a state one, maybe a federal one.
I don't know. I know a guy.
Get ready.
I know a guy. His name is Cenk Uygur. He tried to do that and he failed spectacularly. So
well, failure is okay.
Yeah.
This dumbass said, yeah, because he wasn't ready for that comeback. Mind you, I don't really care for Giannis. I don't. And a lot of these guys that get this much attention, there's always something off about them. Techno-feudalism sounds fucking badass. For a fucking video game, bro. Stop trying to rebrand capitalism to cash in. But look how fucking distraught he is because he wasn't ready for that fucking comeback. Failure is okay. Well, he's never failed though. Because everything's been handed to him. There's always been a safety net. He's never fallen. Because there's always been a safety net. His Twitch ban that he's crying about now got lifted early. Why? Because the CEO of fucking Twitch, Dan Clancy, doesn't view him as a fucking threat whatsoever. Doesn't view a socialist, communist, liberal, progressive, super progressive, populist, democratic socialist, whatever the fuck he wants to be this week, as a fucking threat. Largest political commentator on Twitch, refuses to organize to any capacity to challenge the owners, the capitalists of Twitch. The same way he doesn't do anything to challenge the Democratic Party, smears the Green Party, refuses to platform PSL. Nothing that legitimately would challenge the Democratic Party he does. He criticizes them, that's about it. He thought he had a good comeback, and then look.
Of Congress, maybe a state one, maybe a federal one.
Look, he thought he was being smart. Fucking pathetic.
No, I know a guy.
Get ready.
I know a guy. His name is Cenk Uygur. He tried to do that, and he
look at his eyebrows. He thinks he's being smart. He's like, oh, I know a guy.
Like federal one.
I don't know. I know a guy.
Get ready.
I know a guy. His name is Cenk Uygur. He tried to do that, and he failed spectacularly. So
well, failure is okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Giannis, well, failure is okay because it is. Because when you try and you put yourself out there and you care about shit and you fail, it's fine. You fought, you did your best, you get back up, you learn from that fucking experience. Y echarle otra vez, cabrón. That's it. That's it. El sí se puede, no se puede la primera vez, cabrón. Eventually you will overcome and you push forward. But he doesn't have any revolutionary optimism. He has no revolutionary fire in his fucking belly. You got fucking like outclassed by some old ass fool, bro. And you're online all the time and you can't fucking outmaneuver him. Look at his face. He knew he got fucking caught up. Because he thought he had a fucking dub right there.
I think he tried to do that and he failed spectacularly. So,
well, failure's okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
he said he had before he even registered what was told to him. Oh, fucking loser, bro. It goes to show, man, you could be white, tall, handsome, rich, all this shit. Doesn't change who you fucking are, bro. Doesn't change who you are, and this is why you're so fucking insecure. Exactly. Oh, major. Cenk didn't even build a local community. He tried running for a U.S. Congress and president, started the state or local city government first. Well, the point is that they don't build anything. Jesus. The right has organized the left. Even the online right is doing way more and has had actual political impact. Well, also, I'm not to defend these fucking opportunists. One, they're all aligned to the Democratic Party, so they're not doing anything impactful to begin with. But two, the system is reactionary. A reactionary content is more appealing. Would I be mad if some people here liked Hasan? No. I'd be worried about you. I'd be worried about you for sure. I hope you never run into a fucking scammer in real life. You know what I mean? Linstack's just messing around. But no, I'd be worried about you for real. Because it's like, and I'm not even, I know it comes off condescending. I'm not trying to do that. I'd be worried about you being taken advantage of by people in your real life if you think that this guy is somebody that you should trust or is legitimate in any way. Carlos Llanes is an actual Marxist. That's why Hasan is intimidated as he is, even though Llanes is a reformist now. So he's not a fucking Sorry, I'm not. Gio, my bad. I would reword it and say he is, he has studied and was a student of Marxism. And for sure more than I've been and might ever be. But he's a reformist for sure. And this marketing shit I don't like, bro. Like, do you have child support? If Llanes came out and said, hey, bro, like, I got child support. I got alimony. I'm like, all right, you know what? Techno-feudalism is a badass fucking name. Sell it so you could fucking, so there could be a dope-ass fucking video game. I don't know. Cyberpunk techno-feudalism would be fucking amazing. I would play that game. Cyberpunk techno-feudalism. And it's you fucking pushing a plow, but, you know, like one of your legs is like robotic. I'd be like, fuck yeah, and just all you do is push a plow. I would play that game. That sounds fucking badass.
He tried to do that and he failed spectacularly. So,
well, failure's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, in 1905, the first Russian Revolution failed, and it gave us Sergei Eisenstein's magnificent movie, The Battleship Potemkin, which was an important.
Yeah, bro. Haven't seen it. Hipster much?
I mean, you might like it actually. He's big into methods have changed. I feel like he's now,
you know, first step towards the real thing.
Well, since then his methods have changed. I feel like he's I mean, you might like it actually. He's big into
oh, bro, oh my god, bro, I can't. I just realized what he's doing. Llanes is telling him, hey, you should consider running for political office. You should put yourself out there. In other words, stop talking the talk and walk the walk, but in a polite manner. And it sounds like, oh, I knew a guy like that. His name's Yankee Hirugar. He's a genocide denier and one of the greatest whitewashers of genocides the world's ever known. And he lost. Llanes like, failure's okay. It sounds like, oh, yeah, it is, huh? Ha ha ha. Actually, I think you would like Cenk Uygur. Homie, stay on topic. Don't be scared. Don't be running away. Stay on point. Stay on fucking point. I don't know why. He's so fucking stupid that I get like kind of like, he's good. I get lulled. Like kind of like, I'm like, I don't take it seriously. I don't see him as a threat. That's smart. That's smart. That's like when somebody's sandbagging you. I don't know where they fucking throw that overhand, and you're just like, what the fuck? Smart. I like this. Respect it.
Realignment with right wingers in general, like with Tucker and all those guys.
No. That's
I'm not.
That's
on board
not me,
with that.
mate.
Okay, well, I mean,
do not
'cause you
realign
say-
with Tucker.
You say
I want to speak
to the people.
honestly and respectfully to the victims of these people.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're on the same page.
Yeah.
As Michael Brooks used to say, "Be ruthless to systems, be kind to individuals." I
Suffer
try
from
to.
the system.
Yeah.
So much so.
I hate that fucking line. Be ruthless to institutions, be kind to individuals. It's such a fucking white person thing to say. Yeah, because individuals don't fucking hate you and don't want to fucking take your life. I mean, institutions are made up by fucking people. We got to be kind to them as they work for the institutions that are destroying the planet, destroying our lives. It's so fucking shallow. Michael Brooks, our great white savior saint, is easily the most fucking overrated. And bro, it's good that Sam Cedar carried out a hit on that fool. Allegedly. Supposedly Bernie heard this while pillow talking with Golda Meir. Because we didn't get to see the fall off. Justin Hunt, I don't agree with his politics, but his conversation on J. Cole's mixtape or LP was fucking amazing. Anywho, we didn't get to see the fall off. Mind you, everyone else has fallen off. And a Kasparian, who he was buddies with, taught her nothing. Emma Vigeland over here washing the hands of Kamala Harris, of blood of Palestinians. Sam Cedar over here saying I'm not a Zionist or an anti-Zionist. All right, buddy. But the Zionist entity should exist. Gotcha. Every single one of them fell off. I wish we would have seen our great white savior Saint Michael Brooks do the fucking saying. I mean, we got glimpses of it because if you read his little pamphlet, his little cute little pamphlet about the intellectual dark web that was irrelevant before it even came out, he was soft on Joe Rogan, soft-handed on Joe Rogan, in hopes of getting on the Joe Rogan experience. Ben Burgess, the Zionist, the class reductionist, he got on there though.
So that they have actually become part of it.
Yeah. Because like I think at the end of the day, that discontent and that anger that they feel, that resentment that they feel, that materializes in like, you know, fascist expression, that discontentment is coming from the material inefficiencies that they experience. And therefore, if you isolate that and if you talk to them directly about those problems and explain to them the real pathway to solve it, they're not going to lean into the culture wars. You know what I mean?
I need to skip this because we're already at 7 hours. God damn it, bro. I hate my life. And I don't hate my life. There's so much fucking fun. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be doing this if y'all didn't make this fun. I don't know how I got the stamina. I really don't. I think I just really need to start working out again because this is ridiculous. And I need to be better organized and less distracted with these streams. So my apologies. The goal was to do a short 3-hour stream today and work on a video about something that happened at the Grammys. Or post Grammys, I should say. And so now I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, but I really need to get that video out before the Super Bowl. Hint, hint. That's funny as fuck. Let's jump to 34:47, then we'll be here. It's funny that it's like when you give them real solutions, like voting for a Democratic Party. You can waste the fucking man.
Indeed, I was campaigning in some election in Britain some years ago, and I was in the north.
Entryism versus third party. Last night.
Entryism versus third party. Socialism for all, bro, homie. You got to pick this shit up.
Their immediate desires.
I know you do, but this wasn't my message to these folks.
But we've also briefly talked about entryism versus.
He's so fucking stupid that Giannis has to be like, no, I'm not talking to you, bro. I'm talking to the audience. he's so fucking stupid and so fragile because he's already shaken up. He's been exposed as a yapper. All fucking bark, no bite. He's like, oh, I know. And it's like, yeah, bro, I know you know. I'm telling the audience. Oh, yeah. Fucking A, bro. You're so bad at this.
To these folks.
But we've also briefly talked about entryism versus third party last night privately, not on camera. And this is something that I've been thinking about quite a bit as well. This is also often an issue. And the way I see it, Americans do not have any class consciousness whatsoever. They have problems. They experience those problems, but they have no productive output. They have no productive outlet to address those problems at all. So they focus on anyone that leans into their anger and resentment. And the right is very good at leaning into that anger and resentment and then redirecting it to other, marginalized populations or people that have the same class interests as they do, right? In the case of the Romanian versus the elderly woman, like you described. So the way I see it, there's only two major parties in the country right now. And my solution is not to overtake the Democratic Party and turn it into a communist party or something. I don't think that's ever going to happen. It's a bourgeois capitalist liberal party, and it has played a very important role in identifying and neutralizing any sort of more radical left positions.
Bro, you smear the Green Party, which is objectively to the left of the Democratic Party, and you refuse to platform Claudia de la Cruz when she was running for president of the PSL. Not that she was going to win, but you could have garnered more support on her. Fuck, even you, homie, voted for Kamala Harris over voting for her in California. In LA County.
Out there. Having said that, it does still have an election mechanism, and it still has a massive platform in general. It has a massive podium in general. And I do think that
a podium that they refuse to share with Palestinians. Palestinians that want a representation, nothing radical.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Ace, thank you for super chat. Been waiting for someone to push back against Hasan. Funny, it's from the type of person he grifted his way to get access to. He wasn't ready to answer several questions, ambush himself on a watch. And Giannis is Giannis isn't even that guy anymore, if he ever was. Look, I'm a hater on Petty. I'm just saying he's not. I don't like the whole techno-feudalism grift. I think it's dope. Don't get me wrong. But it's a fucking grift. It's a branding exercise. Thank you so much for the super chat, Ace. Appreciate it.
Liberals, self-identifying liberals. Self-identifying liberals actually have more of a socialist tendency than they think they do. And the way to open that conversation up to them is by running socialist alternative candidates within the Democratic Party infrastructure.
What the DSA does.
Yes, exactly. So I do agree with that system. This doesn't mean that you shouldn't attempt to design a third party on the sidelines as well. Having said that,
on the sidelines as well, so you could fucking trash them, so you could ignore them. Of course, unless you're getting clout from them, then you'll go to their rallies. You'll refuse to actually write a speech, but that's because you're full of shit.
I don't know if the opportunity for a third party viability is there right now, considering how many people still self-ID as liberals.
Look,
so instead of trying to build that organization, that party, you're like, I'm just going to stick with the Democrats. Because you give me access to the DNC and politicians, and it's safe, and I could cozy up with Mamdani. I won't get invited to the VIP section, even though I tell them, do you know who I am? Do you know how many viewers I have? Still won't get the invite, homie. They don't respect you. You're a fucking tool to them. They keep on smearing and ignoring third parties that are trying to build something. We have our criticism of them, but they're objectively better than the Democratic Party. While committing a genocide, you were still cozying up to them, still hanging out with their fucking strategists, and still supporting their party through and through to the point of voting for Holocaust Harris in LA County. Despicable, disgusting, inexcusable. What do you expect from a fucking fraud?
On the same page, starting a third party now would be suicide.
Yeah.
You can see it with the Greens, Stein and so on, that it really doesn't have the dynamic to change the scenery. But I think the answer lies in between. So you and I were discussing yesterday the unique opportunity Bernie Sanders had in 2016 to start a party then, because he had run within the Democratic Party, because he had hundreds of thousands of volunteers, because he created the infrastructure, he created the political revolution, right? Use his terms. And at that point, he could have started a third party that would be viable. But that by not doing it, that opportunity was killed. So you have to start again.
Again, I don't understand. Was it Marxist Cinema or some shit like that? Was talking about how Bernie and AOC should create their own party. Like, why the fuck would you want a Zionist to lead a new party? Mind you, okay, back then we weren't aware. We were all a little bit more ignorant on Palestine. Or more correctly, we were ignorant of Bernie's Zionism. That's what it was. He refused. He capitulated to Joe Biden, his good friend Joe. He was never going to do that. He was never going to split. I don't think anyone that starts off in the Democratic Party that has been aligned with the Democratic Party, even though they call themselves independent, would ever split. For the same reason that Bernie says, I do not want to end up like Ralph Nader. And even Ralph Nader turned around and said, oh yeah, vote for the Democrats. And they still don't fuck with him. Chris said just crying somewhere. So this is all fantasy world. This is make-believe. I mean, I don't blame myself for thinking that and other people when it was happening. Come on, Bernie, run third party. And we're all excited for it. And he showed us who he was.
Again, as you say, like Mamdani, like AOC, like others, go through the...
Like Mamdani, like AOC, the people that use their power and influence to protect Democratic incumbents from challengers that align closer to their politics, but they want to secure power. They want to pull up the ladder behind them. Those are your fucking examples? You see why Giannis is like, I'm saying, like, somebody this fucking weak is already, look, oh, yeah, bro. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's fucking gnarly, bro. Oh. Jesus, man.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problems?
If a figure like Mamdani
and then not allow them to be neutered either, because like the political machine does actually chop away their radical tendencies if they even exist.
He fucking knows it. Ace, thank you for the super chat. He fucking knows it.
Not allow them to be neutered either, because like the political machine does actually chop away their radical tendencies if they even existed to begin with, or if it
well, that's why you need the socialists within the Democratic Party to be better organized amongst themselves, to have more
party discipline.
factional, like the Trumpists did. The Trumpists did take over the Republic. Of course, they had huge capitalist help.
They're directionally aligned. It's just more capitalism.
That's right. But so your work is much. What you need to do is much harder. But you can do it. You can emulate what Bernie did. But with
why the fuck would the Democratic Party allow socialists when it's a capitalist party? I mean, they say this shit. They answer their own questions. Oh, we can't allow them to get neutered. If they were really about it to begin with, clearly they weren't. They pull up the ladder immediately. Mamdani said he was going to keep Tish immediately. Mamdani said he was going to uphold international law by arresting Benjamin Netanyahu, and then he turned back on that. But you know when he didn't uphold international law? When he allowed Donald Trump to parade Nicolás Maduro, the democratically elected president of Venezuela, through the New York streets. Then he doesn't care about international law. So they know these fuckers don't believe in the shit that they're spewing. Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez was signaling early on, switching from a no vote to fund the Iron Dome to a present. Letting know the Zionists that, hey, I'll fall in line when necessary. Refused to call it a genocide until she got approved by the Joe Biden administration. We've seen the MSNBC interview time and time again. So we know that these people are frauds. We know these people are fucking frauds. So why are we playing this game? Bernie Sanders was an independent and a national socialist. The DNC rigged his first run against him. And just came out and said, hey, we're a private organization. We don't need to follow any of the rules that we present. We're a private organization. How the fuck are you going to change a private organization from the inside? You need to have the memory of a fucking goldfish to forget the Democratic Party said, we don't give a fuck what you want. We're going to do what we want to do. We'll play a little game. We'll put on the little fucking show, but fuck you. We're not doing what you tell us. Ace, covering this stuff is more than just petty shit. We need to identify misleadership. I appreciate all the effort, and I think it would help if we all liked both streams since deculturation live streams stay up. Appreciate that so much, Ace. Thank you for the super chat. Major Lasers, who apparently was a big Emma stan before. Major, I gotta ask. What's going on, Major? Where we at? Where we at? Hasan is not used to dealing with this kind of pushback. At this point, he would told the black person in his chat to keep advocating for your own demise. Yep, and poorly imitated AAVE. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah, Gio, Hasan is accustomed to dealing with people that read Wikipedia as a way of researching stuff. Literally that.
The intention of stepping out and taking the new structures that you have created within the Democratic Party with you if you hit a brick wall. And again, the National Committee.
If you hit a brick wall, god damn, bro. This is what I'm saying. This guy overhyped as fuck.
Chooses Trump over you.
Yeah, I mean,
or somebody like Trump.
I know, but at that point, there's a much more robust pressure mechanism that can engage in labor militancy.
Yeah, that's right.
Like that's a very different.
That's another thing I fucking hate hearing: labor militancy from people that only interact with unions when they're dropping merch, when something big's going on. Homie, be in these fucking meetings and tell me about labor militancy afterwards. We got so much to build that to even utter the words labor militancy is so fucking, it's just a buzzword. It means fucking nothing right now.
Very different environment to be in.
A new kind of labor militancy.
Yeah. That's a very different environment than the one that we're in right now, where like all of these, from what I've seen, maybe I'm too optimistic, but from what I've seen, you got the Barbers and the Debras, white wine moms that are coming from the suburbs, accountants, lawyers, teachers, nurses that normally are just like straight blue, no matter who voters that are very frustrated with the way things are going. They're not experiencing like absolute economic death and destruction in the way that we've seen in the past that has led to more radical movements growing in the country, but they are frustrated by the instability. And I think like those people can also be convinced of the viability of this socialist alternative.
First of all, you're not offering a socialist alternative. You're offering a national socialist alternative with Bernie at the helm, Mamdani following lead. AOC's been fucking going around trying to be the new mama bear. But this was so frustrating. They say the words, yes, all the people you mentioned are concerned about the status quo being upended, which meaning they will support anything that brings back the status quo or promises to bring back the status quo. Why is that so difficult to understand? They're going to prioritize that over socialism if we don't organize and educate from the ground. And you don't do that through fucking entryism with the Democratic Party. Which is what Giannis is essentially saying. Oh, yeah. When you hit a roadblock, then you create your own party off the Democratic Party. I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say to people more educated than myself. Not Hasan, Giannis. Brain rot, opportunism, old age. I don't know what it is. It's sad as fuck. Sad as fuck. Let's laugh a little bit before we tune out here. Look at this.
In terms of the personality and your image and so on, one thing that jars a little bit is, you've said you're a Marxist, you've been a Bernie Sanders supporter in past elections. At the same time, you've been...
So even the host here is saying you've called yourself a Marxist and you voted for Bernie Sanders. You've been a Bernie Sanders supporter. So distinguishing those two. And he doesn't sound American. So he's probably a little bit more educated on politics and deranged, not falling for Marxism is this. Not falling for the Democratic Party or a bunch of communists. That's all I'm trying to get at.
Become a wealthy guy who bought a $2.7 million house.
More expensive now.
Sorry?
More expensive now.
Well, good.
Can't fucking help himself. He's a rich kid through and through. It's more expensive now. Can't help himself, bro. He glorifies money. Glorifies money and status. And don't say, oh, he's just joking or poking fun at it. Nah, he's proud of that shit. He's bragging. He's flexing.
Good for you. You see, so Donald Trump has got it right. Housing prices going up is good for people. No, I mean, but your personality and these left-wing views and your commentary on inequality. How does that work when you're a Hollywood house owner?
Well, Bernie Sanders has 3 houses, and
Still hiding behind Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders has 3 houses because Bernie Sanders is a national socialist. Bernie Sanders has 3 houses because he's a fucking Zionist that wants to occupy more indigenous land. Why the fuck does anyone that's actually a socialist need 3 homes? That's a waste of fucking resources. You're not living in those 3 homes at all times. You're occupying housing that is going to waste because of your extravagant, luxurious life. You don't need 3 homes. Why the fuck does anyone need 3 homes? Only greedy motherfuckers need 3 homes.
and that's something that people constantly bring up as though this is a real point of contention. Look, when I didn't have a lot of money after college, and I had the exact same point of view.
Didn't have a lot of money. His parents still rich as fuck. His mother a landlord. His father like some CEO, COO type shit. And for clarification, Yeet is a fucking weirdo, but nobody else on the left that criticizes Hasan Piker clips this shit out. Sucks to suck.
People would say you're jealous of the wealthy, and that's why you are, that's why you're a socialist. That's why
you're jealous of the wealthy, bro. You've always been wealthy. You were just a fucking hipster back then. Still are.
You're a Marxist. Now that I'm rich, they say I'm a hypocrite. You are, that's why you're a socialist. That's why you're a Marxist. Now that I'm rich, they say I'm a hypocrite. And at a certain point, you have to realize maybe it's the commentary and the comments that you're making. Maybe it's the fact that I'm saying people deserve more. People deserve more of the output that they contribute to. That's what's causing people to look for hypocrisy. Because my advocacy is not.
I get confused when they ask this to Hasan. Marxism says personal property is fine, not the means of production like factories, land. Can someone explain to me? Each according to their need. Why do you need 3 homes? Why do you need a mansion? Do you think that there's enough resources on the planet to where we all have mansions? Of course not. They break shit down and make it so simple to excuse and manipulate, text and theory to excuse their fucking actions and their extravagant lifestyles because they fucking hate us. They hate us. They don't want to be poor. They don't want to be working class. They fucking hate you and they hate us.
Not around making sure that no one has a home. And I have no control over the housing market in general. It's like, if at the time when I purchased my home in West Hollywood, if I had purchased the exact same home in Ohio, same home in general, it's like if at the time when I purchased my home in West Hollywood, if I had purchased the exact same home in Ohio, purchased my home in West Hollywood, if I had purchased the exact same home in Ohio, it would be much more affordable.
Yeah, except you did affect the housing market by being a fucking gentrifier and making West Hollywood even worse. But he's like, nobody forced you to buy a home in West Hollywood. Nobody forced you to buy a multi-million home in West Hollywood and contribute to the disgusting housing in Los Angeles. You chose to do that. You contributed. You were saying yourself, I could have gone somewhere else and got the same thing for cheaper. But then you wouldn't have the clout of being in West Hollywood. And that's all you fucking care about.
I just chose to live in West Hollywood. I was living in West Hollywood already. I was renting there, and I had enough money. So I bought a house for myself and my family.
He has a whole family shit like his family isn't filthy rich to begin with. It's always a pathetic excuse where, my family lives here. And I'm sure they have houses international, abroad, all over the place. Like his mom, there's documents of his mom saying like, I have vacation homes around the world. Must be nice.
I want everyone to be able to have the same. I want everyone to be able to have.
Did you see? That's an answer to you, Nansettled? I know I'm mispronouncing that. He's about to say, I want everyone to have the same homes. And he stops, access, just like these grimy ass politicians about Medicare for all, access to Medicare for all.
So I bought a house for myself and my family. I want everyone to be able to have the same, I want everyone to be able to have that same liberty.
Oh, liberty. Not same access to it, but the liberty to it. You catch that?
House for myself and my family. I want everyone to be able to have the same, I want everyone to be able to have that same liberty, to have more autonomy in their workplace, to have more freedom in their lives. And that's what my advocacy revolves around.
Your revenues come literally from subscriptions?
Yes.
Yeah. Literally just like a pastor or preacher misleading people and taking advantage of them. Fuck ye. But look, they didn't push back on being called a Marxist, right? They didn't push back on being called a Marxist.
Podcast, we had an interview. Okay, please understand something. This is from many years ago. Okay, this is me. Podcast, we had an interview. Okay, please understand something. This is from many years ago. Okay, this is me. This is I guess a piece from his I guess it's a piece from his video. Okay, my is a USSR Ushanka behind.
We've seen this.
My head. Disingenuous position. It's on everyone's.
Oh, here we go.
More left you are, the more liberalism is. Business doing. What do you mean? In the American political lexicon, I guess like I'm super liberal. That's.
And the political American lexicon, because it's before the second puberty, or before he adjusted his mic, or before he decided to talk like a douchebag.
What they that's what Americans think liberalism is. Like the more left you are, the more liberal you are, even though there is a genuine distinction between the leftist and the liberal. But yeah, I'm a progressive, I guess. That's the catch-all.
I'm a super liberal and I'm a progressive.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Doesn't sound like a fucking socialist or a communist to me. Major Lasers, thank you for the super chat. Another great stream, Carlos. If I was as rich as Hasan, I'd be donating to real advocacy groups and buying people homes, not doing panels. He believes that all that wealth was always, it belonged to him. It was promised to him 3,000 years ago. Because that's how rich people operate. He grew up riding fucking horses. There's a reason why he doesn't have a Turkish accent. It's because he grew up going to private schools, bro. That's why he was affiliated, associated with, and in business with Zionists.
On socialist debate, you but like, even if we hit full automation, like, would it even be desirable for us to get rid of that? Like, because we still want a state to like limit people from committing crimes, right?
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I'm not a communist. So I think that, like, I can't even imagine what that would look like in general.
Do not put up with these people. They'll mislead you. They're opportunists through and through. I try to be a little bit better. If I ever fall into that, call me the fuck out. Crucify me, do all that. Do me a favor, subscribe to Deculturation Live. We're trying to hit 1,000 subscribers over there. Appreciate all the super chats, all the support. Again, the Patreon after this car crash helped me out so much. I'm gonna be using that as well for this fucking root canal. Appreciate it so much. It's been a weird start to the year. I'm not sure if I'll stream tomorrow because I really do want to get out that that video before the Super Bowl. It'll be fun. Then I'll have one post Super Bowl, hopefully. That'll be a little bit more concrete. But I appreciate y'all. Sorry for being muted. Thank y'all so much. Hit the like button on the way out. Almost forgot.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
I don't know how we managed to make it to 7 hours. Saturn, thank you so much for the super sticker. Appreciate you. Oh man, I can hear my stomach growling. I don't know if it's picking it up, but it is gnarly. All right, I gotta eat. But as always, John Trudell, and remember what Glenn Ford said, organize with eyes wide open. The beast. In the wisp of smoke down on the corner, There was this cat named Fortunately, talking at me from voices in his head, yelling about what Storyteller said. You gotta be careful here, child. There's a beast in the promised land. There's madness you don't understand. The beast is crazed and running wild. Little boy man, little girl woman, no big deal. Nothing personal. Your mind's another meal. Savoring the rush of you like heady wine, feeding is what the beast is meant to do. Strange are those walls built to hide, strange to look and learn not to see. He's in the mask you put on your face. Thoughts, his favorite breeding place. In the race to midnight, it's after 11. The nature of the beast is all he knows. Behind doors of hell are gates of heaven. Doors are open, but the gates are closed. Ya estuvo.